Chapter 15. It was unusual for Kubas to visit Buru, the largest orbital city in the Duro system. But nowadays, Buru's docks were so crowded with off-world construction workers, shippers, and camp followers that the dark, short-trunked trio who arrived, trailed by a bronze astromech droid, attracted little attention in the offloading area. The Buru Docking Authority agent eyed their credentials. According to the datapad, these weren't typical refugees from Kubindi's recent invasion. This family had holdings in the core worlds, and they were looking for trade. That explained the fine yacht they docked in Slip 18L.
"Everything seems to be in order, gentles."
The tall Duros official momentarily mated their datapad with one of his own, programming a map from Port Duggan to Corduro Shipping's main office at Duggan Station. Oddly, a minute after they had passed from sight, he had no memory of their arrival. Mara found the hooded cloak, trunked mask, and goggles stifling, but she took advantage of the disguise to observe Duro's reactions as Port Duggan's long rideway carried them up the dockyard arm to Duggan Station. She caught red-eyed glares, lowered brows, and stares. And if Duros had noses, she didn't doubt they would have wrinkled in distaste. Tresina Lobi had hinted that the Duros, like other species on worlds the Yuuzhan Vong hadn't reached, resented the refugee influx. On Duro, that might be complicated by general nervousness about the political tensions at Corellia. They'd arrived from Coruscant in Mara's newly modified ship. A yacht Lando had picked up for a song, so he claimed, as soon as he realized how easily its broad aft cargo bay could be modified to carry an X-wing. Other hands had shaped this ship too. Lando's wife Tendra, just back from an extended visit to her Sicorian kin, named it Jade Shadow, after admiring its non-reflective gray hull. Talon Card and his connections had found the retractable laser cannons, camouflaged torp launchers, and shields to make Shadow almost a match for the Jade's fire that Mara had sacrificed at Nirawan. Carrying Luke's fighter in the bay, and escorted by Anakin in his own X-wing, she brought the Shadow over Duro's South Pole, using one of Gent's universal transponder codes. Groundside, they locked down Anakin's X-wing, and R2-D2 rerouted Anakin's shields to draw on a stack of spare power supplies, setting them to pull just enough power to protect the X-wing from Duro's atmosphere. Then they all boarded Shadow again. Flying with Luke as co-pilot, Mara made a micro-jump out system, changed transponder codes, and they arrived at Duro as a well-heeled Kubaz family. Drawl and Solonian refugees, leaving Corellia while they still were considered first-class citizens, mingled with dock workers of half a dozen other species, retooling the civilian shipyards for military use. A horned Deveronian shouldered past 3 gray-skinned, long-faced Duros natives. A massive silver-tipped Wookiee plodded in the other direction. Mara caught a whiff of exotic perfume and spotted a comely Triani swaggering up the corridor, drawing stares with her feline grace. Mara still hadn't felt anything unbalanced or unhealthy about the cluster of cells dividing, differentiating, digging ever more tightly into her body. None of the gut-wrenching signs of abnormality she'd felt in so many diseased cells. She was determined to take every day without ominous developments as a gift, and not worry how many more she might be given. There'd been nightmares, though. She eyed Anakin's slightly slumped posture as he stood to one side of the rideway. She'd coached him in the characteristic Kubaz whirring accent, their cultured speaking style, and their gait, after nixing Luke's idea of disguising themselves as Duros. It was always hard to pass for a native. The rideway decanted them in a broad open area that their datapad labeled Duggan Station.
straight across,"
Luke worded her, steering an elegant old luggage float. At the other side of the open area, a Duros stood on a knee-high platform. She spoke through a powerful amplifier, addressing a crowd of 50 or 60, almost exclusively Duros. But Mara spotted a Bith and 2 turquoise-skinned Sonesi. Luke, walking point, halted and turned his face, what Mara could see of it, toward the speaker. "Listen to this," he murmured, standing just a little closer than he usually did. Another woman might not have noticed, but Mara was exquisitely aware of her personal space. The Duros on the platform spoke loudly, waving a knobby hand.
"Independence is virtue," she shouted. "In dangerous times, depending on an outside force for sustenance or defense could kill us all. If you cannot feed your family group, you fail them. If you cannot protect your own, you kill them. Are you murderers or providers?"
"Anakin," Mara muttered. "Go with R2. But stay in visual contact. Get a feel for the crowd. If you sense danger, get back over here." "Right," he said. "Mom?" "Right in character."
"Symbiosis," the Duros called, "has been preached since time immemorial. Has it made us free? Does it make us safe? They say we depend on each other."
Now she took on a simpering tone.
"That we need each other. Hot slime!"
Several Duros cheered.
We must be strong. We ourselves. Whoever needs help will fall. Each one of us,"
she cried, punctuating each word with a grunt,
"must be strong enough to take what he wants, or all will die. All!"
On Mara's left side, a few Duros turned toward her, then moved aside, whispering. She didn't catch any intent to attack, and her danger sense lay still, but she kept one hand near her lightsaber under the dark cloak. The speaker raised her arm, reaching toward a bank of lights that gave Duggan Station the appearance of yellowish daylight.
"We are independent of the world below." "Yes,"
someone from the crowd cried.
"We are independent of the worlds at great distance."
The answering yes picked up volume.
"Symbiosis," she cried. "Interdependence. They are for the weak. The weak must stand together to stand at all."
The Duros cheered. She crouched down, pressing her palms together.
"Like the point of a duha spear, like the blade of a knife. Strength lies where metal comes to a point, where worlds stand alone, with no need to wait for other fleets to defend them. There is true might. Each of us," she concluded, sweeping an arm out over the crowd, "must be strong, strong enough to take what she wants and defend it."
Loud cheers. Mara backed up against Luke and turned her masked head slightly.
"This kind of talk could finish what's left of the New Republic."
She caught just a shade of force energy spinning around him, extended to protect her. Evidently he wasn't trusting completely to their disguises, but taking a basic defensive stance, blurring the orator's view of their faces. "I've heard enough," he said. Anakin hadn't gone far. R2-D2 couldn't roll sideways in a crowd, so when Mara caught Anakin's attention and flicked a gloved finger, he nodded and backed away from the podium in a straight line. R2-D2 rolled beside him, wearing a new coat of copper-hued glaze. The avenue inbound from Duggan Station was lined with planters that served the obvious dual purpose of aesthetics and air scrubbing. Most local traffic seemed to travel on 1 or 2 passenger hoverbikes or enclosed hover pods. They found an inexpensive hostel, where Luke took a 2-room unit. It had 3 basic cot-over storage units and a refresher. One wall was programmable to several flat-screen images, including, according to its instruction panel, an exterior view of Buru City, hanging majestically in space over the dull brown planet below, Coruscant's night side, with or without an overlay of auroral displays, or shipping traffic entering and exiting hyperspace near Yagdul at the intersection of the Corellian trade spine and the Rimma trade route. Mara left it blank. R2-D2 rolled straight to a data station and plugged himself in. Mara peeled out of her goggles, mask, gloves, and dark robe, emerging in a comfortable flight suit. By then, Anakin's disguise lay strewn all over his cot. He sat down, stretching and flexing his fingers. After all the New Republic has done for them, how could they think that way? That's just one troublemaker, Mara said. But sometimes it only takes one. Remember Romamul? And that firebrand Nomanor? Fortunately, Anakin said, I didn't meet him. For Mara, Romamul had been a second encounter, serving as a minor diplomat's bodyguard to festivities on Monor II. She'd endured Honor's rhetoric until even the gentle native Sunesi couldn't tolerate him. They'd asked him to leave. Honor fanned an intrasystem resentment into open warfare at Romamul, got most of his own people killed, and himself too. But one troublemaker can sometimes be reached. Luke nodded. Reasoned with. I hope that's what we've got here. R2-D2 bleeped urgently. Luke paused halfway through pulling off one boot. What is it, R2? Mara couldn't follow the stream of toots and whistles. Evidently, Luke couldn't either. Hold on. He pushed up off his cot and crossed to the readout over R2-D2's dataport. Mara felt a sudden, somber change in his mood. Nothing serious, he told her. Everyone's all right. But Han and Jason's dome just got evacuated into Leia's. Some kind of infestation. Jason's probably collecting again, Anakin said. Not funny, Mara muttered. I don't think Duro supports much life. Luke's eyes unfocused for a moment. They're all fine, he said, and Jason just arrived up here on Buru. Great, Anakin muttered. Anakin, Luke said softly. Jason has to find his own path. It's part of hitting maturity. Sometimes that takes a while. Anakin sniffed. Mara wondered if she'd ever had a sibling, and if they would have gotten along. All right, she said. We'll bump into him sooner or later. But for now, our priorities are to find Tracina's missing apprentice and figure out Duro's political situation. Number 1's probably dependent on number 2. Right, Luke said. I'll talk to Corduro Shipping. Unless I'm wrong, that's where Jason has headed. Do that. An idea was forming at the back of Mara's mind. She'd brought along other disguises. Other people could have come to Duro fishing for well-formulated reasons not to open their worlds to refugees. The Kuwati Senator Vicky Shesh certainly hadn't established Selkor's main camp anywhere near Kuwat. Maybe Mara could scare up some information on who else here had anti-refugee leanings. She hauled one of her duffels into the refresher. When she stepped out half an hour later, Anakin grabbed his cot's edge with both hands. His eyebrows rose so far that they almost vanished under his dark hair. Laughing inwardly, she tilted up her chin and stared down at him. You may kiss our palm, she said in a languid Kuwati accent. Wow, he choked. Luke folded his arms and leaned back against the blank view wall, grinning. He'd seen her in many guises. But this one was spectacular. She'd tinted her red-gold mane a deep reddish-brown, and pulled it back severely into a tail at the crown of her head, securing it with a circlet of false emeralds. Bits of masking putty raised the bridge of her nose. Shadowing gel gave her cheeks a prominent hollow. More emeralds rimmed her ears and dangled halfway down her neck. The amethyst-colored tunic, belted in what would pass for gold, had a spatter of green gems on one shoulder, and the cutout beneath the high collar plunged drastically. Her elevated shoes were tapered, to give the illusion that the extra height was all her own, but the heels could be kicked off if she needed to make a fast getaway. She cuffed Anakin's shoulder.
"Don't drool on the carpet," she said. "I'm surprised you're still here."
"We won't be for long." Luke pushed off the wall. Mara smiled ruefully, sensing that he'd like her to stick around for another hour or so. Actually, that sounded good to her, too, but after putting on all this gear, she wanted to keep it unrumpled. "We have an appointment," Luke said. "That is, two Kubas have an appointment." Anakin frowned, still massaging life back into his face from wearing the rubbery mask.
"I'm just going to nose around," Mara said. "See what I can get from that crowd down at Port Duggan, where the performance is going on."
She read "be careful" in his eyes. Respecting his restraint, she didn't promise that she would. She simply nodded. His lips twitched. She enjoyed that, communicating without words or the Force.
"I'll send R2 a message if I end up elsewhere,"
she promised. Then she realized that she wanted to say, "You two take care," simply as a parting nicety. She was getting soft. She offered Luke her palm. He seized her hand, touched it with his lips, then tugged her close enough to whisper, "Come back soon." Chapter 16. An aide ushered Luke into Corduro Vice Director Durgard Braren's sumptuous office. Lit by crisscrossed strips on the ceiling and walls, its focal point was a decorative air circulation grill. Other black grills reached from floor to ceiling in freeform designs. At the room's front was a narrow counter, like something out of a tap calf. A lone Duros sat behind it. The triangular Corduro insignia on his right breast had a gold edging. Gray-green skin hung in folds under his chin. Over his ears, his hairless scalp was turning pale. He stood to greet the pair of imitation Kubas.
"Gentles, how may I serve you?"
Luke wasn't sure what information might be available. He meant to convince Vice Director Braren that he and Anakin were harmless, trying to bluff their way into dangerous circles. It mattered more than ever that he succeed. Everything mattered more now. He was helping to shape the future in which his child would grow up. In his best Kubas whir-overlaid basic, he said, "Many of our people are homeless. We have set up a colony on Yagdul, but we need supplies. I was told there were basic goods to be bought here. For a price." The Duros reached toward his countertop.
"The price could be more than you wish to pay, gentles," he said.
Two large humans appeared from behind a brown wall screen. Luke recognized the determination in their eyes, then the hopelessness behind it. He'd seen that mixture before, in Peace Brigade collaborators, humans who were already convinced the Yuuzhan Vong would win this war. That was an unwelcome complication. Had Corduro been corrupted? Or had Thrini Vey vanished because she detected collaboration on an even wider scope? A second thought hit him like an ion cannon blast, disrupting his other thoughts. Were the Yuuzhan Vong already targeting Duro? And were these their advance agents? He scrambled to regain his composure. "We are prepared," he whirred, "to offer New Republic credits, Kubindi bonds redeemable off-world, or—" A tone sounded through the room, and their host straightened. "One moment, gentles." Braren touched something in front of him, eyed a readout, and half smiled. Luke sensed an urge to send the strangers away. He countered it subtly, suggesting that Braren perceive his Kubindi guests as neutral witnesses. After all, their world was already gone. Braren appeared to consider the new thought, then said, "Gentles, please linger for a few minutes. I am reminded of a guest that my staff has kept waiting, so that he will know his place. I shall admit him now. Keep still, or your escorts will have to see you out." "Gladly," Luke whirred, "for my people's sake." He gestured Anakin back toward the brown wall screen. As they backed away, Luke evaluated the big human guards again. Commanding in size, but not devastatingly brilliant. They shouldn't present two Jedi much challenge if this came down to blows. Which it shouldn't. Luke sensed Jacen as he walked in, wearing a soft blue cap and a brown flight suit. To his deep concern, Jacen neither probed nor reached out with the Force. In fact, Luke sensed a deliberate damping of the Force all around his elder apprentice. Worse than before. He'd told Anakin that Jacen must find his own path. He knew it with all his heart and mind, but seeing Jacen like this hurt badly. Luke had made mistakes. He knew how painful the consequences might be, especially here and now. He stretched out and nudged Jacen. Jacen had spent most of the last hour in an anteroom, waiting for the vice director to admit him. He'd tried to sit patiently and reflect on his vision. It hadn't exactly called him to diplomacy, but this didn't seem like a wrong path. Now, like an echo out of his vision, he sensed his uncle. There, one of the two Kubas in the corner, between muscular bodyguard types. The other Kubas was Anakin. From his uncle, he thought he sensed a nudge to get the Duros talking. Straightening, he faced Vice Director Braren. What an opportunity. He could show his uncle and his brother the direction his vision and conscience and experiences were taking him.
"Jedi Jacen Solo."
The Vice Director, like other Corduro employees, wore a red-trimmed brown flight suit.
"This is unexpected."
"Thank you for—" Jacen stepped toward the desk.
"Stop,"
the Duros said.
"That's close enough."
Jacen halted. Did Braren want him standing on this exact spot? Testing, he edged sideways. The Vice Director didn't object. He deduced that the Duros wasn't trying to stand him over or under a greenie trap, but was simply frightened of Jedi and trying to protect himself. "Sir, I'm here on behalf of some very needy people. The refugees inside my mother's dome—"
"She is Leia Organa Solo, correct?"
Jacen's ear for accents and languages had almost adjusted to the Duros' tendency to gargle their R's. "Yes, sir. Those refugees are living under unbelievably primitive conditions.
Where are your Jedi robes, Jacen Solo? Are you here as an infiltrator?"
"No." Jacen spread his hands. "Not at all." The Duros pointed a long, knobby hand down at Jacen.
"Your supply problems are not our concern. Perhaps Cellcore is shorting you."
"Why would Cellcore do that?" The Duros shrugged eloquently.
Why not? Selkor decided for us that we wanted our planet reclaimed.
He raised a hand before Jason could answer.
We were consulted, but only nominally.
Why is this a problem? Jason asked. Don't you want it habitable down there?
We, the Vice Director said, are content with our roots pulled free. That sphere of stone once anchored us. Its factories became places to send malcontents and gutter grubbers. Now those citizens are returning to our well-run cities, upsetting our social balances.
He tilted his long head.
And if you restore a habitable planet, the Yuuzhan Vong could choose to move in. If they do, the blame will rest solely on Selkor.
He shot a glance toward the Kubas. Jason shifted his feet on a deep, soft carpet. Sir, if our supply shuttles don't get through, people will start to go hungry. We need your help. It's urgent. The Duros reached for the edge of his counter. A high tone sounded. The door behind Jason swished open. 2 armed Duros stalked in. What was this? Jason kept his hands lowered. Sir, I'm just asking for the chemicals we need to grow food. I have no intention of threatening you.
No?
The Vice Director asked.
Your enabling of Centerpoint Station, our near neighbor, changed the power balance in our region. Jedi make me nervous, especially young ones who use words like urgent. Often they don't have the maturity to know when to back down.
Thank you, Kip Duron, Jason muttered to himself. He hoped Anakin was paying attention. Sir, it was no Jedi who fired Centerpoint Station.
A new sentiment is spreading through the New Republic. Surely, Braren said, you have heard the Jedi philosophy challenged.
I have, Jason admitted. Most recently down at Port Duggan, when I arrived.
Ah, he said, you met my sister, Drusilla.
An eloquent speaker, Jason said, though the woman's philosophy might have come straight from the Yuuzhan Vong's propaganda offices. On second thought, they probably never bothered with subterfuge. Still, if Master Luke wanted information, this was going well. Now he needed to state his position. You have nothing to fear from me, Vice Director. You asked where I left my Jedi robes. At the moment, I have stood down from my status as a Jedi in training. The Duros bowed his long head and laughed bitterly.
Any Jedi whose mother is a Skywalker cannot stand down. Ever.
His red eyes glimmered.
It's time you learned that.
Jason clenched his hands at his sides. I'm learning to be my own man, not just my mother's son. This time, the 4 guards laughed too.
All right, man, the Vice Director said. What is it you want to offer Corduro Shipping in exchange for this missing cargo?
You don't understand, Jason insisted. Those supplies belong to us. They were sent by Coruscant.
So really, Braren said, you have come here to accuse my people of robbery.
Again, at the back of his mind, Jason saw the galaxy tip toward darkness. He spread his hands and backtracked. I have little to offer, he admitted. The Duros folded long, knobby hands on the bar desk's surface.
Well said, Jedi Solo. Now let me tell you some things. I am old enough to remember Emperor Palpatine. There was a human who could keep order. Maybe he carried some programs too far, such as trying to wipe out your kind. But I doubt that the Yuuzhan Vong would have stuck a tattooed toe into this galaxy if they arrived while he was in power.
Jason stood silently, wondering what else the Duros meant to tell him. Braren seemed to have forgotten the two Kubas.
"Some of our orbital cities retain drive units," he said, "from the days when our ancestors first steered them into place. Our homes aren't locked to Duro. We could leave and take home with us."
In that case, Jason wouldn't put it past them to divert and stockpile refugee supplies, though they could not admit that publicly. In the face of a possible invasion, he said softly, "You do have to consider your own people first." The Duros raised his head, then cocked it in surprise.
"Exactly. What use would the Yuuzhan Vong have for mechanical habitats?"
Jason straightened. At last, the Duros was listening. Because instead of pushing his demands, Jason had sympathized. "I agree," he said. "But they destroy what they despise. There are things you don't know about the Yuuzhan Vong. I've even been their prisoner.
How did you get away?"
Braren demanded. Jason exhaled heavily. He looked down at the floor, then raised only his eyes. "My uncle came for me." It had been spectacular. Since Master Luke was undoubtedly tracking his feelings, he sent a pulse of gratitude.
"There, you see?"
Braren drew up taller.
"Anyone whose mother is a Skywalker cannot stand down from being a Jedi."
"I'm trying," Jason said. "I am seriously trying to find out what I am, apart from all that." Braren rubbed his gray-green thumbs together over his folded hands. "I've seen terrible things," Jason continued. He related some of them. The slave-taking, the preoccupation with pain. "And death," he finished. "We've seen them sacrifice whole shiploads of prisoners. We know it's sacrifice, not simply elimination. I've spoken with a woman who was also their prisoner." Danny Quee's sad face flitted through his mind. He hoped she was safe, back on Coruscant. "I don't think you'd be safe, even if you took these habitats to another world. They'd shoot to destroy your technology."
"Is that a threat, Jedi?"
"No," Jason exclaimed. "I'm trying to help you, Vice Director. To warn you, not threaten you. We have to stand together."
"The old symbiosis dogma. Did you know that even as your water treatment settlement tried to become symbiotic with the Gateway Dome, Gateway was trying to develop more dependable water sources of its own and become independent of you? That was in your mother's weekly report."
He tilted his head triumphantly.
She, a Skywalker, was not working towards symbiosis at all.
"We are interdependent," Jason insisted. "Every settlement's work will contribute to making the surface habitable again." A bizarre idea drifted into his head. He wasn't authorized to do this, but... "Vice Director, if we settlers, the first people of a new Duro, offered to pay a tariff, a percent of all future goods, would that help ensure delivery? Say, 2%? That seemed plenty generous." The Duros stared over his clasped hands. Jason held his breath. They both knew Jason wasn't authorized to offer this. If other settlements called this a betrayal, they'd come braying for Jason's blood, not the Vice Director's.
20.
Braren waved one hand. Out of one corner of his eye, Jason saw those big human security guards relax. Too much. Jason felt increasingly awkward. His mother had authorized him to try diplomacy, but did that include giving away goods? Selkor negotiated with Corduro for delivery of supplies, Jason insisted. Your people are already being paid.
And you, the vice director said, have been sent to me as a negotiator. Fascinating.
He raised a finger, beckoning one bulky aide away from the two inoffensive Kubas.
Jedi Solo, I would like to continue these negotiations. Please consider yourself my guest for the time being, until I can contact your mother and Coruscant.
Did the Duros mean to hold him for ransom, or as a hostage? Or would Braren really negotiate? Jason was glad there'd been witnesses in here, though no one could call them impartial. He couldn't wait to tell Master Skywalker about his vision, too. Finally, he might get some help settling his mind. I'll ask one condition, though. Braren's brow ridge rose.
I do not believe you are in a position to set conditions.
Wait. Listen. Deliver all the supplies you contracted to take groundside, as long as I'm your guest. His uncle would like that, even if Anakin was too young to understand.
You have no way of checking that, Jedi.
Don't I? Jason looked hard into the Duros' large eyes. In fact, he didn't. But Braren didn't know that. You must help us hold back the Yuuzhan Vong. If we can't maintain a strong front against them, they'll pick us off, one system at a time. They're already doing it.
We've heard that story, the Duros said, but he waved the second guard forward. Escort young Solo to my guest room, he said. Stay with him outside in the hallway. I will speak with him later.
Jason glanced toward the brown wall screen on his way out. Hope you got what you wanted, Uncle Luke, he thought, knowing his uncle would recognize only an unspoken query. One Kubaz barely nodded. The other turned away. Mara dropped her datapad on a console as she re-entered the rental unit. A quick check of both rooms confirmed that they were empty, and her practiced eye saw no sign that anyone else had entered. Sporting her new disguise around Buru, she'd had no trouble finding a Duros willing to talk, especially when she explained that she was afraid she'd wake up one morning to find Kuat pocked with refugee camps. The Duros merchant talked freely, sensing a potential convert. She recorded his philosophy on her datapad, pressing harder and deeper for clarification on doctrinal points. Finally, convinced by her eagerness, he promised to forward her the very latest word of wisdom, which should arrive in 2 days. At that point, her ear for intelligence pricked. How, she asked casually, could he know so exactly? He shrugged. That was always the day it arrived. Mara thanked him regally, departing with more information than he knew he'd given out. Without bothering to lose her costume, she sat down at the rental room's dataport and plugged in her pad. Minutes later, thanks to codes Gent developed years ago for Talon Card, she was deep into Buru's communications bureau. Dozens of broadcasts always arrived on that day of the week. Out of those, she narrowed her possibilities to 3 that came from OutSystem, and 1 that arrived from the surface, an official report from Selkor's Gateway Dome, where research was conducted. Selkor, in its wisdom, still tried to keep the Duros duly impressed with the detoxification process. That source she could check quickly. She keyed up the most recent broadcast. On the surface, it was nothing more than a series of progress reports. 2 toxic swamps seeded with reclamation organisms, 3 enclosures drained and plowed for planting, small mammals loosed on the grass prairie. That experiment hadn't turned out so well. Half died, and the other half showed no eagerness to nest and breed. She carried one of Gent's decoding programs in her datapad. It was the matter of a minute to copy the transmission and run the program. She waited while it applied various codes to the program, coming up with only gibberish. Until it hit pay dirt. Her hair tail fell over her face as she leaned into the datapad. One of the dirt-down scientists had used an old Romamulian military code. Mara remembered the passionate, even illogical antagonism of the Romamulians' slain spiritual leader, Nomanor. Toward the end of this text, she even spotted some of the exact phrases that Duros' orator had used at Duggan Station. She pushed away, tilting her chin to let the hair tail settle behind her head. Someone down at Gateway, a Duros, or someone else with reason to make trouble in the Duro system, had connections to Romamul, where she'd already heard this kind of rhetoric. The Jade Shadow had belonged to a spice merchant before Lando's refit droids installed its camouflaged armament. It would pass as a noblewoman's runner. As Kuati nobility, she ought to have at least one servant, but she couldn't always get what she wanted. She left Luke a message with R2-D2. Han's head and shoulders glimmered over a holoprojector in one of the Gateway admin building's offices. "Sounds exactly like Rhonda, crashing the comm office that way," he said. "Threaten him if you have to. He respects you."
"He used to," Jaina said. "For a while."
She shook her head. Now she just wished the hut would leave her alone. "Guess we shouldn't have let him sleep in our control shed. I shouldn't have even brought him along." Jaina shrugged.
"No, you did the right thing."
"Well, go warn him he's headed for permanent lockup. And then keep an eye on him. Keep him out of Leia's way. Somebody tried to sabotage her mining laser last night."
"Then I'll stay out of her way, too."
Jaina pulled her soft Cellcore blue cap low, warmly covering her ears, and went out. She found Rhonda's tent quickly. Blubbering noises filtered through its blue walls. She pulled open the flap. Rhonda sat on his sleeping mat, holding a leathery ball in one little hand. He twitched that hand, as if to hide it, then thrust it forward, more forcefully. His blubbering and moaning shut off.
"Take it," he ordered. "I expected Ambassador Organa Solo, or her security people."
Jaina recognized the Villip. Her stomach wrenched. Rhonda, a spy? No wonder he'd been hanging out in the communication centers.
"How long have you been working for them?"
she demanded, holding herself ready to fend off an attack.
"I am not,"
the hut growled.
"I asked to speak with them, hoping to negotiate on behalf of my people. They rebuffed me."
"When?"
Jaina took another step forward.
"When did you contact them?"
"Yesterday."
"Only once?"
"I swear it by my—"
"Oh, right, I believe you,"
she said, loading her voice with sarcasm.
"So that's why you tried to warn Senator Shesh there were Yuuzhan Vong on the way. Because you somehow found a Villip, somewhere inside Gateway Dome."
"The senator assured me that reinforcements will arrive shortly."
Jaina worked the tip of her thumb with one fingernail. If Jason was right, if Shesh wasn't to be trusted, then the woman would not lobby to send reinforcements. She might even report Rhonda to the Yuuzhan Vong.
"I made an error," the hut assured her. "Truly I did. But I have repaired it. Now—"
"Do you think anyone will believe that? Give me that."
Jaina snatched the leathery Villip. That brought her momentarily chest to belly with the hut, close enough to catch a whiff of his fetid body odor. Clutching the stiff Villip under one arm, She stalked out of the shelter and hustled toward the gray admin building. Chapter 17. Mara was ordered not to land at Gateway's main gate. "The decontam area just inside's under quarantine," they told her, doubtless from the evacuation of infested Settlement 32. A young voice directed her northeast to a smaller, blasted-out landing area that was actually bordered by green plant growth. The scientists really had made progress here. The world was coming back to life. Whether or not it survived could depend on what she found out. A fringe of slender boarding tubes clustered from the northeast gate. Mara waited shipboard until Gateway's crew connected one to Shadow's starboard access hatch, then threw a thin cloak over her finery and hurried up the synthplast tube. Inside the huge Gateway dome to the southwest, she spotted a gray building 2 stories tall, ringed with lower constructs. Steam boiled out of one of the outbuildings. In an open area to her left, sandy soil had been raked into 2 short rows that suggested settlers' private gardens. To the right, behind a powder-blue city of tents, low ruins bit into the skyline. A distant rumble pulsed, some kind of digging or mining apparatus. Not bad for a refugee city. She pulled a deep breath. It even had good air, when most refugee settlements were stinking mudholes. Sympathetic administration. She decided to speak with Leia before she poked around. If her mysterious contact gave her trouble, she might have to leave in a hurry. The admin building's lower story was centered on a staircase instead of lift tubes, its duracrete blocks crumbly in spots. She climbed the stairs, found a door marked Organa Solo, and strode in. A familiar protocol droid stood inside.
"Good morning," he greeted her. "I am C-3PO, Human-Cyborg Relations." "So I see." Remaining in character, she dropped her cloak on a metal-framed chair and looked haughtily around the room. Large desk, cot, focus cooker, storage lockers. One room for all functions. But no Leia. "I am Baroness Mewling of Kuat. I wish to speak with the administrator."
The droid spread his arms.
"I am terribly sorry, Baroness. Administrator Organa Solo is engaged at present. We have had a series of rather vexing shipping problems. Perhaps I could deliver a message."
Mara shook her head, letting the masquerade lapse.
"You certainly can, 3PO. Tell Leia her sister-in-law wants 2 minutes.
C-3PO swiveled his head. She almost laughed at his perpetually puzzled expression, and just how appropriate it looked at the moment.
"I shall attempt to break her free. Baroness?"
His voice sounded dubious.
"Wait here, please."
"I'm not going anywhere." C-3PO swish-whirred out the door. He needed lubrication. If Leia was missing little details like oiling C-3PO, she was busy. The door opened again 40 seconds later, and Leia hustled in. She'd swathed her head in a white scarf, and her cheeks looked a little hollower, her eyes darker than Mara had seen before. She looked long and hard at Mara.
"It is you,"
she finally pronounced. She leaned forward and embraced Mara, cautiously, as one overdressed diplomat would greet another. C-3PO backed away, shaking his head. Mara bent down to squeeze Leia's shoulders.
"I've got to talk with you."
"I didn't know you were in system."
"Just arrived."
"Is Luke with you?"
"And Anakin."
"Sit down. I could stand to sit a few minutes." Mara took the metal-framed chair, facing the large window. Steam from the outbuilding created a sort of exterior curtain. Leia sank into a similar chair behind the massive desk. Cellcore had probably shipped it. Opposite the cot and cooking area, Mara spotted a pair of incongruously ornate wall sconces, crafted of dark iron in fantastic shapes.
"Can I get you something?" Leia asked. "We have the basics." "Just a glass of water."
Leia sent C-3PO to the cooking area. While he clattered and poured, Mara caught Leia up to date on the military situation at Coruscant. She said nothing about the force-warm spot under her beltline. Instead, she related what she'd heard at Buru, and what else she'd found.
"A Romamulian code?"
Leia's eyebrows rose toward her white turban.
"I hope we don't end up with Red Knights of Life here."
She tapped the edge of her desk with a writing stylus, and her voice turned bitter.
"From 10 to 30% of our supplies aren't getting through. I just sent Jason to check on that."
Mara raised an eyebrow. Leia chuckled.
"Always in character, aren't you?" "It's a survival instinct. Don't change it for me."
C-3PO brought over a pitcher and 2 glasses. Mara drank deeply as Leia finished cataloging her recent troubles. The water tasted musty, and one admission obviously came hard. Leia had been 20 clicks from Han, and neither one knew it.
"We've put it behind us," she insisted, "but it'll take me a long time to live it down. For all they knew, I was back on Coruscant. I wasn't there for Jaina." "Jaina's grown up, Leia." "So she reminds me. You know, daughters are tricky. They're your closest friend and your worst competitor, all rolled up in a package that reminds you how you used to look."
Mara almost told her. Instead, she asked,
"Who made last week's Cellcore report about seeding the toxic swamps?" "Dr. Kriar."
Leia turned to the masterboard on her desktop, touched a few panels, and nodded.
"My head researcher. He's a miracle worker. Why?"
That wasn't what Mara expected.
"What do you think of him, personally?"
Leia shrugged.
"I'm sure 3PO tried to chase you off by telling you how busy I am. Well, it's true. And I haven't met Dr. Kriar. He's—"
The door slid open. Jaina strode in, wearing a gray flight suit, a narrow-rimmed cap pulled low, and a peculiar face mask. Mara felt a whisper of energy brush against her.
"Aunt Mara!" Jaina exclaimed. "Very good. I needed an introduction to get through to your mother."
Jaina's smile faded.
"Before you ask what's wrong, I was too close to a ship that blew. I should have perfect vision again in a couple of weeks. So whatever that fancy blur is you're wearing, it didn't even register."
Mara laughed. Jaina swept off her cap to display a faint brown stubble.
"Decontamination. Quite a mark of status in here."
Mara eyed Leia's white scarf.
"Was this necessary?" "Maybe not," Leia said, "but the gesture was appreciated. A lot of refugees forget that my world was destroyed 25 years ago. They like seeing this. It reminds them I'm a refugee too. We're already having minor problems with the Rin." "What are they doing?" "Nothing. The problem is other people. They've grown up thinking Rin are baby snatchers and compulsive thieves. They're shunned. It's amazing how stoically they take that."
Mara said. Her mind shifted back to another subject.
"I need to speak with your Dr. Kriar, but I won't ask for an introduction, since you haven't met."
"I'll go with you," Jaina said. "I'm not doing anything important at the moment."
"Can you see well enough?" Mara demanded. "If this Duros is somehow connected to Romamul, he might not be much of a host. Remember our reception there?"
Jaina laughed shortly.
"Don't worry. I can use the Force to amplify what I can't see. And don't tell me that isn't a justified use." "It is," Mara murmured. "And I can use you. A real Kuwati wouldn't travel without at least one servant. I've got some things back at the Shadow to dress you up."
She shot a glance at Leia.
If you don't mind my borrowing your assistant for a few hours.
Leia flicked her hand.
She isn't at my beck and call, Mara. Even if your children ever come home, they aren't really yours anymore.
The research building was a showpiece. Banks of scientific instruments and devices, all manufactured on core worlds. Smooth, sterile white walls and acoustically textured ceilings. Its main floor was divided into 6 laboratories, looking exactly like labs on any other world, thanks to Cellcore. In each one, some experiment or another was humming. Mara found Dr. Kriar's lab and walked in. 2 aides sat at a long lab bench. One supervised what looked like a titration experiment, involving a 6x10 array of transparent tubes. Another poured dollops of viscous liquid out of a flask into flat dishes. She waved Jaina forward.
"Good morning,"
Jaina said imperiously.
"Is the doctor about?"
The near-tech, a hefty young man with a red mustache, set down a flask of cloudy liquid. "He's gone out. Said he'd be in Sector 7. Mara looked around at the scientific setup. According to the file she'd just studied, Dr. Kriar had produced plants and protozoans that were creating an arable zone, gleefully chowing down on soil toxins that would have killed everything but Fefza beetles.
"Very well."
Mara laid a hand on Jaina's shoulder. Jaina, dressed in the carpet-textured gown of a Kuwati servant, clasped her opposite wrists inside her long draped sleeves. Mara had found her a braided wig.
"We can wait,"
Mara said. 2 hours later, Mara leaned one arm against a laboratory counter and fixed a still imperious stare on one of Dr. Dacid Kriar's human and Sullustan aides. Unlike Leia, Mara did have the time to hunt down Dr. Kriar, and as she told his technicians several times, she was perfectly willing to wait out the day. She amused herself striding around the laboratory, lifting flasks and examining culture gels, making the techs nervous. Finally, another aide, who'd been trying to center a row of tiny glass tubules under an array of slender nozzles, rocked back on his stool. He brushed hair away from his face. "Baroness," he said wearily, "why don't you and your servant get a couple of breath masks out of the first-floor storage bin, go down through the tunnel, and see if you can find Dr. Kriar outside in the swamps?"
Now we're getting somewhere. "You can see I am not dressed for swamp travel."
"The ground's dry around them. I'm sure he'd be willing to talk with a distinguished visitor." Mara raised an eyebrow.
"If he returns in my absence,"
she said firmly,
"direct him to follow the tunnel, you say?"
"Down the stairs, turn right. Last door on your right is storage. And be sure to get those breath masks. Right outside this building you'll see a covered stair. Admin let us dig our own route to the research fields, since the north gate's so far out of our way. We're in the soft rock zone. It only took a couple days."
"Very well."
Mara overlaid her voice with a measure of irritation.
"Emily, come along."
Jaina bowed slightly.
"Yes, Baroness."
Mara led the way downstairs, found the breath masks where the harried tech described, and headed straight for the tunnel entry. It dropped quickly at first, then more slowly, scantily lit by occasional overhead glow rods. Mara slowed enough to murmur,
"You're all right with this?"
Jaina shrugged.
"I've gotten used to feeling my way in the dark." "All right, back into character then, and stay in character unless I make it obvious that we're through play acting." "Right,"
Jaina whispered. Mara led on. The tunnel gradually curved right, headed, she guessed, through the soft rock cliffs toward the flatland she'd seen on approach.
"Wait,
she murmured. She backstepped several meters. She'd heard a faint change in their footsteps echo. At the darkest point, between two glow rods, a side passage had been cut. A sheet of stiff fabric, roughly the shade of the surrounding stone, covered the passageway.
"Ah,"
Mara said, slipping back into character. She peeled the fabric away from the stone's edge and found a faint glow, illuminating a narrower passage.
"This way, I think."
She marched 5 meters to a 90-degree bend in the passage, turned left and found a sizable chamber. Standing beside a lab bench was a tall, slender Duros, holding 2 flasks of opaque brown liquid.
"Dr. Kriar."
Mara raised her chin.
"You are difficult to find. I hope you will make this journey worthwhile."
The Duros scientist set down his flasks.
"Madam,"
he said sternly,
"this is my private research area. State your business."
The chamber's walls, floors, and ceiling were bare stone. Mara spotted a sleeping pad against an inner wall, and several elevated— were those reagent tanks? The petcock assemblies looked organic. In a compartment along one wall, she recognized an open water bath incubator, warmed by a flame from below. It looked like a storage facility. Jaina shuffled forward, keeping her hands inside the drape of her sleeves.
"Doctor," she said, "this is Baroness Mewling of Kuat. She has come to you with a grave concern."
Mara spotted a backless chair that had the look of a cut-out shipping crate. She strode toward it and seated herself. Finally, Kriar stepped toward her. His large red eyes seemed to glow.
"Why have you honored me with a visit, Baroness?" "Even on other worlds," she said, "word has reached us of your fine work, your dedication. Indeed, Administrator Organa Solo calls you a miracle worker."
He spread his hands modestly.
"Duro," she said, "has obviously been made a dumping ground for other species. My people may face a similar fate. Contacts whom I met up in Buru City say that you are a close disciple of someone who is trying to turn that tide on behalf of your own people."
In the Baroness role, she usually got farther by piling flattery on a subject than by bullying. She piled it deeper. From the moment they entered the chamber, Jaina had sensed something odd. She hadn't encountered any Duros here. Her medrunner had been cleared directly to ground, without stopping in orbit. But she didn't like this guy. Hesitantly, she reached out with a flicker of the Force. How hostile was he really? She felt nothing. She couldn't even find him. She kept her eyes lowered with an effort. She hadn't heard of Yuuzhan Vong masquerading as Duros. But if they could breed creatures that made them look convincingly human, this would be only a small step farther. The only way she'd know for sure would be to unmask him. One problem: the masker's activating spot was alongside the nose, and Duros had no noses. Kriar's face was only a blur anyway. Jaina hesitantly directed a flicker of the Force toward it. She stroked the spot on his face where she thought his nose would be, if he were human. Nothing happened. She tried stroking another spot, slightly left, away from the blur's center. Still nothing. Meanwhile, her mind raced. What if she needed to draw her lightsaber? She could hardly see the guy. He batted his face distractedly, the way a nerf herder might flick away summer gnats. But she'd practiced endlessly against remotes, sometimes blindfolded. Remotes had no more Force presence than a Yuuzhan Vong. She pressed outward again. Mara sat stiff-backed on Kriar's shipping crate, as if it were a baronial throne. Dr. Kriar had finally consented to explain some of his philosophy.
"Undermine local jurisdictions, and I—"
He flung up both knobby hands, but not before Mara saw something horribly familiar. Just below one of the dark folds that crossed his face, his gray hide rippled. A corner peeled back, exposing pale skin and the edge of a black tattoo. She sprang to her feet, seized her lightsaber out of her amethyst-colored tunic's folds, and activated it. Instantly, Jaina jumped back, whipping her own lightsaber from her dark, heavy sleeve. Blue-gray skin kept shrinking, revealing a skeletal face with bluish eye sacs. As if his hide had turned to liquid, the loose flap melted down inside his laboratory coat. Kriar stood his ground, laughing. For all Mara could see, he was unarmed.
"Don't move," she warned him. "You're not wearing armor, and you're vulnerable."
Kriar's laughter died, and his pale lip curled.
"Mara Jade Skywalker, is it? Why aren't you dead?"
Caught off guard, Mara demanded,
"Have we met?"
The Yuuzhan Vong tossed back his hideous head.
"No wonder the New Republic can't hold on to a galaxy. Even its so-called heroes are stupid. Yes, we have met. I've nearly killed you."
Jaina took one step closer.
"I know that voice,"
she muttered.
"You should,"
the alien growled.
"Let me give you a hint."
"Romamul."
Jaina held her lightsaber low.
"You're Nomanor. You tricked people into believing you were human. Then you tricked them into thinking you were killed."
He inclined his head.
"You, at least, approach worthiness. But you are not worthy yet."
Mara gripped her lightsaber, thinking back to another meeting with Nomanor at Monor II. The native Sonesi had invited several hundred diplomats to the accession of their 10th priest prince, Agapos X. Some trigger poppy splinter group had threatened a minor diplomat from Coruscant, so Mara went along as a bodyguard. She'd also wanted to see Monor II's glittering, cirrofog-laden atmosphere.
"You wore a black mask and black robes,"
Jaina said.
"What happened to your slave, that mousy little man?"
The creature's lips peeled back in a sneer.
"Shock Tinoctin was well rewarded for faithful service."
Mara glanced around the laboratory. Even if Anor had biological weapons in plain sight, she might not recognize them. But she would love to catch him alive. She'd made a science of stomping on massive egos, of throwing people off guard and probing for their weaknesses.
"So the petty troublemaker is making petty trouble again,"
she said, raising one eyebrow.
"Petty?"
He reached toward the lab bench.
"Freeze," she ordered. "Pick anything up and you're dead."
His fingers twitched toward the flask, the one he had been holding when she entered the room.
"You couldn't reach me before I threw this. It's full of coom spores, Jade Skywalker. The spores I painted on 100 abominable breath masks before that outdoor ceremony."
Mara's stomach lurched.
"They didn't all sicken right away,"
she recalled. She'd fallen ill 2 months later.
"The epidemiologists eventually concluded multiple causes."
But that occasion had been fingered as the single time all those sick people were in one place. He laughed.
"They were meant to conclude that. The coom spore's sheath dissolves at different rates in different species. This is your worst fear, Jedi.
His fingers twitched again.
Relapse, weakness, death. A much higher dose than before, and that was fatal in all other cases, all species.
In that instant, she realized how vulnerable she was. If she got sick now, her child could be destroyed. If he wasn't already doomed. Honor could infect Jaina, too. Jaina had other senses than eyesight, but she was in no shape for hand-to-hand combat against someone who couldn't be sensed through the Force, and whose weapon was suspended in a liquid.
You never answered my question,
he called.
Why are you still alive?
You're the last one I'd tell. Vergere was still out there. Somewhere. Get back, Jaina. Then Mara lunged, slicing low with her lightsaber. Only a feint. But instead of returning her attack, he turned and fled. Not up the passage where they'd come, but beyond the lab counter, toward a smaller door. He left the flask on the countertop. Her impulse was to chase him down. Trap! Her instincts shrieked. Don't follow! Then her danger sense went off like a siren. She hesitated as Jaina sprinted around the laboratory bench. She had to make the right call. 3 lives were at stake, and only 1 was in fighting trim. Blast, she muttered, kicking the elevated heels off her fancy shoes. Jaina, this way! She spun toward the passage where they'd come in. 3 retorts, like ricocheting projectile shots, sounded overhead. Startled, she glanced up. A crack opened in the stony ceiling. It branched again, and again. She waved Jaina toward the tunnel, crying, Run! A chunk of stone hit the floor beside her. Jaina reached the doorway. All around them, ceiling, walls, soft rock crumbled. Mara pushed Jaina ahead of her, reaching deep inside herself, trying to divert each stone as it fell. She split a dozen with her lightsaber, but they fell too thickly. As rock dust choked off the light ahead and behind her, she pushed Jaina down, fell on her, and pushed out with the Force. She kept the presence of mind to extinguish her lightsaber. The noise went on, like a powerful waterfall, for several age-long seconds. Jaina rolled out from under her. She'd killed her lightsaber, too. In utter darkness, Mara couldn't see what Jaina was doing, but she did hear a plaintive, Ow! Hit your head? Mara asked quietly. Slightly. Momentary silence. You're keeping that up with the Force? No. Just my radiant personality. She softened her voice. Do you still have the rebreathers? Yes, here. Keep mine for now. Mara rose to a crouch, planted her hands against hard stone, and tried pushing up harder with the Force. If only a small stonefall surrounded them, it ought to move. Or shift, at least. It didn't. 10-1, she grumbled. He brought his own kind of rock chewers here to Duro. He dug out his own side tunnel, and while he did, he set traps for Leia's security people. Jaina's voice sounded sour. You retreated because of me, didn't you? We could have taken him. We could have killed him right there. I'll get that creature, if it's the last thing I do. Mara hadn't hated anyone this desperately since Luke Skywalker. A lifetime ago. Luke? She stretched out and felt his concern. I'm all right, she assured him. For now. Don't drop what you're doing just yet. He wouldn't catch words, only sensation. But he would catch a lot of that. Jaina said, There's a good chance the rock falls shorter back the way he went. Point, Mara said. And that it's also the way he wanted us to go. Her instincts had warned her. and she would face 100 other horrors before she let that Sith spawn expose her child to his deadly spores. Maybe the flask held something else, this time, but she'd heard truth in his boast. He had infected her. The same instincts were finally blaring loud and clear that it was no Yuuzhan Vong bioweapon deep inside her body. It was a normal, defenseless child. A sky crawler, as Leia had teased optimistically shortly after her wedding. She thumbed her comlink, though she didn't have much hope.
"Leia, do you copy?"
Silence.
"Hello, Gateway. This is an emergency. Does anyone read me?"
Nothing. The stone was too thick.
"I think the air smells strange, Aunt Mara."
Put your breather on. Had that flask on the countertop shattered?
We're not getting any dust through this force bubble. I don't honestly know what else might get through, but probably not microbes.
Then she said,
"I need you to join with me, so I can nudge the bubble higher in the direction we want to go. I'll try to slide rocks off the back of the bubble while I lift other rocks ahead of us, and I'll fill in those gaps before the ceiling collapses any lower. Do you see what I've got in mind?"
"Do you think it'll work?" Jaina sounded dubious. Mara frowned.
"I'd love to hear your better plan."
After several seconds, Jaina answered glumly, "Can you picture what it is you want to do?"
"I'm working on it."
Visualizing this wrong would flatten their bubble of safety. She needed to move about 100 rocks simultaneously up, over, and behind them. Then another 100, and another. It could take hours.
"Open to me, Jaina, the way you used to do in training."
She was glad they'd grabbed the masks. Chapter 18. Still wearing his Kubaz disguise, Luke paused in a tall residential tower's hallway, where Jason had been escorted. Another sudden crisis had caught Mara unawares. Again adrenaline gusted through him. Again he had to fight the urge to drop everything, dash to the docks, and go to her. Instead, he reached deep and listened. Details didn't reach him. Her alert level dropped rapidly to her usual deadly calm under fire. He couldn't make out much else. Anakin hurried back toward him.
"What?"
he demanded. "Your aunt." Luke shut his eyes, alert for details. Earlier he'd caught the sense of danger, then anger, then a moment of painful decision, of shoving aside her considerable pride. It was harder to flee than to stand and fight. Didn't he know it? Now he plainly caught her flicker of assurance, focused toward him. Unbeaten, she was exerting herself powerfully. He caught the image of darkness, and thousands of stones, and the daunting job of repositioning them. He formed a query. It would take him hours to reach her. He wouldn't hesitate to get to his X-Wing, though. He'd barely shaped the thought when he felt Jaina's presence alongside Mara's. With Jaina's help, she felt confident that she had her situation under control. And his child's. He sensed her gratitude, though. That fortified him like few things he'd ever felt. Reluctantly, he turned to follow Anakin through the twisting halls of the massive residential complex's 12th story. As he did, he tried threading some of his own strength, love, and calm power into the bond that joined him with Mara. He had no idea if that would give her more energy, but he sensed she was drawing something. She could need everything Jaina had, and more. It comforted him to try, even if he had no assurance this would work. No assurance but his faith in Mara, and in the Force itself. Concluding his business with Vice Director Braren hadn't taken long. Braren had nothing to sell. and that seemed to confirm the theory that some of the Duros were stockpiling goods, hoping to take one of their orbital cities and leave Duro entirely. Luke could see them doing that only if they'd sold out the rest of the system, particularly the Refuge's dirt side, laboring to build a new world. He'd sent R2-D2, plugged in back at the hostel, another message. Search Core Duro records for anything that smacked of Peace Brigade involvement with Core Duro or Cellcore itself. He hadn't forgotten Card's warning that there were suspicions that the Intelligence Division, maybe even the Advisory Council itself, had been infiltrated. Maybe Cellcore had too. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the opportunity to evaluate the different counselors during that last meeting. He glanced at the tiny heads-up display inside his goggles. If R2-D2 found anything, he could send an alert. Then a message that would repeat until Luke signaled him by comlink. First, though, he had to find Jason. Luke had seen clearly, in Braren's office, that Jason stood at a major junction on his journey. Forsaking the Force might not be as deadly as turning to the dark side, but that wasn't the future Luke wanted for his nephew. Evening had arrived, and Buru City's big lights dimmed outside the hallway view bubbles. Two tall Duros in Core Duro uniforms waited on either side of an unmarked door around the next bend. "Take the near one," Luke murmured. Gently, almost tenderly, Luke pushed the farther guard down into a deep sleep. The Duros sagged against the synth-plas mosaic wall. The other guard followed him down. "Good," he told Anakin. "Stay out here. If anyone else shows up, put them down the same way. I shouldn't be long." Jason's host had left him in a bedroom with a large, round, transparasteel window and 2 hallway guards. Standing beside the window, he'd watched the big lights fade on Buru's central plaza. The open space was almost large enough to create the illusion of a living planet, with diagonal bracing struts that ran from street level to the faintly blue artificial ceiling. As in the avenues, raised planters supported massive trees that were layered with vines. It was a far cry from the jungles of Yavin 4, but Jason was starting to understand why the Duros would rather live here than down in the murk. Now he lay on a soft bed in semi-darkness, wondering if he'd done the right thing after all. Braren didn't seem to be in any hurry to finish negotiating tariffs. The hall door opened silently. Jason slid his hand under his pillow and got a grip on his lightsaber. A dark form slipped through. Jason saw the short trunk and goggles of a Kubaz, then heard as the door slid shut, "Jason, it's me." Jason knew the voice. He would have sensed the presence if he'd been alert to the Force. He let go of his lightsaber, but he didn't wave on a light. "Master Skywalker, there could be listening devices." "Not at the moment." Luke sank onto his bed's foot, moving as silently as a shadow. He pulled off his trunked mask and laid it on the bed beside him. "What is it you're trying to accomplish, Jason? How can I help?" Jason didn't need any further encouragement. He poured out his vision, relating every detail he could remember. When he got to the parts about Luke in shining white robes, a magnificent warrior of the light, his uncle's cheek twitched, and he looked away, seemingly embarrassed. Most vivid of all was the voice, though, and the command to stand firm. "I didn't," Jason said. "I slipped. I fell, barely on the dark side of the balance point. Everything started to slide. Everything." He shuddered, remembering the stars turning dark. "Do we have the right," he asked, "to use this magnificent, terrifying light as if we were in charge of the universe?" Faintly lit through the window, Luke frowned. "Jason, The Force is our heritage. Unless we use it, we have no better way to safeguard peace and justice than any police group. Many Jedi are misusing their powers. Not all, Luke answered softly. I want to reach them, Jacen said. I've finally had time to think this through. I'm marginally famous, just because of you and Mom and Dad. And Anakin, he admitted. And Jaina. If I go out on a limb, if I refuse to channel the Force in aggressive ways, other Jedi would have to pay attention. It's a noble cause. Luke's weight shifted on the bed. But are you ready to stake your life on it? Jacen had thought about just that. Yes, he said. Even if I died, my death might wake up the rest of the Jedi. It might prick their consciences into realizing they can't just blast around with all the power at their disposal without suffering consequences. But it's you, Luke said gently, who would suffer the consequences, not any of the others. I can't do anything about them. I can only offer myself. He felt his uncle's scrutiny. Never forget that it's one thing to lay down your life when you have to, but to choose death when you could have escaped, that diminishes us all. Jacen frowned. He didn't want to overestimate his importance, or the other Jedi's willingness to pay attention. We're developing bad patterns, he insisted. We're slipping past everyone else's laws, and those laws are the foundations of society and security. We're leading the charge back into the dark times, into the survival of the meanest. We'll be ruled by bullies if this goes on. That is an excellent point, Luke said. Be careful, though. If you feel this wrong about using the Force aggressively, then you can't simply cut back. You don't feel confident about deciding what use is aggressive. You're afraid to act, afraid that your actions will have repercussions beyond imagining. Yes, Jacen exclaimed. Yes, that's it. In that frame of mind, Luke said, to direct the Force at all is wrong. At all? Jacen pulled himself upright. That put his head and shoulders out of the bed's heat field, giving him a faint chill. Every act that doesn't come out of absolute faith can lead to fear and darkness, Luke said sternly. Jacen's memory fled back to his uncle's academy, to the Praxium, to countless conversations. I have been imagining terrible consequences of making mistakes, he admitted. Don't you see? This is why I've hoped that you wouldn't re-establish the Jedi Council. We must be answerable to the Force itself, not a group of fallible individuals. If we can understand it well enough to use it, we ought to be able to use it rightly, or else decide not to use it at all. His uncle looked puzzled. Does that follow? He asked, from all you've been telling me? It has to, Jacen mumbled. Somehow, it all has to fit together. Be careful your pride doesn't destroy you, Jacen. Jacen gripped the bed's thin privacy cover. Pride? You told us that power driven by vengeance led to pride. And the dark side. There's a more subtle pride, Luke explained. You're claiming to be too humble to use the Force, aren't you? Jacen thought hard. Was he? Maybe you're the only Jedi who's perceptive enough to realize that what we all do is wrong. No, Jacen interrupted. I'm the one who was warned. You're not doing anything wrong. But if it's wrong for you, Luke said calmly, shouldn't you be warning the rest of us? Jacen slumped against the wall. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's exactly what I'm trying to do."
"They're not listening," Luke said softly.
Jason felt as if he'd been kicked. The silhouette laid a hand on his shoulder.
"You're dealing with the very heart of what it means to be Jedi. Be careful about sacrificing your gifts to help others see the truth as you perceive it. That's too close to the kind of sacrifices the Yuuzhan Vong practice. They serve extinction."
Jason shivered. "I don't want to even get close to that."
"You see your heritage as a grave responsibility. You've caught my attention, Jason. You've shown me that we should make much more of the ethics of using our powers when training our apprentices. Thank you."
Jason's cheeks twitched. He couldn't help grinning. What an honor.
"Do you have any lead-in?" Luke asked. "Where your destiny could be taking you next? You don't have to fulfill it all today, you know. I never dreamed at your age where mine would lead me. What's your next small step?"
"I think," Jason said slowly, still stunned by his master's show of confidence, "that if I can, I should convince the Duros to support the New Republic by keeping their promises."
"That could be," Luke said gravely, "but there could be treachery in high places. You can't negotiate that away."
Jason's stomach tightened. "Is that what brought you and Anakin to Duro?"
Luke nodded. "An apprentice vanished here. Now we find Corduro isn't making deliveries, and I just met 2 humans who remind me very much of peace brigaders. R2's seeing what he can get off Buru's mainframe."
"If Braren had Peace Brigade connections, this house arrest wasn't safe. Thanks for warning me."
"You have to choose. Use the Force as you've been trained to do, or leave it alone. You can't just cut back."
"All right then," Jason said. "I'll leave it alone." He saw his uncle's slack-faced astonishment, but only for an instant, and he barricaded himself against the sensation. He had to prove, to Luke, to himself, that he was utterly serious about his commitment.
"This will put you in harm's way, Jason. People will assume you can get out of situations that you can't handle anymore."
"Just tell them why, Uncle Luke."
"Not Master Skywalker this time.
Not if he really meant to go through with this."
"Do you have a comlink?"
Luke asked somberly. Even without using the Force, Jason heard regret and concern in his voice. Jason shook his head. Luke tossed something onto the bed between them.
"Keep it hidden. If we find out anything, we'll call.
Maybe Braren's not corrupted. If you want to stay here and try to talk sense into him, that might help. But be ready to get out quickly." "I will.
And get some rest.
Don't try to save the whole galaxy yourself. Believe me, it doesn't work." His uncle rose off the bedside, smiling faintly.
"I have to warn you about one more thing. If you choose not to do what you can do, you will endanger the ones you love most."
Jason shivered again. "Have you seen the future?"
Luke shook his head. "It's just a feeling," he said. "May the Force be with you, Jason."
He slipped his mask back on, and then his goggles. Immediately he drew out a second comlink.
"Got it, R2, he said.
"What?" Jason asked.
"We might have a break in our disappearance case. Finally."
With that, Luke left the room. Headed out, Jason knew, to try to get justice for one person. not the whole galaxy at all. Just one person, one situation, one at a time, just as he'd always taught his students. Jason rolled over. Could he really stop using the Force? Trying to silence it felt like putting on a blindfold or plugging his ears. He would have to live that way for the rest of his life. Jaina had learned to adapt to diminished vision, but Jaina was getting her vision back, and when he shut his eyes, he still saw a galaxy sliding into darkness. As Sunalak's crew prepared her to depart Rhodia, Savang La's aides called him out of a briefing. In his communication chamber, his Nomanor Villip sat on a stand, waiting. The moment he slipped into the chamber, the Villip spoke.
War Master, I have excellent news. My Neotebe wingling organisms successfully brought down Settlement 32. And now the young Jedi coward has been detained by one of my contacts on board the abomination they call Buru City.
Savang La did not speak. That news was not worth interrupting his briefing. He knew full well the master shapers who provided Nomanor with detoxification organisms had also created the winglings.
Even better,
Anor continued.
I have just sent 2 other Jedi, members of his family, to the gods. His sister, and their aunt, the notorious Mara Jade Skywalker.
Savang La crossed his arms, irked. His shipboard coven of priests had finally decreed that the portents for his ultimate success would improve with every Jedi that he personally sacrificed.
You saw them die?
The executor hesitated.
They tripped a stonefall trap they cannot escape. Without Von Dune crab armor, even our bodies would not survive that.
Savang La's fighting nails twitched.
We have seen Jedi call on supernatural abilities.
I set this trap with Jedi in mind. Set it, actually, for Ambassador Organa Solo, in case she intruded in my private place. Even if they survived the initial crushing, they will die slowly now. I am confident that such mass cannot be cleared aside. Organa Solo and her investigators still have no clue that the stonefall is anything but a natural collapse.
And Nomanor, the trickster's disciple, remained under orders not to tip his hand. If the women were dead, the gods would not be displeased. Savang La nodded.
Can your Buru agent's Jedi prisoner be sedated for breaking and study? We still must develop ways to kill them easily.
He would not insult Yun Yamka by offering a known coward in sacrifice.
I have suggested that my contact hold him, pending your arrival. Meanwhile,
Nomanor's cheek pouches crinkled with pleasure.
I have arranged for riots.
Nomanor's field of expertise.
Those will focus the Duro system's attention on Buru until we bypass them.
You repeat my thoughts. I will time the outbreak to honor your approach.
Savang clicked his finger claws against each other. Riots would create new martyrs for Nomanor's latest imitation religion, sending the gods another round of sacrifices. No wonder Yuuzhan, the trickster goddess, favored Nomanor. Even mighty Yuuzhan sometimes bowed to her pranks.
Are your agents prepared to deal with the planetary shields?
Whenever you order it.
Yes, maybe this interruption was worthwhile after all.
And the young Hutt?
The War Master demanded.
Have you disciplined him?
Again, I await your order.
Again? Do not insult the Great Ones by offering him. Hutts are beasts and gluttons. Save him for the nutrient staff. Our new slaves will commemorate our arrival with a rich feast.
Honor's Villiped inclined.
You promised the Duros we will leave them their abominable habitats if they lay down their weapons.
As ordered.
Savang La smiled slowly. Nomanor's promises weren't worth the breath that delivered them. Yuuzhan surely loved that. Creeping forward over gouged stone, Mara breathed shallowly through her borrowed mask. The force bubble overhead lost precious millimeters with each group of stones she conveyed over the top. She felt Luke's distant touch again, and a pulse of strength with it. "Thanks, Skywalker," she shot back at him, feeling a little limp. There was a time for gratitude. She did wish she'd gone for Nomanor, though. Sure, then we'd all three be dead. But if he'd caused her disease, though, maybe he would know how to make sure she was cured. She'd like to figure out how to get that information from him, preferably just before she showed him what justice meant. Jaina's body felt warm alongside her own. So did Jaina's anger. "Don't worry," Mara muttered through her rebreather. "I'll get him. Just not this trip." "By the time we get out," Jaina muttered back, "he'll be 5 worlds away." Explains plenty, though. Another dozen rocks clicked down into place behind them, and Mara slithered forward a centimeter. When she raised her head, even slightly, she bumped rock. "About Rumamul." "Finally," Jaina agreed. "He's just been stirring up trouble, not caring who gets killed. Distracting us all from their real invasion vector." It was better to keep talking than think about the slowly flattening bubble. She hated to admit it, but Luke might have called this one right when she assured him she didn't need help. If they ran out of space, she would have Jaina slip into a hibernation trance, and then she'd call Luke, and hope he could get here before her air ran out, because she couldn't do hibernation herself, not if she hoped to keep the unknown weight of rock from smashing them. She had to stay conscious. "And the droid burnings," Mara said. "Remember that?" "Do you think that flask really was—" Mara had given that more thought. No, he hadn't known she was coming. But I'm sure he has more of the stuff. Coom spores, whatever that meant. "You don't think he was lying, then?" "Not this time," Mara muttered. She had felt the weird weakness again in his presence. Faint, but strong enough to confirm his claim. "Hey, I caught a whiff of good air." Jaina's voice came through clearly. She must have pulled off the breath mask. Mara kept her own mask on. Another group of rocks lifted. She caught a glimmer of light through the space beyond them. "Almost," she grunted. It was hard to keep stones moving slowly now. The mental image of dying within 1/2 meter of freedom kept her focused. Moving the last stones took over an hour. "Okay," she said at last. "Roll forward. I want you right up here." She pushed Jaina against the bubble's foredge. She gathered her legs and arms underneath her, knees and elbows bent, and took a deep gulp of the strength flowing in from the distance. "Ready, Luke?" She formed the words in her mind, Riley recognizing a secret double meaning. "Push. Now!" She shoved Jaina clear. Then she rolled free, ignited her lightsaber, and deflected the last falling stones. They fell glowing along their cut surfaces. Jaina's scalp bled from a cut near her right ear. She whipped out her comlink. "Gateway security, this is an emergency. I need Administrator Organa Solo on the line, now!" There was no answer. "Back up the tunnel," Mara ordered. Chapter 19. "Okay, Mara, what is this?" Over Shadow's comm unit, Leia's voice had a deadly edge. "How did you find him out?" Mara still wore the remains of her Kuwati costume. She'd blasted off without waiting for clearance, once she understood that things were about to break in Buru. Jaina sat next to her, wearing a brown flight suit from one of Mara's lockers. "Simple," Mara answered. "He wasn't there through the Force. That's why he avoided you. Jaina found the masker disengaged spot. When he started to ripple, we went for our lightsabers." "How long did he think he could stay out of my way?" Leia's voice muttered in Mara's headset. Mara didn't like the obvious conclusion. He hadn't thought he would need to avoid Leia much longer. "Grab him. Don't let him out of Gateway." Leia's voice sounded weary. "The dome's too crowded for sensors or scanners to pinpoint one person. By now he could be out in the swamps, or even underwater, from what Danny told us about their breathing devices. And now we know he's got his own way of tunneling. He might even be in the old mines." "Can't always have what we want," Jaina muttered. Mara shook her head. "We understand Romamul better, we—" Interference ate into the transmission as they soared through Duro's atmosphere. "Losing you," Mara came back. "I'll send what I can from Buru." Mara cut the transmitter, leaned back in her chair, and checked her readouts. Then, finally, she let herself relax enough to check the spot between her hip bones. It was still an almost imperceptible tingle. "You've got a good grip," she complimented. "Him? Keep hanging on. The ride could get a little bumpy." "Didn't ask about me, did she?" Jaina raised her head to stare at Buru, growing on the forescreen. "I would have told her if you'd been hurt. Some women shouldn't have children." Mara drew up straight, and a back muscle twanged. She must have overstretched it, scrabbling along on the stony ground. "I can't believe you said that." When Jaina pursed her lips, she looked a very young 17. "To her, I'm an inconvenience. Winter, take Jaina for a walk. 3PO, tell Anakin a story. Here, Chewbacca, watch the twins." And how many mothers gave up a seat on a shuttle headed for safety this year, put their kids on board and stayed behind, to die or be enslaved? Sometimes staying with your child isn't possible. Then mothers who are too important to raise their kids should just sign them over and go off to work. Mara, who had only vague mental images of her parents, dropped her voice to an icy alto. "For such a mature young woman, you are being surprisingly childish." Jaina ran a hand over her bare head. It was starting to show a faint brown shadow of regrowth. "I'm also being honest. Mara, I nearly died at Kalarba. I lost an awfully good friend at Ithor. She gave up everything, to give families a chance to survive somewhere else. And your mother is giving those survivors somewhere to live. This planet is hope, literally and symbolically." Jaina sighed heavily. "Poor Mom. She's got a half-blind, stubborn daughter who can't fight anymore, and a son who's afraid to be a Jedi. Good thing Anakin came along. You've got a temporary weakness. File this away for your future, Jaina Solo. It's all right to take risks for yourself, but never, never commit someone else to hand-to-hand combat if they've had their fighting edge blunted. Do we understand each other? Stars appeared as they broke through Duro's opaque atmosphere. Mara switched Jade Shadow's comm unit to her private frequency. "Luke?" she called. He answered. "Mara, on your way?" Of course, he felt her getting closer. "We met an old friend," she said grimly. They docked the Shadow at Port Duggan. Mara threw on a hooded cloak over the remains of her costume and led Jaina back to the cheap rental unit. As she slipped through the door, she felt a hesitant touch. Luke's, making sure she was all right. She ran the same check herself, just to keep everything in perspective, as he embraced her. Anakin sat on the near cot with his eyes shut, passing his lightsaber grip from hand to hand behind his back, a very young Jedi's equivalent of fidgeting. A strand of dark brown hair drooped into his face. Jaina dropped onto the near cot and frowned at him, then over at Luke. "Did you tell him?" Jaina asked. "Anakin, Nomanor didn't die on Romamul after all. He's here, and he's a Yuuzhan Vong agent." "One more tidbit," Mara said, staring straight at her husband's eyes. "He claims he infected me with this disease. At Nonor too." She hadn't wanted to transmit that over the link because she wanted to see his reaction, and he didn't disappoint her. He raised his head, eyes wide, radiating a depth of fury she rarely saw in him. He controlled it instantly, of course. "What do you think?" he asked, once again projecting that Jedi Master comm. Mara had crossed her forearms. She clenched her opposite elbows. "He might know how to tell if I'm really cured. I would love to go back for him." Luke's cheek twitched. Again, the reaction so subtle that Jaina and Anakin missed it entirely. "So would I," he said. "But if you've confirmed a Yuuzhan Vong agent downside, that fits what we've been finding." He gave her a sketchy report, implicating Corduro shipping in the downside colony's shortfalls, and his own suspicions. By digging back through layers of encryption in altered shipping records, R2-D2 had discovered that the Port Duggan branch of Corduro shipping was in fact diverting Selkor and other supplies to another Duros habitat, but recording the supplies as sold off-world, in case Selkor enforcers got suspicious. "We also checked every lead Tracina Lobi gave me, and R2's been searching the Port Authority's records." Mara glanced at the little droid, who stood at a data port. "Comparing arrivals with departures?" Luke nodded. "And tracing them both back. We're trying to verify a connection with the Peace Brigade, and possibly a link to Selkor itself. If Card's suspicion proved correct, and Selkor or other high-level councils had been infiltrated, the New Republic was in worse trouble than anyone suspected. No wonder Luke seemed agitated. The small, jerky hand movements, the set to his chin, and most of all, the edginess that was getting through to her on the Force. Thrinny Vey vanished in a seedy area of Port Duggan, he continued. No surprise, really. Anakin and I just looked it over. The tapcafs are quiet. Almost too quiet. R2-D2 squealed softly. Luke straightened. "Got something more?" He leaned toward the readout over R2-D2's dataport, and Mara bent close. Letters appeared, scrolling rapidly. It started with a list of entries that had been deleted or altered in some way. Recent hires at Port Duggan. Arrivals back half a year. Visitors logged into Vice Director Braren's office. Several names reappeared. Under that list, R2-D2 had tracked the frequently mentioned names' travel backward and forward. For several, the trail vanished after 3 hops. 2, though, had traveled to Elysia and back, several times. Those entries were flagged. Next appeared a security file from Duro's communication repeaters. Very few droids in the New Republic carried the programming it would take to slice into that log. The links between here and Elysia showed multiple hits. "What's there?" Anakin asked, peering around Mara's shoulder. "Let's clear out in hut space." "The Hutts used to run a slave-snaring scam there," Mara murmured, "and your dad claims it's a Peace Brigade hotspot." She turned to Luke. "So maybe Thrinny was abducted there?" Luke hesitated for several seconds. "It's the best lead we've had, but I hate to send anyone on a wild Unax chase." "I'd guess Vice Director Braren is in this up to his big round eyes," Mara said. "Add this to the diverted goods ending up at Erdorf, and an influx of Duros there." She caught a gust of concern out of Luke. Jaina spoke up from beside the window. "Let me guess. All their brightest and best? Suddenly taking vacations at lovely Erdorf?" Luke turned away from the readout. "What?" Mara demanded. "Jason's with Braren. He could be in danger." Jaina pushed away from the window. Luke raised a hand. "Not for a while, though, I think." "Braren's being cagey?" Mara demanded. Luke nodded. "We're all seeing the same pattern. Someone is about to sell out the Selkor refugees and make a run for it. For the moment, Jason wants to stay where he is." Mara shook her head. "We've got to call for another downside evacuation, and somehow do it without tipping off the Peace Brigade. I'd guess they've promised the Yuuzhan Vong several thousand prisoners for sacrifice." Luke rubbed his chin. "Unless—" He trailed off. Mara cleared her throat. "Unless it's not the refugees they mean to sacrifice, but the Duros in orbit. They could use the refugees as slaves. We've seen that before. And think about this. If the Yuuzhan Vong occupied Duro, they could hit the core from here." Mara firmed her lips. Worse and worse. "Mara, Jaina, did you get any kind of information on Selkor while you were down there?" Mara frowned. "What do you mean?" "They may have been infiltrated," he said. "Let me think." Mara shut her eyes. "Nothing obvious so far. Just what seems to be a normal set of bureaucratic problems." Luke laid a hand on R2-D2's dome. "R2, you can break into the outsystem military net, can't you?" The droid warbled in a major key, sounding confident. Luke pulled a comlink out of one pocket and handed it to Anakin. "And I want you to connect this with R2's manipulator arm." Whistling cheerily, R2-D2 plugged himself back in. Mara watched her husband. In Lando's terms, 10 to 1 he was going to try to contact the military on Coruscant without alerting Selkor. She wrapped her hand around his arm, squeezed tightly, and headed for the refresher to clean up and wash the tint out of her hair. When she came out again, Luke was sitting close to R2-D2's temporarily modified manipulator arm. "Hamner," Luke said urgently. "Kent, are you there? This is Skywalker." A sleepy groan came out of the comlink. Luke smiled ruefully up at Mara, then turned back to R2-D2. "I'm sorry," he said. "Kent, we're getting indications that the Yuuzhan Vong could be getting ready to hit Duro, and it's too vital a system to lose. If millions of lives weren't reason enough, it's actually inside the core. From here they could block trade on the spine, too." I know, the sleepy voice muttered. Is there any way you can get a battle group sent? She heard another groan. Try Selkor. There's a good chance, Luke said, that Selkor is part of the problem. I know the forces are already spread thin. Do what you can, Kemp. May the Force be with you. Right. Hamner's voice was heavy with static. You too. Luke thumbed off the comlink. Good, he grunted, straightening his legs to stand slowly. Well done, Anakin. You too, R2. The droid trilled. Anakin took back the comlink and sat down on the bed, fiddling with its components. Luke slumped against the wall, bowing his head, rubbing his eyes. What's wrong? Mara asked. You got off a warning. He shot Jaina a glance. Jason, he said simply. Then he crossed his arms. And I'm not looking forward to flying escort to another retreat under fire. I don't even have a ship here, Jaina complained. I've got Shadow, and I'll need a co-pilot, Mara reminded her. Stick with me. Jaina nodded somberly. Anakin snapped the cover back onto the comlink and handed it up to Luke. Before things get wild, Anakin said, we ought to try to find Thrini Vey again. We didn't accomplish much by going out in disguise. Looking amused, Luke pocketed the comlink. Do you think we'd do better declaring ourselves? Anakin squared his shoulders. I don't like to skulk. Mara laughed shortly. You need the practice. But it isn't always necessary. Jaina and I could use a rest, she added. It had been a long day. All right. Luke pointed across the room. R2? The little droid gave a rising chirp. How many security people are on duty at Selkor's transshipping dock in the next hour? R2-D2's interface slid back into place and rotated. He made contented chuckling noises. Then he peeped a short, cheerful signal. 5, Luke told Anakin. Anakin straightened his tunic. We can do that. Without making enemies, Luke emphasized. We're going to be civilized. In other words, Anakin said, we're going to act like Jedi Knights. Durgard Brarin embraced his wife, then handed her the controls to their hovercart and said, I'll join you as soon as I can. He hated to lie, but she never would have left Buru for Erdorf without that comforting falsehood. She followed their son and daughter-in-law up the ramp onto the regularly scheduled shuttle. Now everything was in place. When Brarin had heard Selkor was looking for a place to locate millions of refugees, he'd had the same reaction as most Duros. Not on my planet. A second reaction formed slowly. If the Yuuzhan Vong ever started looking in this direction for an advance base, and he'd never doubted that day would come, then thousands or millions of refugee lives would make excellent bargaining material. To his mind, they were doomed anyway. They'd just managed to delay their fate for a month, maybe a year. So he grabbed the Selkor contract and bought off a few votes in the Duros High House. He encouraged Ducilla's theatrics, knowing other Duros didn't want the refugees here. Someday his people would thank him. His Peace Brigade connections assured him that the Yuuzhan Vong Admiral or War Master probably would spare all 20 orbital cities in exchange for those refugee lives. Just in case, though, he'd arranged a family vacation on Erdorf. The servant who brought Jason's next meal wore a Corduro uniform, but his flattened skull was a brilliant shade of turquoise. Silvery brow ridges tapered into prominent bulges on both sides of his forehead. A Sonesi? Just set it there. Jason turned away from the round window and motioned toward a long table alongside his bed. "Who are you? Do you want something?" The Sonesi set down the covered meal pouch. "My name is Knossos, though I don't expect you to remember that. More important, I have a gift." He held out a turquoise hand. Jason gingerly took a data card from the brightly colored alien. "And this is?" he asked. "It contains my voice print, which will key a hoverpod in slip 30, in the second-floor garage. I think it likely you will need to leave Vice Director Brauren's hospitality in a hurry." Startled, Jason touched his lips with one finger and gestured toward the listening devices he'd found, but hadn't deactivated. The Sonesi spread his hands. "My people can overlay our speech, or another's, with ultra-high-frequency noise. That disrupts such devices as the ones that concern you." Intrigued, Jason slipped the data card into a pocket. He tried, without using the Force, to get a read on Knossos. The Sonesi carried an air of serenity Jason hadn't seen in anyone, even his uncle, since the first reports of Yuuzhan Vong intruders. "Why?" he asked. As he spoke, Knossos' mouth opened slightly, but Jason picked up no sound in his own range of hearing. "I mean, thank you," Jason continued, "but as the Maker gave me, I give to you." Maker? Now Jason remembered. The monotheistic Sonesi went through a dangerous metamorphosis between their juvenile and adult stages. Supposedly, surviving that change predisposed them to believe in life after death. "Maker and giver." The Sonesi spread his hands. "To my people, the universe's endless variety implies a master maker, one with a fine and glorious creativity and affection, and a sense of humor as well." Lumpheads, the Imperials had called the Sonesi, for those prominent cranial bulges. Jason patted the data card in his breast pocket. "Maybe this time the joke will be on Corduro shipping." His visitor spread long, smooth hands. "An excellent thought." He hurried out. And what eerie timing, Jason reflected. If his guest's theology had anything to do with reality, then the Force not only refused to be abandoned, but something or someone was taking a firm hand in showing Jason the next logical step. "Thank you." Jason mouthed the words silently. Luke swiped his ID past a reader at the hoverbike stall just outside the hostel, rented 2 units, and straddled one. Driving conservatively, he and Anakin stepped off at Duggan Station 10 minutes later. For the moment, people ignored them. Workers of several species, followed by droids in all states of repair, crowded the dock area and its rideways. So many worlds were endangered. He had just a few months to find a safe place for one small child, and, wishfully thinking, her mother. He knew better than to go beyond wishing to hoping, though. Mara wouldn't take their child into danger, but she wouldn't avoid an enemy that must be fought, especially now that she'd seen the enemy's face. He strode beside Anakin. Tresina had come back here once, after Thrinny vanished. By then, their contact had vanished, too. As Luke and Anakin approached the area R2-D2 had targeted, Luke noticed less foot traffic. A few heavy loaders passed by, motors laboring, cargo bay doors shut. Around the second bend in this corridor, his danger sense started its odd, subtle vibration at the back of his mind. Just ahead, a chest-high barricade blocked the corridor. Patrolling the narrow gap, 3 hulking Gamorreans and a Rhodian stood in Corduro brown flight suits. The Gamorreans' uniforms bulged on them like overloaded shipping sacks. The Rodians looked half-empty. 5, R2-D2 had told him. The security team's supervisor was keeping out of sight. Softly, Luke reminded Anakin, "Don't antagonize, but cover me." Then he picked up his pace to arrive several meters ahead of his apprentice. The Rodian moved forward, a thin one, who looked as if he'd always been ill.
"Restricted area," he wheezed. "Unless you got authorization, this isn't your street."
Luke reached into a breast pocket. Simultaneously, he stretched out with the Force, gently brushing up against the guard's memory. "I'm looking for a missing person. My group on Coruscant would appreciate your help." He handed the guard a small holocube. It was too easy, really. Like Gamorreans, Rodians were notoriously weak-minded. Their reactions simple and violent. As the guard clenched the cube, the image of the Jedi apprentice's bloodied body, dumped out a side airlock, hit Luke like a blast of pain. From her wounds, he knew her death hadn't come easily. "May the Force be with you, Thrini Vey." He struggled momentarily to regain his own balance. In reviving the Jedi, he'd put out the call that Thrini followed. To die for someone else's freedom. He didn't look forward to telling Tresina Lobi. He made himself concentrate on the refugee crisis and the possibility of imminent attack. "Thank you for helping. I'm sure you'd like me to leave now." Luke backstepped, then started to walk away. Anakin hung back about 4 meters, balancing his weight on both feet, keeping his hands loose at his sides. A good covering stance, if a little obvious.
"Just a minute,"
a deep voice gargled behind Luke. Luke turned slowly. The security team's 5th member had arrived. A male Duros, unusually tall, dressed in red-trimmed brown coveralls with the triangular Corduro shipping insignia on his right breast. Luke heard more foot shuffling behind his back, even behind Anakin, judging from faint echoes. Several more minds suddenly nudged his awareness. Luke kept his hands limp at his sides, but he reached out in all directions, getting a grip on the Force between himself, the deck, the bulkheads, and the Corduro employees. 10 of them now. He took a split instant to make sure none of them was a masked Yuuzhan Vong. Then he made the slightest bow to the supervisor. "One of my people went missing several weeks ago. I've been inquiring into her whereabouts. We've spoken with Vice Director Braren about this." Literally true, but his conscience twinged at implying Braren authorized this investigation. Even after all these years, he despised shielding a lie behind a certain point of view.
"Would you care to come with me while I check that?"
The security super phrased it like a question, but his body language offered no quarter. "No, I would not," Luke said softly. "I am sorry to have inconvenienced your staff." He turned away a second time. He took 2 steps toward Anakin. His left foot was touching down when Anakin's lightsaber cleared the pocket where he'd hidden it. It ignited with a snap hiss recognizable anywhere in the New Republic. Beyond Anakin, a startled Rodian in Corduro brown and red backed away. Displaying his empty hands, Luke kept walking.
"Take them!"
the supervisor growled. Luke spun around, activating his lightsaber. 2 Gamorreans headed toward him, 2 toward Anakin. The rest of the Corduro people hung back. Anakin's eyes gleamed, his chin set with satisfaction. The guards brandished local-made blasters. offering the Jedi little challenge. But Luke didn't want to make enemies. Now he would see how well he'd trained Anakin. He calculated the oncoming guard's angle, and then reached out with one hand, beckoning subtly. All four converged on him. He somersaulted out of their midst, leaving them to pile up together while he landed lightly between Anakin and the supervisor. "We're not going to hurt them," Luke said. "But you can't hold us." To his satisfaction, Anakin held his ground, ready to strike, but only if necessary.
"Skywalker," the supervisor muttered. "So it is you. A word of advice, then."
Luke raised his head.
"Get out of Buru. Your kind isn't wanted here."
Luke spread his hands. "We will, as soon as we finish our business. One of your employees, there, remembers the woman I'm looking for."
"So you want to talk with him?"
"He remembers seeing her dead." The supervisor's lips pulled back in a humorless smile.
"Then kill him. Fair's fair."
Luke shook his head. "I expect you to discipline your own staff. I will check back." Again he turned on one heel and walked away. He felt Anakin follow, disappointed but alert. Anakin was young. He wanted to make a stand, just as Jason wanted to make a difference. The image of Thrini Vey's bloodied body thrust itself back into his mind, and for one moment Luke wondered how he ever would face his sister if any of her Jedi children met that fate. Chapter 20. Leia had barely stopped moving or giving orders since Mara had transmitted the information that Dacid Kriar was actually Nomanor, the unmasked firebrand from Romamul, and a Yuuzhan Vong. Breathless from running to the research building and back, she sank into a chair in her communication center, near the main gate and quarantine area. C-3PO stood at another terminal, running duplicate analyses of every lab result Kriar had ever reported. How much of the reclamation had he sabotaged? She wondered. All that work, that sense of accomplishment, a future for exiled refugees. Had he planted destructive organisms out there? And there's the source for our white eyes, Han's voice said over the comlink. He'd hidden the Millennium Falcon in plain sight, on a nearby bluff. Cellcore had left a pile of anthracite out there for emergency fuel, and the Falcon, now matte black, all but vanished from view. According to the best current reports, the Yuuzhan Vong did not seem to have sensors that would detect it. "And we've still got over 1,000 people in quarantine. You know," she said, "the simple fact that Nomanor's here makes this world look more like a target than a haven."
"Don't get excited yet, sweetheart."
"The Yuuzhan Vong didn't invade Romamul,"
Rhonda insisted. The Hutt pressed himself against a wall, cringing and flexing his little hands. She'd thought about locking him up permanently. It didn't feel right, though. The Hutts were also refugees. She would never trust him again, but she wanted him where she could watch him. She was determined to accord him the same sympathy and respect she'd give, say, a Ranat. So she allowed him limited freedom, and an escort. Baspican. Han must have overheard.
They didn't have to. They just stood back and watched the locals burn it to a cinder. And look how far he's gotten with the Duros.
C-3PO bent over his console, silent, as ordered. He'd recited the odds of annihilation until she finally threatened to shut him down.
"Going to talk to the Duros High House?" Han asked.
"Soon as I can get a clear transmission to Coruscant, and after I make sure our people down here haven't been talked into murdering each other. Last night I had 3 reports of Rin out skulking."
"What kind of reports?"
"Conflicting. I put out that they're probably just rumors.
Somebody trying to start trouble. She hesitated. Where is Droma, anyway?
He's around. Skulking, Leia concluded, and this time she was glad.
Han, we do need contingency plans for evacuation. We're warehousing 6 ships that Selkor didn't want to risk taking up again. I don't think Jaina finished checking them out. Tell Droma—
If Selkor mothballed ships here, they're ours now.
C-3PO's head swiveled. He pantomimed frantically with both hands. It's all right, Leia told him sternly. Good, Han. We're down to saving as many lives as possible. Already. Start putting people on board, especially the Vors.
And all the droids we can find, he said. If the Vong get here, there's scrap. That includes Goldenrod. Get him over here. In pieces if you have to. Leia turned down the comlink.
Go on, 3PO, she said gently. Get shipboard before the Yuuzhan Vong show up. We need you.
He was already shuffling out the door.
So Admiral What has a soft spot for injured military personnel? Mara asked softly. Seems to.
Jaina sounded fully awake again, lying on one of the hostel's other cots. The moment Luke and Anakin had gone out on their reconnoiter, Jaina had fallen instantly and blissfully asleep. Fighter pilots have it. Mara got up off her cot, feeling considerably less chipper, thinking about things she should have done before she rested. At that rate, of course, she never would lie down.
R2, get me a link to Admiral Watt's office.
R2-D2 whistled a smart salute. Shortly, an aide's image appeared over the in-room holoboard.
You have a situation developing, Major.
Mara sketched out a warning. The military aide answered gruffly. You may think our people are guilty of complicity with the Peace Brigade, he said. That is not true. We disliked being told to open our doors to refugees, but we would never conspire to sell their lives. We will call for a prompt investigation of Cordero shipping.
There might not be time for that, Mara said. Get your battle group on alert.
Luke and Anakin returned shortly with the bad news about Trini Vey, and the quickly changing mood of Buru City. And dinner. Mara dug in.
Then we'd better get Jason and go for Anakin's X-Wing.
Good, Anakin said, half a nutrient bar muffling the word. Mara eyed Luke over a half-eaten Crow-Yi drumstick.
Jaina and I can fire up the shadow, while you and Anakin spring Jason.
Luke shook his head slowly. They're watching me for now, but they don't know Jaina and Anakin quite so well. Mara frowned.
What are you saying?
You and I can create a diversion. There have been demonstrators outside Braren's home, down at the plaza. We'll go talk with them. Openly. While we do, Jaina and Anakin can slip in and pick up Jason. We'll rendezvous at the dock. R2-D2 bleeped. Okay, Luke said. We won't leave you alone. You're with Mara and me. Whatever happens, he added softly, no Duros are to be hurt, unless it's life and death for us. Anakin, Jaina, understand? You'll follow about 10 minutes behind us. They nodded. After washing up, Luke and Mara descended the lift.
How's Jason's mental state?
Mara murmured.
Have you contacted him since?
She let her voice trail off. He didn't answer when I comlinked half an hour ago. Braren's people might have taken it away. And he wasn't going to intrude on Jason's emotions from the distance? Mara nodded. All along, she'd advised Luke to use the Force cautiously. She'd never dreamed Jason would take it this far. Again, they rode hoverbikes. Luke rented one with a sidecar. He helped R2-D2 wriggle into place before he climbed aboard. Mara rented a second bike, a two-seater with room to carry Jason. "Ready," she said, settling on the narrow forward saddle. She stayed half a length behind Luke, slightly to his right, flowing with inward traffic on the avenue. Under a bank of lights so high overhead that the illusion of daylight almost convinced Mara, Buru's central plaza was dominated by 4 tall housing stacks. The buildings rose as high as the diagonal braces, set up at mid-plaza like 4 long spokes of a wheel. A green park surrounded them. Along one building, a crowd had formed around a platform that was considerably taller than the one Mara saw at Port Duggan. From several directions, Duros were hurrying in on foot and by hoverbike. Luke swooped toward a parking stall near a pair of trees that drooped from their weight of dangling moss and vines. Mara left him to scout the situation and found another stall some distance away. She hoped her guesses were wrong. If the Yuuzhan Vong struck here, these Duros were probably just as dead as the refugees. Luke strolled to meet her. The wind had disheveled his hair and put color in his cheeks. She liked the effect, and she let her stare linger just long enough to make sure he got the message. An answering warmth blossomed up from the Luke place at the back of her mind. "Jason's up there, I take it?" She turned and eyed the building nearest the demonstrators. Obviously, their show was for his benefit. Now she recognized the Duros on stage. Braren's sister, Ducilla. "One alone is strength. One alone is unity." Her voice, clearly audible as they walked out onto the plaza, fell silent. Duros backed out of Luke and Mara's way, nodding their long heads and creating a path. Mara knew full well that she and Luke were letting themselves be surrounded, but she didn't sense danger yet. They approached the chest-high platform. 2 larger, heavier Duros stood behind Ducilla, sporting brand-new Mersan blasters. No wonder Duros were backing away from her. Amused, Mara kept several paces distance from Luke. They might both need room to swing lightsabers. Close by, Duros made shushing noises as Luke stepped into an open space below the platform. "An individual, alone, can be strong," he called back, and Mara was surprised by how well his voice carried. Ducilla must have set up a transmission field so she could work the crowd. "But how much stronger are 2? Luke asked. "Who can watch out for each other?" Ducilla's lipless smile broadened. "The Jedi," she said, mocking him with a sing-song. "The ultimate disciples of interdependence. You are weak because of your diversity. You pull in too many directions." Mara would have challenged that statement, but Luke used it as a launch point. "There are people all over the New Republic, diverse people who desperately need help. Won't you set aside your frustrations for a little while and lend a hand to people weaker than yourself?" Behind Mara there was a chorus of shouts. "Selkor had no business! Refugees in our system make us bait for a Yuuzhan Vong strike! If you've come to Duro hoping to bring us back in line," Ducilla said, spreading her hands, "I think you can see you made a mistake." "No mistake," Luke insisted. "Selkor has offered your home planet back in exchange for your help shuttling goods down to its surface, for which your brother's shipping concern is being well compensated." Her gray cheeks flushed darker. Luke went on. "Selkor is too thinly spread to set up its own shuttle ships. It's easier to bring in big freighters and count on your distribution network." The Duros whistled him down. Mara glanced up at the housing stack, trying to sense Jason's presence behind any of the large round windows. He was there all right, but she couldn't pinpoint the spot. R2-D2 stood where Luke had left him, between the sidecar bike and a blocky automated street-cleaning unit, its massive sweeper arms folded up alongside the bulky digester. Jaina and Anakin were just arriving from separate directions. Jaina parked her bike and disappeared into the housing stack. Anakin slipped into the crowd and started pressing forward. Mara frowned. Those were not his orders. Drusilla raised her head.
"Jedi," she called, "have preached their philosophy of light and darkness, of knowledge and wisdom. And what have they given us? Violence and fear."
Murmurs surrounded Mara.
"Domination! Suppression!"
The murmurs grew louder. Luke's glance flickered sideways. He undoubtedly sensed Anakin coming, and that odd, elated determination the boy was broadcasting. Luke's chin firmed, making him look irritated, but just for a moment. Then his lips twitched.
"How many of the New Republic's problems, right now, could be traced to the Jedi?"
Drusilla called. And how much of what you're saying, Mara wondered, could be traced to Nomanor? Anakin reached the platform, set both hands on its edge, and vaulted into a force-boosted somersault. He came down between Drusilla's bodyguards, who reached for their blasters. Almost casually, Anakin swept one of the Duros off balance with his left foot. The other guard fired, but Anakin's lightsaber was already out. He diverted the shot, then swept in and sliced the blaster in two. Stang the kid anyway. What was he trying? Luke vaulted onto the platform, shouting, "That's not what we came here to do!" To Mara's utter shock, Anakin spun around and dropped into a dueler's crouch.
"That's right!" he shouted. "This is what we came to do!"
As Luke drew his lightsaber, Anakin smiled sardonically. Mara backstepped. They were both out of their minds. Luke stepped in, sweeping his lightsaber in a wide arc, slow and flashy. Anakin parried gracefully, locked blades, and held the pose. Then she understood. Anakin was challenging Luke to stage a demonstration, taking advantage of people's fascination with lightsabers. She tended to forget that most citizens of the New Republic went their lifetime without seeing even one, let alone two at once, expertly handled. As Luke's green blade crossed Anakin's faint purple, she half smiled. Duros all around her pushed toward the platform. She wondered if Luke would make a speech while he had their full attention. As Luke lightly pushed Anakin away, a Duros woman standing near Mara nudged her companion, smiled, and then turned back to watch. Mara sent out a force flicker herself, launching the second guard's Mersan out of his hands into a vine-draped tree. She ached to join them on the platform, but that would be pointless. She could accomplish more here as a sentry. Luke and Anakin moved through a half-dozen basic drills in order, trading the lead, dropping in and out of deep stances, rising into dramatic blocks. The upstaged Duros orator and her bodyguards backed away. One guard pulled out a comlink and turned his back. Mara didn't like that. Abruptly, Luke broke out of the classic sequence. Making a surprise rush, he swung low. To parry in place would send Anakin off balance. Instead, Anakin hopped back, locked blades, and stayed on his feet. Mara saw pride and praise in Luke's slight, somber nod. Anakin pressed the unchoreographed attack, following slashes with short, chopping strikes. Mara was struck by the intensity, the balance, the sheer accuracy of Anakin's use of the Force to anticipate Luke, pressing his attack beyond obvious blocks and parries. When Luke mounted a wild, sparkling offense, pushing Anakin past anything the young Jedi had faced before, Mara knew he too was impressed. She'd worried about the Solo brothers' rivalry. Now she saw that practicing against Jason, so similar in style, so different in execution, had matured Anakin tremendously. Only one problem. The crowd was growing, and as Ducilla's bodyguard returned his comlink to his belt, Mara guessed Luke's audience wouldn't remain unarmed for long. Jason was watching the crowd watch the practice duel when a faint tapping caught his attention. He pushed away from the transparisteel window. He'd never deactivated the listening devices in here, but now he had a hunch, not the Force, just a hunch, that with Luke, Anakin, and Mara in plain sight 12 floors down, this could be Jaina. He made a fast circuit, gathering the snoops before he touched the door's interior opening panel. It slid open, and his sister slipped through. "Hey," she said. He poked his head out the door, glanced left and right, and spotted his guards, slumped comfortably against the wall. Shaking his head, he tossed the snoops onto one guard's lap, then stepped back into his room and sent the door shut. "Hey," he answered. "Nice of you to visit." She'd thrown on a vest over her brown flight suit and black utility belt. He also noticed the close-fitting cap. "Great hair." She glared at him. He'd left his own cap on the bedside. "Speak for yourself. What are you doing here? Waiting for Hoth to melt?" Vice Director Braren did send down a message that Uncle Luke had been spotted out at the docks. "He wants to talk with us all. Want some cold croye?" "You've got to be kidding." Jaina strode across to his window. Instead of looking out, she stood alongside it and cautiously peered up, down, and to both sides. "The only guards are in the hall." "Were in the hall," he corrected himself. "Doesn't look like they gave you any trouble." "As guards go, they weren't real impressive." "I think," he confessed, "that their only real job is to let Braren know if I decide to leave." Jaina pointed down at the platform. He could plainly see the green and amethyst spark and flash of lightsabers engaging. "See that?" she demanded. "That's going on in your honor. A distraction so I can get you out. We're headed back down to Gateway." "Is it necessary?" "I'm waiting to talk to the Vice Director." She whirled around. "Are you even marginally aware of what's going on around you?" "How about you?" he asked softly. "How's the vision coming back?" "Well, for one thing, I'd forgotten how big your nose and chin are getting." He snorted softly. His features had matured this year. Hers had looked womanlike for 3 or 4 years, one of the temporary injustices of having a female twin. "Listen," she said. "Aunt Mara and I just exposed a Yuuzhan Vong agent down at Gateway, and he nearly killed us both." She snatched off her cap to reveal a synth-flesh strip above her right ear. "And Uncle Luke just found connections between your precious Vice Director and the Peace Brigade." Jason felt his insides shrink. "That's why Braren's anxious to get a Jedi in custody? Because the Peace Brigade has figured out that the Yuuzhan Vong want to neutralize us?" "Give the boy a medal. And meanwhile, you're just sitting here blind to it all. Aren't you listening to the Force at all? Can't you tell? Something's about to happen. Again." He thrust both hands into his pockets, feeling guilty. "Actually, I decided to stop using it. Completely. Uncle Luke challenged me, and I'm tired, Jaina. If I can't fight darkness with darkness, then maybe I can't fight violence with violence. I just feel like I'm waiting for something to happen." Her eyebrows rose. "What's going to happen is another invasion, Jason, and you're coming with me, whether you want to or not." She flipped back her vest and laid one hand on a holstered blaster. Startled, he sat down on the bed. "You'd make me come with you?" Jaina drew the blaster. and he saw that she'd set it for stun.
"You may want to set yourself up as a tragic hero," she said, "but it isn't going to happen. Yes, idiot brother, I would make you come."
He half smiled, almost relieved. The universe had been knocked out from under him, and his vision beckoned him to a destiny he didn't understand. But Jaina hadn't changed. She'd just matured. "I'll come," he said, reaching out one hand.
"Going to shoot back if somebody shoots at us?"
"I guess I'll have to. But maybe nobody will." He pulled out Gnosis's data card. "We've been offered the use of a hoverpod."
"Whose?"
Jaina's eyes narrowed. "A Sunesi."
"One of those strange preachers?"
Jason shrugged. "I've never heard of one of them going to the dark side." Frowning, Jaina flipped her hand on the blaster's hand grip and gave it to him, then reached across and pulled a second blaster from her utility belt's cross-draw holster. Then she peered out the window again. Her frown slackened.
"Uh-oh," she said. "Maybe we aren't going anywhere."
If Luke had hoped to make a speech, it was too late. Mara heard someone behind her fire a weapon, a little Blastech DW-5 by the sound of it. Luke swept in and deflected the bolt. Mara spun around. Spotting the Duros gunman, she plunged through the crowd. Leaning her weight into his balance was easy. She threw him gently to the ground and disarmed him. Then she heard someone fire a deeper-pitched weapon. A shout went up, inarticulate, plainly hostile. Mara didn't need to check her danger sense. Newly arrived agitators had turned a harmless crowd of fascinated spectators into a sharp-toothed beast of a mob. Duros who'd looked friendly almost knocked each other down, hurrying out of the middle of it. Someone grabbed her left arm. She stepped sideways and used his momentum to toss him almost casually against another Duros, who went down. Two more from behind. She crossed her arms through the leaders, ducked, and felt him slide over her back into his partner's face. She flexed her hands. She was sick of watching Luke and Anakin have all the fun anyway. It felt unconscionably good to cut loose. And with so many Duros close around her, they couldn't fire weapons without hitting each other. So it was hand to hand, and Mara could do that in her sleep. A high roundhouse kick, fueled by her fury over having to retreat from Nomanor, sent another holdout blaster up onto the tree limb. If she fell, though, her child could get hurt. She focused quickly and surely as each threat presented itself. Blaster after blaster flew into the vine-draped tree. A half-dozen Duros rushed her. She let them get close enough to grab, then leapt clear, aiming herself toward the street-sweeping machinery and R2-D2. Not far behind her back, she sensed another knot of closely controlled violence. Luke and Anakin, likewise headed out of the mob's center. Another crowd of Duros bore down on R2-D2. His domed head spun left, then right. He let out a frightened squeal. Mara took the offensive, using the force to toss Duros aside. One of R2-D2's attackers made a grab. Mara saw the flash of an electric discharge, and the Duros jumped back. Another Duros tried to grab him, and R2-D2 shocked that one too. Then a group of them clambered up the street-sweeping machine, and it roared to life. Jason and Jaina avoided the lift and tiptoed down the emergency stairs. With only 2 flights to go, Jason heard rustling noises below. He backed into Jaina, who donned her enhancement mask. The footsteps plainly were coming up toward them. Then the sound stopped. Jason pressed against the exterior wall, close to his twin. He double-checked the unfamiliar blaster, making extra sure it was set for stun. By the time he lowered it, Jaina was pushing away from the wall. She placed 2 hands on the banister, leapt gracefully, and vanished. Jason pounded down the next flight after her. He heard a blaster below his feet, and less than a second later, he spotted 3 Duros in Corduro shipping uniforms, 2 sprawled in the stairwell, 1 dashing for a door. Jason stunned that one. Jaina had already fallen past this level, leaping out of the stairwell's core, headed for a side door. Jason followed, not liking what they'd done. Not at all. This wasn't fair. He was Jedi, trained to fight to protect others. And himself. "This way!" He waved Jaina toward a service garage, then pressed the data card into a wall slot. A 2-seat hoverpod in the nearest row rose on its repulsors. The street sweepers swung out a long metal arm, aimed at R2-D2. Mara couldn't get there in time to stop it. R2-D2 flew into the air, and an angry cheer erupted. Behind R2-D2, Mara spotted a pod soaring off the housing complex's 2nd floor. She confirmed Jason and Jaina on board, then stretched out to nudge Luke. He and Anakin were holding their own, keeping the Duros distracted, laying them limp on the pavement if necessary. Mara vaulted onto one of the hefty diagonal braces that rose up from street level. She made sure she had a good grip, then reached out with the force toward R2-D2. He changed course in mid-air, swooping around like a blunt silver missile. Duros scattered out of his line of fall. The mob surrounding Luke and Anakin stampeded aside. Luke broke into a sprint, headed away from Jason and Jaina's escape route toward the hoverbike Mara had parked. Anakin followed, still gripping an ignited lightsaber. Mara guided R2-D2 toward them, then carefully set him down, facing in their direction. Instantly he extended his 3rd tread and rolled forward. She exhaled heavily. The key to size matters not was realizing she hadn't lifted him at all. The Force had energy to spare, but directing its flow still tired her. She dropped lightly onto her feet, and then pounded after Luke. Right in front of her, Anakin deflected a dirt clod with his lightsaber. "Get R2 hidden," she ordered him. "We'll draw them off." Luke climbed onto the hoverbike and fired it up. Mara sprang onto the 2nd seat. Luke took off so fast she had to grab him with both arms. "Not exactly the distraction we had in mind," she puffed, setting her chin on his shoulder. Anakin changed things a little. Not badly, though, just a little hazy on the escape plan. He circled back, buzzed the crowd chasing Anakin and R2-D2, then headed up the nearest boulevard, toward a shopping strip. Mara craned her neck to look back. Anakin ducked around a building, out of her line of sight. The crowd came on, following Luke. "How are we going to get to the shadow?" Keeping one arm around Luke's waist, she corralled as much as possible of her streaming hair with the other hand. "I'll think of something." "Think fast, Skywalker." She knew how much he was enjoying this, but she was tired. She still couldn't say it, though. Chapter 21. Jason leaned into an inadequate flight harness as Jaina piloted the borrowed hoverpod up a boulevard lined with manufacturers' offices. She claimed she could see all right. As she rounded one corner, 3 pods marked with Corduro's triangular insignia swooped after them. "Don't slow down," Jason told her. "But what makes you think I'd slow down?" "But we just picked up 3 more shadows," he said. "They've got Corduro markings." "Meaning what?" Jaina accelerated toward the approach ramp for the public pod driver bound for Port Duggan. Fortunately, there was little early evening traffic. "Meaning don't go that way," he exclaimed. "Get us to a private dock. We won't be able to get anywhere close to main shipping." "That's where Mara docked the shadow," she growled, but she changed course without hesitating, blasting along at 2nd-story level, scattering gray-skinned pedestrians. "Just tell me if I'm about to hit anything small." Glancing at her enhancement mask, he gritted his teeth. "Right," he said. Okay, what was it you found out about Thrinive and Corduro?
And the Peace Brigade, we think.
She related a sketchy story, constantly interrupting herself to swerve, jink, and dodge traffic. From her flying, he had to conclude that she could see. Mostly.
All I can say, she finished, is that Thrini's dead, Braren's on somebody's payroll, not Cellcor's, and Mom's scrambling refugees onto evac ships. Again.
We'd better find one uncorrupted government official, report Braren, and—
Oh, sure, she said. There's time for that.
Jason glanced back. They're still with us.
Got any ideas? Or do we just wait for the speed police to get a beat on us?
Give me your comlink, he said. I'll see if I can get Uncle Luke or Aunt Mara. As the comlink chirped, Mara pressed into a doorway and turned her face toward the deepening shadow. Luke's warm back pressed up against hers. For the moment, they'd eluded attention.
Mara here,
she said softly. We're on our way, Jason's voice said, but we can't get to the shadow. We'll take something else and meet you down at Gateway. Are you all right?
Well,
Mara curled her fingers around the comlink. We've been screamed at, she recalled, taunted, vilified. She'd felt Luke's anguish. These were people he wanted to help.
Busy,
was all she said.
If we make any public move, the rioters are likely to turn violent. We're trying to get invisible again.
See you downside, then. Buru's daylights were fading. Mara could barely make out R2-D2's domed top. Anakin stood sentinel over him, in a planter. They'd finally lost their last pursuer in this residential corridor. Mara pocketed the comlink. Okay. Luke held his deactivated lightsaber in his right hand. Let's see what R2 can find us. The little droid had alerted them that their hostel room had been entered. Snoops and homing devices planted in their belongings. Not a major concern, but a nuisance. This route was closer to the shadow anyway. They would just have to do without disguises. A little farther up the avenue was another public terminal. Mara took the sentry post this time, while Luke covered R2-D2's unauthorized breach. Only a few seconds later, he waved her down out of the musty bushes and strode off with R2-D2. She followed about 4 meters back, and she felt Anakin follow at a similar distance. A group of Duros passed on the corridor's other side. She felt Luke using the Force to cloak their side in darkness. R2-D2 had found a vacant apartment with an outside door, where they could lie low, grab a snack, and wait for Buru to cool down a little more before heading on toward the shadow. As they paused in the entry, Anakin looked disappointed.
Go on ahead, then, she told him. Make sure it's not being watched.
Looking pleased, he grabbed a handful of concentrates and headed out. Mara sank down in a narrow built-in dining booth.
Move,
Luke said gently, sitting down on the bench's edge.
Please.
She scooted aside and rested her head on his shoulder. She would not fall asleep. There wasn't time.
Feels strange, doesn't it?
She asked. Luke slipped his arm around her shoulder. Something wrong?
No,
she said wryly.
It's just disconcerting.
Oh, to stand back and let these young people take up the torch? Mara nodded.
We've still got so much to teach them. They're not ready.
Luke tightened his hand on her shoulder for an instant. I wasn't ready, he said flatly. At least you were well trained. I can't believe the trust Obi-Wan must have had when he let Vader, Father, strike him down on the first Death Star.
Trust in you,
Mara said, and in the Force. Luke rested his head against hers. You're right. This isn't easy. But that's why I'm not as worried about Jason as Jaina is.
As I am,
she admitted. The Force is strong in him. We want to show him the right path, and we'll do our best to influence his choice. But in the end,
it's his life.
She fought back a yawn. Stang, she was tired.
And Anakin's, and Jaina's.
I hope you haven't been trying to read their future. Luke shook his head. I tried once, about a week ago. The future has always been in motion, but now it's spinning so fast that everything contradicts everything else, and only one future will actually play out.
Uncanny, isn't it?
Luke nodded. Mara, you're exhausted. Would you let me refresh you? With the Force, I mean.
I knew what you meant.
Farm boy, she wanted to add, amused but touched. Always the innocent, even after almost 7 years of marriage. And even after that long, she still hated giving in, to him or anyone. But she'd taught the Solo kids that teamwork meant helping each other. The hardest part about giving in to Luke was taking the first step. So she usually reached out to him first.
Yes,
she said, and it came out like a sigh.
Please.
It came at the edge of her spirit, like a touch of white-hot light. It spread strength and unwavering approval, and a love as deep and as strong as a Mon Calamari tide. She plunged into it, inhaled it, bathed in it. She reveled in the surge of renewal, and then she splashed it back at Luke as hard as she could. When she opened her eyes, she was lying beside him, twining her arms and her body with his, and his lips were pressed tightly to hers. She shut her eyes and drew him closer yet. Jason braced himself as Jaina jinked past commercial buildings. This part of the city's layout just wasn't complex enough for shaking off pursuers, and the hoverpod's engine had no guts at all. What did he expect a preacher to own? Try to get out of their line of sight, Jason suggested. Then put it on autopilot landing cycle and we'll bail.
Oh, great idea. Stellar.
Got a better one? She rounded a corner into a straightaway, poured on speed for several seconds, then ducked up a side alley.
Nope,
she said, flicking levers.
Out.
She popped the hatch on the pod, which was still streaking up the alley at an impressive speed, pushed one raised button, and jumped. He followed, falling hard without his Jedi skills. At least he'd been trained to roll gracefully, absorbing most of the impact. This way, he called. Jaina pressed to her feet and followed him into a gap between buildings. Are you okay? He demanded.
I'm not the idiot who's refusing to use the Force.
They waited several minutes, but pursuit didn't come. He tried phrasing it differently. How well can you really see? She straightened her mask.
I flew, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Pretty well.
All right,
Jaina said.
We're going to be Duros for a while.
She must have blurred their faces, because they had no trouble getting to a private dock, where she slid a hand across an ID reader, and they left on a small private shuttle. Jason buckled in. His conscience jabbed him. Besides piggybacking on Jaina's Force use, this was stealing. But he didn't want to go the long way around, to get to the rattletrap shuttle he'd brought up from Gateway Dome. Jaina set a course that was little more than a braked fall from geosynchronous orbit. Look out below, he murmured. They were on final approach when the comm unit hissed. Shuttle on approach vector, a male voice said. Decelerate and identify yourself. This dome is on alert. This is, NMKO-28, Jason said. frowning at Jaina as he read off an ID plate. "Decelerating now." Then he added, "Is Administrator Organa Solo available? Mom, are you there?" The next voice was his mother's.
"Jason," she exclaimed, "are Jaina and Anakin with you?"
"Just Jaina."
"I take it she's flying," Leia said. "Slow it down just a little more, Jaina. How many passengers could you squeeze into that shuttle? Is it hyperspace capable?"
That sounded ominous after what Jaina had told him. "Looks like—" Jason eyed the control panel, then peered back over the seats. "Room for 4 or 5, and there is a hyperdrive."
"Good. Park it—"
Leia gave landing instructions. To Jason's surprise, they were to head for the main entry. Gateway must have cancelled the quarantine. Jaina slipped the little craft under the edge of a fog-shrouded landing bay next to a blast crater. Figures in orange chem suits swarmed several freighters and haulers, cleaning Duro crud off Rec 10 and viewports, scrambling in and out of access hatches. Jason took one last breath of good air, then followed Jaina toward the nearest boarding tube. At its inside end, he heard his mother give a curt order. He turned left toward that voice. Inside a Duracrete block room that had been off-limits during quarantine, 3 sloping consoles with holographic displays clustered under a small screen representing local space. The room smelled like someone had eaten a late dinner in here. His mom bent over one comm unit, wearing a white scarf wrapped around and around her head, and her lightsaber dangling over her Cellcore blue overalls. Too bad about her hair. If she'd waited a few days, she might have kept it, with the quarantine cancelled. She spun around.
"Jason, Jaina, good. Load up that shuttle and get off-world. I don't think we've got long."
"There's room for you on board." Jaina pushed forward. "You, Olmec?" She glanced toward the room's inner corner, and the ever-present gray shadow. "And maybe 2 others."
"I can't leave yet. Get away now, before the Yuuzhan Vong get here."
"They might not be coming."
Recognizing the new voice, Jason turned around. "Hello, Rhonda," he groaned. The other Nogri, Baspikan, stood beside Rhonda. Leia shrugged.
"He's staying out of the way. Take him with you, as a favor to me."
"I'm staying," Jaina said flatly, "if you're staying."
"Please, you two," Leia said. "Before—"
She never got to finish that sentence. At the far edge of the small local space screen, a wave of unidentified ships appeared. Until the DDF's threat analyst painted them friend or foe, they shone white. But Jason had little doubt that the enemy had arrived.
"Too late,"
Jaina mumbled. On screen, blue grids that represented the planetary shields sprang up around one after another of the orbital cities. Off to Jason's right, another comm unit, evidently Gateway's ground orbit link to Buru, emitted a staccato buzz, followed by a curt feminine voice.
"Attention, all downside residents! This is Duro Defense Force. Take emergency shelters. Do not attempt spaceflight. This system is under attack."
Leia spun back to the other console, swatted at control, and leaned down.
"Attention, Gateway Dome. This is Administrator Organa Solo. If you have boarding orders, report to your transport immediately. If you have not been assigned to a transport, get to your assigned emergency shelter. Do not stop for belongings."
"And here we go again," she muttered aside. Jason pushed forward. "What can I do?" Dark circles looked like they would swallow his mother's eyes.
"Find your dad," she said. "He's not answering the comlink. Jaina, how are your eyes? Can you run a comm unit?"
"Fine, yes." Jaina dropped onto the chair Leia vacated. Mother?" Her tone of voice made Jason turn around too.
"What?" Leia demanded.
"The planetary shields are up around every habitat. Now, except 3. Buru, and the city on either side of it. Jason eyed the display. Blue grid lines surrounded orbital cities and the domes directly beneath them, in a ring around Duro's equator, except for the zone over Gateway. He intercepted his sister's stare.
"Sabotage!" Jaina exclaimed. "Mom, we're ground zero."
"Go, Jason. Get out of here," Leia exclaimed. "Tell your dad." Jason dashed out the door. Mixed-species knots of people hustled shoulder to shoulder, traveling against him toward the main gate. He stopped to hoist a frightened Chadra Fawn child onto his shoulders and help her find her family. In the midst of a group of humans, a white-haired man carried the black whisper kit over one shoulder. 3 children followed closely. The smallest child laughed at the small creature's quizzical face. The 2 older children had wide, haunted eyes. So the kit hadn't been shaved either. That made Jason almost irrationally glad. In the Teyana district, Rin congregated around one of the larger ruins, where a jagged 2-story wall still stood mostly intact. The ground shuddered underfoot. Jason broke into a run again. On top of a growing pile of reddish-brown rock rubble stood his dad, wearing an ancient gaunt-hide racing helmet, although wisps of hair stuck out at front and back. This had to be another solidarity gesture. More rocks spewed up from behind the pile. Jason ran up. "What can I do?" he shouted. The roar from below was almost deafening. It had to be the tunneling equipment, digging a hiding place. "Good, you're back." Han wiped a grimy sleeve across one cheek, then shouted again. "Somebody stepped on my comlink. Whoever can't get into ships or crawlers, send them this way. Romany's people started a tunnel 3 days ago." "Skulking," he growled. "If we can't get these people off Duro, we'll at least hide them in the mine complex. Come on up, lend a hand." From her post in the comm center, Jaina called takeoff orders. 2 freighters lifted simultaneously, loaded past capacity with frightened refugees. At the same time, 3 crawlers lumbered off toward 32 and the Rin caravan ships. She half heard Jason's voice over Leia's comm station, announcing he'd found their dad. Between transmissions, she fiddled with the small local space screen. She raised her mask, experimenting. When she squinted just right, she could focus the glowing pips. As expected, the incoming swarm suddenly painted itself red. It swept in, an offset wing formation. A swarm of blue dots, Duro Defense Force, deployed into combat flights just off buru habitat. And Anakin had shown her a trick once. The screen blanked.
"What are you doing?"
Rhonda demanded. Then the screen blinked on again, displaying twice the field of space it had shown before. Rhonda's howl became a cry of admiration. Jaina straightened her cap, watching one arm of the red arc split off and double back. One of the unshielded Duros cities, Orome, had drifted off its geosync point. She wondered if its stabilizers had been sabotaged, besides its shields. Green speckles flew off its docking bays, civilians trying to evacuate. Around them swarmed red bogies that had to be skips. The speckles vanished almost as quickly as they appeared. She felt less guilty about swiping that shuttle. It would have been vaped if any Duros launched it now. She clenched both fists anyway. In her mind, she was grabbing stick and throttle, coaxing everything she could wring out of her X-Wing's sublight engine. She couldn't stand this, but she couldn't look away either. One of the larger bogies doubled back toward the drifting habitat. Disbelieving, Jaina watched the bogie ram directly through its outer docks. She gaped. What kind of beasts had the Yuuzhan Vong brought this time? 6 blue dots went after the big red bogie. The others hung back, defending Buru and its shipyards. From the planet's other side, the Moncal light cruiser Poesy accelerated toward this quadrant. Jaina had looked up its tech specs. With 14 turbo lasers, 18 ion cannons, half a dozen heavy tractor beam projectors, and fabulous shields, it ought to make a difference. Then a bizarre, heavily accented voice thundered over several comm channels.
"Return to your cities and settlements,"
it said.
"We offer you peace. Return and we will speak with you. Attack or try to flee and you will be destroyed."
Leia pushed back from her transceiver.
"They've learned to transmit on our channels," she exclaimed. "If that means they can listen in, too, we haven't got a chance."
Jaina stared at the screen. Several freighters had popped up toward orbit, some from Gateway, and some from the other unshielded refugee settlements. Those closest to the approaching Poesy went unchallenged. Two that had barely made orbit, departing Gateway, were surrounded by red coral skippers. One turned back.
"Coming back in,"
a voice said out of Jaina's link box.
"If we keep running, they'll blast us too."
"Copy," Jaina answered. "Landing Crater 2 is clear for you."
If she'd been in command of that ship, though, she would have kept running. She'd rather die in space trying to get somewhere than wait here for the Yuuzhan Vong to make her a slave. Most of the Red Swarm came on, virtually unchallenged. It wasn't a big group, but Duro wasn't mounting any defense of the refugee settlements, only the orbital cities. Kent Hamner's reinforcements, if they came, would arrive too late to help Gateway. The enemy force had a target lock on this dome. She'd bet anything this was Nomanor's doing. A wheezing Moncal voice made her receiver buzz.
"Administrator Organasolo, this is Commodore Mabetya. Poesy has been ordered by Admiral Hutt to stand down and withdraw to our previous station. I am sorry. We will support you as we can."
Jaina couldn't believe it. Had the Vong bought off Admiral Dizzlewit, too? On the other hand, Poesy couldn't have reached Gateway's quadrant before the Yuuzhan Vong did, or launch its fighters in time. By holding that point in orbit, it could still defend several evacuating settlements. The enemy's main force seemed to be shapes that the sensors represented as bigger than skips, but smaller than cruisers. Landing craft, she guessed.
"All evacuation ships," Leia called into her pickup. "You're on your own. If you think you can make hyperspace, go. If not, do whatever you can to save lives."
She flicked a tile on the console.
"Gateway to all crawlers. Don't turn back. Get to 32. We're ground zero."
She turned on Jaina.
"Where did you park your shuttle?"
"I just sent it off," Jaina admitted. Leia hesitated only a second.
"Good girl," she said. "I can't get through to Salcor now. We're going underground."
"And we aren't quite alone," Jaina exclaimed. "Look!" On the local space screen, a single white, unidentified craft blasted down from Buru City, headed toward Duro's South Pole.
"Got to be Aunt Mara," Jaina said. "They dropped off Anakin's X-Wing down there."
Leia smiled grimly.
2 X-Wings and Mara's shadow? I'm glad they're here, but we could use Rogue's squadron. I'd even take Kip's dozen if they showed up.
10 Yorick Trima landing craft dropped in formation toward Duro's surface, each captain keeping the other flattened ovals in view as they decelerated through hideous mists. The ultra-sensitive eyes of each living Yorick Trima moved constantly, tracking the wedges of deadly coral skipper fighters flying escort. In this atmosphere, it was almost a blind fall. Savong La stood behind his pilot in the small forward compartment of the lead lander. Beside him, cradled in a blastula, was a specialized Villip. A second creature gripped it, surrounding it like a husk that dangled a long, straight tail. A metal-rich diet had deposited conductive material in the auxil's vertebrae, creating a living antenna, a means to send Villip speech over frequencies that the infidels used, just as Savong had been promised. A master shaper waited back at the Sunalak for his praise, if it worked, or else his reduction in caste. There were many former shapers among the shamed ones. Savong stroked the Villip, careful not to dislodge its auxil companion. He already wore a Tizo worm in one ear.
"Citizens of Duro," he addressed the Villip, "we have no interest in your mechanical cities, only the planet's unwanted surface. The Ichna, our servant in orbit, will destroy any of your other monstrosities that threaten us. Stand ready to send down a delegation to consummate your surrender, with your in-persons."
The Tizo worm had some trouble with that phrase. He gave the Villip a sharp pat, and it shrank again. Once they'd passed through the worst mists, he stared out the mica-scale viewing panel between the Yorick Trima's ablative, regenerative ventral surfaces. He'd ordered his Coral Skipper pilots to make a symbolic sweep, a first step toward cleansing the planet that would be his next staging point. The Coral Skipper fighters swooped down, launching deadly accurate plasma streams at monuments too huge to have been crafted by hand tools. Black and gray stone shattered into shards. A massive flat-topped ruin fell beneath their deadly fire flow. 3 small dome shelters collapsed. In the distance, a trio of slow-moving mechanical vehicles, undoubtedly full of infidels, crawled away from the target dome. The Coral Skippers attacked. Yellow-green flame erupted from the crawling vehicles.
"To you," Savong La murmured, "you Nyamka accept those lives. In return for that gift, grant us success."
His Yorick Trima shuddered as its landing claws seized the ground. Ignoring the settlement's artificial boarding tubes, he ordered Maliung worms extended from the Yorick Trima's sides. One of his lieutenants gave his cadre of landing troops, young warriors in unscarred armor, final orders. One group, assigned outdoor duties, already wore Newlif breathing aids.
"Destroy only those who threaten violence," the lieutenant ordered. "Gather any who lay down their weapons into a holding and purification area."
He looked up to Savong La. The War Master raised his armored arms in benediction.
"Go with the gods," he said. "All glory to you."
He turned to a Villip choir view of local space. The native defenders were settling back into their landing bays on board their abominations. The crippled mechanical city drifted. His native agent there would meet the gods escorted by an entire city, once gravity caught it. Satisfied, Savong La turned to a display table of small, dedicated Villips. He stroked one.
"Offload Tuskart and Skauru," he ordered, "and release them."
Chapter 22. Even without a co-pilot, Mara could call on most of Jade Shadow's capabilities. Lando's techs had installed pilot-controlled AG-1G lasers, nearly as powerful as the AG-2Gs he'd put on the Millennium Falcon years ago, plus a full KDY shielding suite. Shada had shown up with a gift from Talon Card, 2 Dimex HM-8 torp launchers. Mara hadn't asked the former Mistral Shadow Guard where they came from. She'd simply specified that they, too, had to be pilot-accessible. Now, just so long as nothing went wrong with life support, which she would need a third arm to reach, She was almost as single-handedly capable as Luke and Anakin in their XJ X-Wings. She'd dropped Anakin at his ship, down near the pole. Now she keyed her heads-up display to paint him and Luke silver blue. In the distance, beyond Orom's death throes, Luke turned tightly to take one more strafing run at the monster coiled around it. Sharply tapered forward from its tandem power core and drive unit, Shadow flew almost as smoothly as Jade's fire, if not quite as nimbly as the X-Wings. Mara clenched stick and throttle, diving into atmosphere again. Down in the opaque goop, her port and starboard visual scanners were useless. Long-range sensors, mounted just below her heads-up, showed a trio of mismatched but aerodynamic craft rising to meet her. Duro Defense Force already had been driven back to defend the other orbital cities, and their few B-wings had flown straight into the enemy's attack wing and been shot to pieces. Nimbler DDF E-wings and local Dagger D police ships harried the landing force's Coral Skipper escorts, but plainly this small Yuuzhan Vong force meant only to establish a beachhead, too quickly for Gateway to evacuate. Now the dome-dwellers were hostages. As Mara closed with the skips, she eyed her long-range scanners. About 30 degrees across Duro's surface, a convoy of 3 freighters and a dozen smaller craft popped free of the toxic clouds and dashed for open space. A tetraformation of Coral Skippers blasted toward it. "I'm there," Anakin announced. One of the silver-blue pips on her screen headed toward the convoy. Her own trio of skips came straight at her, firing molten projectiles and streams of blinding plasma. Lando's new service droids had fitted Shadow with a stutter trigger, and Mara targeted the lead craft as they came on, weakening its Dovin basal defense as well as she could. "Luke," she called, pulling back on her stick and setting an evasive roll as she pulled for black space. Twin ion drives responded smoothly. "Want to lend a hand here?" "On my way," he came back. She had time for only a fast glance at her long-range scanner. The silver-blue pip streaked away from Orom, headed straight for her. The Shadow shivered slightly with unevenly absorbed energy. Mara juked into a rising reversal, then snap-turned to port, and was rewarded with a broadside shot at one Coral Skipper. Again she pounded its shielding, decelerating and rotating simultaneously, keeping that one skip dead in her sights. Her brackets went live around it, a dead lock-on, but she wouldn't waste a torp until... Not this pass. The enemy pilot's friends were headed back, almost in range. High behind them, where they couldn't see him, Luke swooped into position. She knew exactly what he wanted from her. Playing her etheric rudder, she set a spinning dive. The Coral Skippers followed like hungry Minocs. One hard turn to starboard put them squarely in Luke's sights. His X-Wing pounded the lead skip. The second broke off. Mara jinked hard, came back, and put the torp right where she wanted it. Multicolored coral sprayed in all directions. Luke had taken up position on another skip's tail. The Coral Skipper decelerated hard, a maneuver guaranteed to make an inexperienced pilot overshoot, putting him precisely in the enemy's sights. That X-Wing pilot was anything but inexperienced. "Cut speed, R2, Mara heard on the private frequency, and the X-Wing came to a relative standstill, still in killing position behind the Coral Skipper. His lasers showered it with deadly firepower. Mara vaped it with a second missile. At that instant, her threat board went red. Coral Skipper's weapons didn't set off torpedo lock alarms, so she had only a moment's warning. She slammed the throttle forward, pushed down on her stick, and danced on the rudders. "Got him," Luke announced, and Mara came about as the last Coral Skipper was jetting off toward open space. "How'd you do that?" she demanded. "He must have been chasing you on full power. That would distract a Dovin Basal just as badly as projecting full shields. I think," he added. "Where did they come from?" I was headed for Gateway, hoping to give Leia time to get some more evac ships headed out.
Leia's gone into hiding, Luke told her. We can't do her any more good here. Yet. She needs time to get people on board. Ask her if it'd help if we keep the landing party looking up, instead of searching for her. While she waited, another voice gargled out of her comm unit.
All forces, this is Admiral Watt. You have been ordered to disengage and withdraw. Non-compliance will result in immediate disciplinary action.
She'd set her transceiver to listen broadband, even though she was transmitting only on private frequency. That order confirmed what Duros squadron leaders had been calling.
They're out of their minds, she growled.
No, Luke came back. I mean, yes, you're right. But Leia wants us to hold back a little longer. She thinks she's got a better chance of getting her refugees away if the Yuuzhan Vong don't know we're still hanging around.
All that through the Force, Luke?
She challenged him. Not with words, exactly. I'm interpreting a little.
Still sounds reasonable.
Their furball with the coral skippers had sent her on a vector toward Orome. The monstrous Yuuzhan Vong creature had attached itself to one docking area. As Mara watched, it appeared to break off another vast hunk of superstructure with its wedge-shaped head. It shook that vigorously, let go, and then darted back and forth, gobbling up whatever it had flung into space. She keyed her sensors for a tight beam view.
Looks like the creature's got some kind of pouch clinging to its dorsal area, she said. Maybe life support over a blowhole.
All forces, the static-charged voice repeated, stand down. We have been threatened with a second strike if we do not disengage.
Stang,
Mara whispered. Luke murmured back. What swallowed it? The threat of further attack. The promise that they only want the planet. He's going to settle for a stalemate. I'm reading a deactivation order on everything that gets docked. Mara felt her eyes widen. Full deactivation would drain off the ship's power and send their pilots and even their crews home.
They're not even going to try to help Gateway evacuate. And now our people are prisoners down there.
She pushed the Shadow's sharp nose back down. Then she changed her mind. Gateway's fragile dome protected several thousand refugees from corrosive atmosphere, and she'd seen the invaders' biotechnical breathing apparatuses. One ill-planned attack, even by 3 Jedi, coordinating their strike through the Force, and the refugees would suffer, while their captors were only inconvenienced. She'd had a run of unbreakable situations lately. She'd never been so frustrated. And they've got their beachhead. Luke echoed her thoughts. But that's the low ground. We're still holding the height.
Which makes sense, Mara pointed out, only if they think they've got an even better vantage.
If they've got more ships coming in.
Exactly.
Leia'd better hurry. His words, her thoughts. Maybe Hamner will get us reinforcements here in time.
Luke,
she muttered.
With Failure in charge, it could take another week.
On her heads-up display, one dark blue blip slowly shrank in the distance. It had been one of Leia's freighters, loaded with refugees. Her scanners showed 6 breaches along its port side. It spun slowly as atmosphere and debris vented into space. Leia would need the Duro's full support the moment she got her other evac ships loaded, and before the Yuuzhan Vong's second force arrived, before their groundside force figured out what Leia was up to and smashed the last evac ships. Mara wondered if she could talk sense into Admiral Derez Watt. If she didn't feel any duplicity in him, she could tell him, quietly, without tipping off the traitors, that he had reinforcements on the way. If she docked the Shadow, though,
She ran the risk that some bantha-brained idiot would power it down. In the distance, Anakin picked off a second coral skipper as the convoy accelerated toward hyperspace.
"X-Wing, stand down!"
Mara's comm unit growled. She slapped it off. Luke came alongside her, setting a slow arc toward Buru. Corduro and the Peace Brigade have What in a tight spot. What can't honestly believe they only want the planet, can he? Either he's a traitor too, or... well, somebody's got to get that stand-down cancelled. I'll try, on Jaina's behalf. She said he'd shown her some sympathy, but I don't want to get marooned. I could dock in your hold again. Then stay aboard in dock? Mara asked. Take off if you have to? Come back to fly cover for me if you can? I don't like that much either. But they had to do something. I'll talk to him, she decided. If they feel threatened by Jedi, you're the ultimate threat. But I'll tell him not to give up, that reinforcements are coming. We haven't heard back from Hamner. So we don't know if he's been turned down, she pointed out. She vectored away from Buru, putting the widest possible angle between any hostile eyes and her shadow. They didn't know she could carry an X-Wing, and she wanted to keep that little secret. Luke tight-docked the fighter, offloaded R2-D2, then made his way to the triangular cockpit. By then, she had Buru on visual. Port Duggan, she transmitted. Request permission to dock.
"Any further discussion?"
Borsk Phalia's violet eyes shone vindictively. No one else at the table spoke.
"Your vote, then."
Kent Hamner remained at attention, but he had less hope than ever. Senator Shesh of Kuat had spoken persuasively, regretfully, citing excellent reasons not to pull a single fighter off any of the other shipyard systems. Councillor Poe of Mon Calamari reminded the council that others, notably the Hutt Rhonda Bassadi Diori, had recently called in false alerts from Duro. As he feared, the vote went against him. He kept his shoulders at a dignified brace.
"I will notify Master Skywalker," he said. "But you'd better remember this day, all of you. If Coruscant falls to Yuuzhan Vong forces based on Duro, you will regret this decision." He pivoted on one heel and left the chamber.
"This way!"
Jason shouted. "Get to the admin building," Leia called behind him. He shouted back over his shoulder, "No! Dad's got a tunnel started!" Jaina pounded along beside him. Evening had fallen, but the overhead lamps stayed on, probably an emergency measure. Leia followed with Olmec and several others up a lane in the deserted Teyana district. As they approached the tallest ruin, Jason glanced back. Dark figures swarmed in through the main gate.
"This way!"
Jason led to the far side of the rubble pile. Inside the tumble-down building, Droma's furry, mustachioed face peered out, his blue and red cap still perched at a rakish angle. He waved a bristly arm. Jason dashed forward, glad that Droma had held out until the quarantine was cancelled. His next thought, he hoped all that shaving and isolation really had been pointless, and that no one would carry the White Eyes off-planet on an evacuation ship. At the rubble pile's edge, Jaina tripped and went down, scraping her hands and knees. Jason helped her back to her feet. "I'm all right," she insisted. She scrambled inside. Jason stood in the roofless entry, momentarily at a loss. Then he heard scrambling and puffing noises from his left. He spun in that direction, following Jaina, who'd heard them first. 2 fallen Duracrete slabs lay on the floor. He saw a gap between them, wide enough to squeeze through. The scrambling sounds were coming from down there.
"Jason?"
his mother's voice called.
"Jaina?"
"Coming!" Jaina dropped to hands and knees beside the gap, slipped in feet first, then vanished. Jason followed, dropping into darkness. He almost pitched forward, but someone caught him. "Thanks," he puffed. His mom's voice answered.
"Go. Hurry."
Jaina shuffled forward. He imitated her gait to keep from tripping on fallen stones. The passage dropped steadily, toward a dim glow on rough-cut rock. Jaina rounded the corner first. Jason followed. He thought he heard Leia behind them. In a sizable room at the T-junction of two tunnels, 20 Rin huddled. Some wore blue Selcor flight suits under their culottes and vests, their faces almost humorously stubble-covered. A pair of glow lamps threw faint shadows on the rocky walls. Up the right branch, he heard muffled voices and saw a longer lineup of faces, many shapes, shades, and sizes, disappearing in a dark distance. The digging noises came from up the T's other branch. At the junction, Han stood next to another Rin in Selcor blue, draped with culottes. "Romani?" Jason murmured, not quite sure.
"Hey, Baldy."
Yep, Romani's voice. Han stepped to Leia's side. The flap of his battered leather helmet dangled alongside his chin. End of the line, for the moment. Leia pulled away, glowering at Jason.
"There's a tunnel punched through to the old mines. From the admin building."
Han raised a hand. "This one's almost through, and the Vong are more likely headed there. I'm in charge of this group. They've been running chewers down here day and night. Only about 4 meters to go. But if we run machinery now, we'll bring sacrifice hunters down on our heads."
Leia glanced up the tunnel. "Yes, but we were using the mining laser. It's on a repulsor sled. And I've got a Goku transmitter set up over there, patched through to a surface antenna. We could have transmitted out over there."
So that was why she'd kept it guarded. "Want me to go back for the laser?" Jason offered.
"No,"
said Leia. And Han. "Now it's pick work." Han jerked his head up the left branch. "We're taking shifts. We'll be through in an hour. Maybe 2. She sank onto a rock pile.
"I can't sit and wait that long," she muttered. "Did you hear, Han? They got the crawlers. All 3.
"I heard." Han looked away. Jason thought he'd seen a furry ghost peer out through his eyes.
"But Luke and Mara are topside," Leia reported, "with Anakin. They'll give us an escort-out system if we can get these people to ships. And I need someone on that Goku link."
Jason nodded. Along one wall of this stone chamber, the Rin had piled water containers and crates labeled travel biscuits. Among the refugees, mostly shaved, but some as hairy as ever, he spotted 2 human families. A huddle of Vors, too. As usual, the mothers held their children close, away from the Rin. But this time, they'd trusted the Rin with their lives. Abruptly, he missed someone. "Where's Rhonda?"
"He didn't follow us?"
Leia asked.
"Frankly, I wasn't watching him. Baspican will keep an eye on him."
"I don't even care," Jaina said, and no one contradicted her. Jason edged toward Han and Droma, who were talking with Metza.
"From the other end,"
Metza said,
"we've traced a route to the Selcor ship lot. The minute we break through this rock, there are people on the other end who can get us to a transport. Thanks to Leia's map."
"Map?" Jason asked.
"Of the mines, from the Duro's archives."
Leia raised a datapad.
"Listen, Han. Out below the bluffs, just out of the marshy area, we did some camouflaging ourselves, weeks ago. We've still got one of the 5 big haulers that brought in almost everything for our original building site. It's ungainly, but it made hyperspace getting here. It'd hold about 2,000, according to my figures."
Han sat down on the floor beside her. "What's wrong with it? Why didn't Selcor take it back? Why didn't it take off already?" Jason watched his mom squint, frown, and shake her head. "I don't remember. I'm sorry. 3PO would know."
"He's on the Falcon," Han said.
"Can we comlink him?"
"You can try," Han said, "but I've got him running pre-flight. I'll check out the hauler. What did you do, bury it?"
Leia nodded. "Piled harvest debris on top. Our scanners would find it in a heartbeat, but the Yuuzhan Vong might not have thought to look down there by the bluffs. And we know they don't have the technology."
"They've got technology, sweetheart. They just build it in different ways."
"Maybe," she said with exaggerated patience. "They won't have found it yet. I don't know. But it'd be a lot faster to get there above ground than by following this." She brandished her datapad map of the mines.
"Skulking. Our specialty,"
Droma put in. Han broke a lopsided smile.
"Not to mention ship repair. Okay, Metza, Romani. Droma and I are going to go check out a hauler. As soon as the pick people break through, start people moving through the mines toward the bluffs. And station someone at Leia's transmitter, but watch those side tunnels."
"Right," Jaina put in. "Nomanor could still be down here. And if he is, he could greenie trap more ceilings." A few refugees stared up at the stone overhead. All expression faded from Leia's face. "A couple more hours, you said, till they're through?" Metza nodded. Leia stood up and brushed rock dust from the seat of her Cellcore coveralls. "Almost midnight," she said. "There's some time."
"For what?" Han demanded. "Hey, Leia, stay right here. I just found you. I want to find you again when I get back."
Leia compressed her lips. "Thanks," she said. "Really, Han. Thank you. But you're right. You're in charge of this group, and I left something important over at admin."
Han scowled. Nomanor led Savang La toward the laboratory-built thing, taking such obvious pleasure in walking unmasked that the War Master briefly wondered what it would be like to live most of his life in an infidel's guise, and pitied him. They strode up the sandy main road between hideously ugly constructs, past a three-sided built thing filled with monstrous machinery. Scouru and Tuskart, the huge beater and biter creatures he'd ordered released, attacked the nearest wall. This symbiotic pair could destroy artificial constructs within minutes. As soon as his own energy-creating creatures nested down and started to feed, he would put Tuskart and Scouru to work on whatever abomination the infidels used to fuel the overhead lamps. Savang La turned to an aide. "Dig the pit here," he ordered.
A contingent of warrior escorts fell out of the group. Near the dome's north edge, Nomanor led him into a construct shaped like one of their ugly bricks. In the main hall he heard sloshing and clanking noises.
"My co-workers,"
Nomanor said proudly.
"When I unmasked, I told them that those whom you found at work, helping remove poisons from the planet, would be specially honored."
"All accepted?"
Nomanor blinked his genuine eye.
"Two refused to work any further,"
he admitted.
"Even when I offered them full honor and amnesty."
"Amnesty?"
The Tizo worm in Savang La's ear didn't translate anything he could comprehend.
"What is this?"
Anor smiled.
"A word like peace, with two meanings. They define it in a way we do not. Something like mercy."
The Tizo worm didn't translate that either.
Explain, Mercy.
Nomanor paused at the entry to a room built around a long table. Savang La saw 2 infidels seated inside, wearing spotted white gowns.
"To the infidels," Nomanor answered. "It seems generous to let them escape destiny."
It is not possible to escape destiny. Death is inevitable. How it is faced, that is all important.
Incredible though that may seem, they do not understand.
Savang La shook his head.
Then we will give your co-workers better than they deserve, as thanks for their tireless efforts.
You speak my thoughts,
Nomanor said.
Perhaps some will volunteer to assist with our research?
There were never enough volunteers for that noble work, but his staff had brought the requisite planters and coral seeds.
I offered that option. Sadly, all declined. Perhaps having directed research makes them reluctant to contribute as participants.
Savang La shrugged.
Then we shall consecrate this building for your future use.
He turned to his black-robed priestess.
Vecta?
The hunched older woman had followed them, leading her ritual musicians. She stepped forward, carrying a translucent bivalve shell against her robes. Savang La reached inside, wriggling his fingers, calling one of the Tikkun creatures to his hand. He felt the delicate touch of a furless nose, then the warmth of furry coils wrapping around his wrist. He drew out his arm with the crimson Tikkun coiled around it. Master Shapers had recently created the species, responding to the need for quick, efficient, but spiritually significant individual sacrifices. From another aid, the priestess took a wad of tishwi leaves. She arranged them in a water basin, then held a flint spark against them and dropped them into the basin to smolder.
Bring the first researcher,
Savang La said. Chapter 23. Han wrapped an arm around Leia's shoulders and pulled her close, momentarily resting his chin on her white turban. Take care of yourself, then.
You too.
Jason's parents kissed each other, barely a peck at first, and then Han leaned into it. Leia went up on her tiptoes. Jason lowered his eyes, caught Jaina's glance, and half smiled. She nodded. But Han's expression was grim as he and Droma headed back up the entry. Jason watched until they disappeared. His memory fled back to Belkadon and a marsh full of villips, and he wondered what the Yuuzhan Vong would do with the 32 reclamation project. Maybe they had creatures who could live in poisoned water. Leia stared at her feet, grimacing. "Mom," Jason said gently, "you don't look real diplomatic." She raised her head.
You don't think you three get all your grit from your father, do you?
"Whatever you're going to try," Jaina said. "I'm with you." Leia's smile reflected Jaina's. For 3 seconds, all the gaps and irritations between them fell away. They looked like conspirators, sisters. And since they thought Jason had gone soft, he said, "So am I." Leia wrapped a hand around his forearm and one around Jaina's, and squeezed.
"First," she raised her voice, "Metza, Ramani, we did drill out some other bolt holes, and I have 3 maps. I need someone to get to that transmitter and someone else to pull people out of those holes, either to here or to the admin building, and from there to the haulers. We'll have to ask for volunteers.
A Sullustan girl rocked forward and stood up. Her mother, or grandmother, opened her mouth, then plainly decided against objecting. Then several others volunteered. Leia distributed her datapads, keeping one back for Metza and Romani. Close by, the rhythmic tick-clink of picks went on as the volunteers headed out. Then Leia crouched beside Jaina and Jason again.
"I've got an idea," Jaina said softly. "We could do a lot of damage with that mining laser if the Yuuzhan Vong haven't found it."
Leia nodded, then glanced up at Jason.
"Is that too violent for you?"
Jaina demanded. "It's rescue," he said. "It's defense. As long as I'm not manipulating the Force,
if the repulsor cart hasn't been sabotaged, you won't have to."
Leia peered up the side tunnel, at the refugees packed inside. To Jason's surprise, Leia's sinuous, gray shadow guard slipped forward.
"Think about this,"
Olmec said in a low, mewling voice.
"If the laser is fired, that will bring the Yuuzhan Vong down on us. That post should be mine. I claim it as my due, Lady Vader."
Leia's frown twisted sideways.
"You're probably right,"
she said, but Jason guessed she had every intention of firing it herself. His memory served up a vivid image of the galaxy, tipping toward darkness.
"Look," he murmured, "I know you all think I'm crazy, but are you sure there's no chance of negotiating? Mom, you're a professional—" "So I know, and it won't work," Leia said wearily. "When your contact parties don't come back alive, the enemy won't talk. You don't waste more contact parties."
"Still, maybe he could—"
"Don't even try it,"
his mother added darkly. Maybe she wasn't a fully trained Jedi, but she had no trouble reading him. She pushed up to stand again, then beckoned the Rin clan leaders closer.
"Metza, Romani, you've done an excellent job of gathering people. If I don't see you again, thank you. You're in charge. May the Force be with you. Jaina, you're with me. Jason, you follow."
Olmec came alongside Jason. They hurried back to the slabs that concealed their entryway. Han listened carefully from under the fallen Duracrete slab for 2 minutes before deciding to poke his head out. When he did, it was with a blaster alongside his ear. Under the big emergency lights, nothing moved. He knew exactly what Leia wanted to do. Sabotage the Yuuzhan Vong operation herself, no matter what it cost her. Or him. Call him selfish, but he wanted her alive. Not a dead hero. With or without that gorgeous hair, she had the spark that lit a fire in him. He looked all around, then clambered out. He eyed all corners of the ruined building, while Droma pulled himself out of the bolt hole. Then he edged closer to the door and glanced out. The dome that had previously been a hive of activity was almost still. He heard clanking and crashing noises from some distance away, but the hum of voices had ended. He didn't see any motion close by either. He would have given a lot for a life form's sensor. And while he was wishing, a turbo laser would be nice. Droma came up alongside him. "It'd be shorter to cut close to the admin building," Han murmured. But he didn't bother finishing the sentence. By now he just expected Droma to do that.
"Safer along the dome's edge."
Droma holstered his blaster. Han did the same. The Yuuzhan Vong were probably wearing battle armor anyway. One shot and they'd hear him, and all come down on him. He paused, shocked by his own thoughts. Where was the old Han Solo who would have charged right in? Maybe he had died with Chewbacca. "Right," he said. "Keep me in sight, But if they get me, tell Leia. Droma didn't finish that one. Nah, Han said. Bending low, he sprinted to the next ruin, then slipped inside. One room was dusty, the other cluttered with someone's abandoned possessions. At least it had a back door. He emerged on the other side. This time he spotted a massive, muscular-looking figure in black armor sauntering past, carrying an armload of survival gear. Looked like 2 lamps and a small cooker. Han ducked back inside, spotted Droma slipping in through the front door, and caught his glance with a headshake. He waited until the looter passed, then hustled on. They made their way to the end of ruined Teana, then stealthily through the tent city. At one point, hearing footsteps, he flattened himself on the ground and peered out a tear in one tent's wall. A line of prisoners shuffled past, heads down. Someone was crying. 3 Yuuzhan Vong followed the column, armored, unfortunately. Han clenched both fists, longing for the good old days, for Imperial stormtroopers with known weak spots in their armor, and for Chewie. He'd lost half himself, but he still had his luck. They made it to within sight of the dome's northwest entry. The last good cover was a power station, luckily still standing. As Droma eased into its shadow behind him, Han observed, they must not be knocking out everything technical until they can bring in their own power source.
Whatever that is.
Droma nodded. From this point, they had a clear view toward the research and construction area. A crowd milled in the open street. Han spotted humans, Rin, Vors, a few Sullustans, and a family of horned Gotals. Several black-armored aliens came into view, dragging a brick-loading machine. Han gaped at their strength. As they drew even with the milling crowd, their leader slipped out of position and got behind it, pushing with the others. Abruptly, it vanished. 2 seconds later, there was another loud crash. Not everything, he muttered, but they're getting a good start. He turned back toward the gate. 3 humans lay sprawled on the ground, looking to Han as if they'd been shot from behind, trying to reach the gate. Had the Vong posted a sniper? Or were these bodies left from the enemy's arrival?
May they dance the stars in joy,
Droma murmured. Dance the stars? That was a new one. Han knew Droma's people were a bunch of romantics. Then he saw the creatures. Coiled around Gateway's construction shed was something like a gigantic snake, darting its head from side to side, feeding. A second creature clung to its top coil with powerful rear pincers. Like a stretched-out hut with armored white segments, it reared up, flailing stubby front legs against the construction shed, and then it lowered its huge head to crash against the Duracrete shed. Debris tumbled down on both of them. Out of the upright creature's mouth lashed dozens of tentacles. It looked for all the 1,000 worlds like an averted sarlacc as it gobbled up the shattered Duracrete.
Sith spawn,
Droma whispered. If Han had been even remotely tempted to go in that direction, he wasn't now. Turning back toward the northwest gate, he picked up a stone and chucked it out into the open area. Nothing happened.
I think,
Droma said,
we're better off to run for it.
Han clasped Droma's forearm, wordlessly closing his hand on the bristles. Then he sprinted for the arched tunnel where gray dome met sandy ground, pausing only to scoop up the environment hood that one fallen human clutched in a stiffening hand. He flung it on as he ran. He'd nearly reached the gate when something whizzed past his ear. Panting, Droma plunged into the cramped airlock alongside him. He, too, wore a hood. Han slapped the cycling control, seating his air mask. A palm-sized creature zoomed past his ear, sprang off the lock's rear wall, ricocheted off the front, then whizzed toward him again. It grazed his hood as he swung his blaster like a club. Got it. It fell to the floor, hissing and sizzling as it spun. Its edges looked like sharpened steel. He patted his head and came away with a hank of hair, cut through with the hood and helmet. If he hadn't dug out this ridiculous helmet, he'd be bleeding like a stuck gort. He stomped the creature as the gate's outer doors slid aside and Duro's ugly gray fog swirled in. Droma gingerly picked up the biggest remaining piece.
Might need a knife. This'll do.
Then they were running for the bluff's edge. From behind came weird, watery-sounding cries. Han turned, aimed, fired. He caught the lead warrior guard square in the face, at the very center of a star-shaped thing that looked like a growth on its face. The alien jerked and tumbled backwards. Another weak spot. His luck was holding. Encouraged, he sighted on the next one in line, fired, dropped that one too. At that point, he expected the rest to turn tail and run. Instead, they rushed him. Hey, this isn't fair. Han shot the breath creatures one at a time. If these people wanted to die, he didn't mind obliging them. He just didn't intend to let them return the favor. He followed Droma down the bluff, bearing east over tumbled rocks. He hadn't seen Leia's big marshes before. From this slightly elevated vantage, they looked like a double line of square and triangular curbs that enclosed raised ponds. The nearest ones were green, the farthest ones toxic orange or eerily glowing brown, and between them he could see all shades in the process of changing. Alongside those marshes, he spotted a pale green pile of mowed grasses. The cargo hauler should be underneath. Droma reached the pile and burrowed in without hesitating. Han followed, depending on his breath mask to keep out hay dust. Within moments, he was buried so thickly that his worst fear was suffocation. He flailed deeper, then even deeper. It had better be here. His left hand hit something hard. On a hunch, he ducked down and crawled forward, pushing hay away in front of him, kicking it out behind him. It reminded him of swimming. Moments later, the debris thinned out. He emerged into a square, metal-roofed cavern. "Droma!" he shouted. Down here, his voice took on a slight metallic twang. He could see the Rin's silhouette, a darker smudge against grass-filtered light. "Get down here!" The air actually smelled good through his mask. In such a toxic environment, there probably weren't many bacteria of the right kind to rot clippings. "Come on!" he called again. "Move your fuzzy tail!" Finally, the Rin flailed down into the low cavern. He crab-crawled sideways to where Han lay. By then, Han had taken a good look. "If I've got my guess," he said, "it's an old tag code WQ-445. A big box-shaped scow, sitting flank."
Not my first choice for a getaway ship, Droma said.
"Mine either. But it's all they've got."
Han frowned. Leia hadn't said whether she had anyone to fly this bucket, and he was itching to get to the Falcon.
"The engine ought to be about there,"
he said, pointing past his left foot.
"And the service hatch should be—"
He scooted 3 meters to the right.
"Not much farther this way."
It took Droma a few moments' deft work, using the dead razor bug, to pry open the access hatch. After that, Han was in his element. He found an emergency cache next to the hatch, pulled out a pair of pocket lights, tossed one down to Droma, then started for the cockpit. First things first. Run the diagnostics. See if this beast really could be trusted with a couple thousand lives. Remembering the captive mob outside the research building, and the pit into which machinery was being flung, and the monsters at the construction shed, he swallowed hard. There wouldn't be many lives to save if he didn't hurry. "Come on, Bristleface. Move!" A rasping Duros voice guided Mara to dock the Jade Shadow in slip 16F, back on Buru's familiar Port Duggan arm. The same voice instructed her to power down all onboard systems.
"If they're scanning for life forms, you might be in trouble,"
she said quietly. Luke crouched beside R2-D2, finishing a few final programming details. Normally, Shadow's onboard computer handled security. With the ship powered down, R2-D2 would fill that gap. "I don't think so," Luke murmured, straightening. "Just hurry back." "You don't need to say that twice." She hesitated, getting a good look into his eyes, checking his emotional state. He raised one eyebrow. "Take care," he began. She frowned. "Of the little one." Her mouth quirked sideways. "I'll accept that as a polite way of saying, get here on the double, mother of my child." Luke touched her shoulder with one hand. She also felt a more subtle caress. She returned it. Then she hustled out through the hatch, slapped the external hatch control for the sake of Buru's visual monitors, and strode up the Port Duggan arm. No more figures in Corduro Brown patrolled. She saw only a Rhodian, hurrying inbound like herself. Then she passed a security post, manned by 2 of the Corduro guards that Luke and Anakin had encountered.
"Where you docked?"
the skinny Rhodian demanded.
16F,
Mara said sharply. Another guard slipped out of the post, headed back the way she'd come. She smiled grimly. That hatch release had peculiar camouflage. They could go at it with a laser torch and still not get on board. When she stepped off the shipyard corridor's rideway, the big open area was also deserted. Even Drusilla's podium stood empty. She turned around and spotted a transparent lift tube. R2-D2 had shown her a readout of Duro Defense Force's command post, located on a superstructure over Duggan Station. She stared up the lift tube, way up, to a small platform just under the habitat's main structural supports. 2 tall, gray guards stood outside the tube's base.
"I need to speak with Admiral What,"
she said.
"He is not available,"
the near guard answered.
"So I assumed."
Mara glanced upward again. Too far to jump. Maybe Luke could make this one, but she couldn't.
"Listen,"
she said quietly.
"I only want to talk with him. I'm not going to harm him. But if you insist on getting in my way, I can promise you I will hurt you."
She added an overlay of force energy. Too much was at stake. Too many lives on the line to hold back.
"Let me through,"
she said firmly, barely raising her hand to gesture. One guard touched the lift control, opening the door. The other pulled out a comlink and turned aside. Mara tossed her head, marched onto the lift, and punched for the command level. Chapter 24. Leia slid into the upright gap between the No. 1 hydroponics complex and her administration building. Here, the Duracrete walls were less than half a meter apart, just close enough that a reasonably agile person could climb them chimney-style. She holstered her blaster, then pushed 1 foot and 1 hand against the right wall, 1 foot and 1 hand against the left wall, and started up. Though the Duracrete was rough enough for hand and footholds, chimneying meant holding her wrists and ankles at angles that brought on a dull, throbbing ache. Using Jedi techniques to ignore that pain, she kept climbing. Finally, she stretched out prone on the roof and peered north toward the construction barns. Motion caught her eye almost directly below. A pair of Yuuzhan Vong hauled a travois-like cart down the admin building's main steps. Her breath caught as she recognized Abella Oldsong's pale blue shoulder wrap. bunched around one limp form that lay on the travois. Leia leveled her blaster at the nearer alien's neck, at the joint in its armor, then lowered her weapon. Abella wasn't breathing. Something like a crimson snake had wrapped tightly around her neck. Leia grimaced, glad that the woman lay face down. Other limbs, human and non-human, stuck out beneath Abella's body. Leia wondered if they'd been sacrificed to some horrible so-called god. She was barely aware of Olmec creeping forward to lie beside her, his lean gray face coming level with hers. "Keep your head down, Lady Vader."
"I am."
Then she saw one of her block-stacking machines jerking forward, being dragged and shoved instead of running under its own power. Ahead of it, between the construction shed and garden plots, lay a deep new pit. Yuuzhan Vong swarmed its edges, deepening and enlarging it with what looked like picks and staffs, but were probably creature tools. West of the pit, hundreds of refugees sat close together. Although the evening was slipping toward midnight, no one lay down. As Leia watched, another group joined them. Yuuzhan Vong on lizard-like beasts patrolled the area, and near the construction shed, something moved. Then she saw the upper creature's tentacled head attacking the wall in a frenzy. She clenched a fist. Where was Selkor now? Senator Shesh sat on Coruscant, while Leia lay here, watching alien biocreations shatter Selkor's haven. Not alone, though. She heard more soft scuffling behind her. Then Jaina crept up on her stomach. "Remind you of anything?" Jaina asked, adjusting her mask one-handed. Leia nodded.
"Romamul, and a pit full of droids. We've got to get those people out of there."
"With what?" Jaina asked bitterly.
"Just help me get the mining laser up here," Leia said. "They still haven't shut down the main power plant."
"What about lifting something out of that pit?" Jaina suggested. "Using the Force, and just dropping it on them. They wouldn't have a clue where we are."
"We could smash them," Leia said. "Or we could try to get some prisoners released."
"How's that?"
As Leia explained her sketchy plan, Jason scrambled up alongside his sister. "We need you," Leia said bluntly, hoping he had finally settled his mind. She explained what they wanted to do. Jason stared out over the scene. His eyebrows lifted, and he looked bitterly unhappy. "Mom, I can't," he murmured. "Jaina, you know size doesn't matter. You can do it. Draw on my strength if you want to. But this is it. The vortex. The critical moment. I can feel it. I don't dare misstep."
"Either help us or get out of the way."
Jaina's brown eyes blazed.
"Deserter!"
"Olmec can't use the Force, and he's no deserter." Leia frowned, hearing the frustration in Jason's voice. She'd never refused to use the Force this way. Still, she hadn't kept up her training. She'd obviously set Jason a lousy example, and he was taking it one step further. Jaina crept forward another half-meter, almost to the roof's edge. One earlobe poked out from underneath her sky-blue cap.
"Okay, Mom. Just lean into the Force. Then lean into me. You can do that."
Leia's frustration eased a bit. Jaina had figured out how to take charge, even how to give her mother orders without rubbing Leia's nose in her relative ineptitude. Leia pushed down inside herself toward the sensation of pure life that always was there. Not a nothingness at all, but a spot that teemed with power and life. Even with hope, she sensed, as she reached out from that spot toward her daughter. For once, their similarity worked for them, instead of dividing them. Jaina seemed to wield Leia's Force energy easily. Slitting one eye open, determined to watch, though she didn't dare to stop concentrating,
Leia saw an ore-smashing droid rise out of the construction shop. Yuuzhan Vong on that side of the pit scattered. The monsters snapped at it but missed. On the other side of the pit, refugees jumped to their feet. Their guards stomped toward them, turning their backs on the disaster that sailed through the air. Leia went cold as the force stopped flowing. The machine smashed to ground, catching at least 5 Yuuzhan Vong warriors underneath it. Other aliens dashed into nearby garden huts. Pitiful shelter. A Vouvrian leapt to his feet and shouted, "Run! Scatter!" The throng seemed to explode. People dashed in all directions. Aliens riding their saddled creatures brought some down, but others sprinted singly and in groups out of the herder's range. Leia hoped some would find the bolt holes. Deeply satisfied, she exhaled and eyed her daughter. Jaina had rolled onto her back, panting. "Well done," Leia murmured. Jaina smiled crookedly at her, then eyed her brother. "Thanks so much, Jason." He lay prone, staring down his blaster sights, biting his lip. "All right," Leia said. "The admin building's main shaft goes straight down 3 levels, below ground. The lasers should be under guard on the 2nd level." "Should be," Jaina muttered. "What do you bet Nomanor sabotaged it?" "Maybe not," Jason insisted. "Olmec and I will cover you." Good. Except for one more thing Leia had to say. "Listen," she muttered. "I'm point on this mission, and I'm coming back up here. With Olmec," she added, staring down her scowling bodyguard. "If anything happens, get away. Before we move the laser, I'll show you the way out. You're my hope for our future. Both of you and Anakin, and your whole generation of young Jedi. If you carry it on, I can... Well, just don't fail the people who are counting on you." "Come on," Jaina snapped. "We've got work to do." Exactly the right touch. Jaina was right. No more time for the overture. On with the show. Leia jumped from the hydroponics plant's rooftop to a window ledge on the admin building. From there it was a quick scramble into a vacant office. Abella's. Fortunately, the Yuuzhan Vong seemed to be congregating at the pit. The office was empty. She considered unhooking her lightsaber, then decided she'd leave lightsaber work to Jason and Jaina. Drawing her blaster, she started down the dark stairs as silently as possible. One flight below ground, Leia paused with Olmec and waited for her twins to catch up. "Laser," she murmured, pointing toward a side chamber. 2 blurred smudges marked the dust beside it, and she knew Abella's guards had met their mistress's fate. Between those smudges, not quite so close to the laser, a broad swath had been swept in the dust, as if an even larger corpse had been dragged away. Rhonda, she wondered. Where was Vaspikan? "But I'm going to show you the way out first," she said. Jaina shook her head. "I'm going up to the roof with you." "No." Holding her blaster at the ready, Leia silently pushed the next door. A storeroom filled with storage crates, nitrates, potassium compounds, micronutrients, was dimly lit by a glow lamp near the exit. Leia saw no sign of intruders. Even the dust had a spackled, untrodden look. Leia stepped through, toward a hatch that looked like one more permastone panel. She tugged it slightly open and jerked her head aside. "Tunnel to the mines," she murmured. Jaina rolled her eyes. Jason frowned at his twin, crinkling his lips. Leia led the way back out. From a canister beside the metal-sheathed power conduit, she took a handful of sand and strewed it out onto the floor, masking their footprints. Olmec lingered at the door. As Leia opened it again, she heard harsh voices from the main level and heavy footsteps going up the steps. She held still and waited. In a minute or so, the voices stopped. But were they really gone? She'd gotten used to being able to sense living presences through the Force. Around Yuuzhan Vong, she felt half blind. She glanced aside at her daughter, wearing her mask, then at her son, with his cap pulled down snugly. She pushed the door the rest of the way open. No one challenged her. She led across the open area, headed toward the laser. She'd almost reached it, when a harsh shout spun her around. A Yuuzhan Vong warrior in black armor stood on the stairs, sweeping something off a bandolier.
"Go!"
she shouted.
"Back!"
She fired off a shot, but her blaster bolt only glanced off his armor. She aimed under his arms at the known weak spot. A gray streak vaulted past her. Olmec plunged toward the Yuuzhan Vong's throat. A second alien vaulted over the balcony, hit the ground running, and came at her. Leia fell against the Duracrete door, slamming it shut with her children on the other side. She didn't stop firing until the alien's hands closed on her shoulders, wrenched her away from the door, and then drove her against it. She crumpled into darkness. Jason pounded down the laser-straight tunnel, chasing Jaina. She ran as if she had an assassin droid at her heels. "Do you have any idea what direction we're going?" he demanded.
"North. When we hit the main mines, bear to the right, toward the transmitter."
The main mines. Was Nomanor still down here? Jason grabbed her hand. Jaina almost yanked it free.
"What?"
she demanded. "We've got to go back," he said. This made no sense, but at the back of his mind, something huge and white was spinning. "We can't leave her."
"What? Hello? Duro to Jason. She sent us away. She's getting real good at that."
"This doesn't feel right." Jason listened hard, to the place inside himself where he used to find wisdom. It lay silenced. "Help," he begged. "What do I do?" "This doesn't feel right," he repeated. "Go ahead, get to the freighter. Warn Dad what's going on. Call Luke and Mara. Tell them I'm going back." In the distance, there was a throbbing head. Leia didn't want to go anywhere near it, but something kept pushing her closer until finally she went inside. Then she realized she was lying on her back, eyes tightly closed. Memory returned in pieces. She didn't move, barely dared to breathe, waiting for some hint, some clue of where she lay. She didn't feel any bonds, any shock cuffs, any binders, anything amiss, except that horrible headache centered behind her left ear. She did know enough about using the Force to turn that down a few notches. Then she listened hard.
"Get up, Administrator Organa Solo."
The voice seemed to echo, and she recognized it. She lay still a moment longer, reaching out with her other senses. All other humans must have fled the building. Most vitally, she couldn't feel Jason or Jaina close by. Either they'd escaped, or— No, the Yuuzhan Vong had not killed them.
"We are aware,"
the familiar voice said,
"of when you regained consciousness. Get up. Show the courage that proves you worthy."
Then she knew the voice. She'd heard it over her comlink, but never in person. She opened her eyes. They showed a gray, weirdly slanted Duracrete ceiling. Stairwell. She'd been felled outside the storeroom. At the edge of her vision, Duracrete spiraled up into the distance. A Yuuzhan Vong stood between her and the nearest gray wall. He was smaller than many, with most of his head covered by tattoos. What little hair he had grew in a black tuft at the back. He wore a khaki-colored tunic over a thinner-looking version of the black body armor. But his face— the nose was barely present, like two dark holes opening directly into his skull. The right eye was pale blue, with the eerie stripe of a feline pupil. The thing in his left socket was no eye. It looked leathery, except at the center, where a vertical slit split it like another pupil. The creature held her lightsaber in one hand.
"Dr. Kriar, I presume," she said. "Or should I say Nomanor?"
"We have met,"
he said, stretching his lips in a parody of a smile. She sat up, rested her back against a rough wall, and straightened her head wrap. Now she saw 3 more of the alien warriors, 1 standing guard on the next landing up, 2 more behind her ersatz researcher.
"So you solved our problems," she said, "using Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology."
"In part," he said. "I have dabbled in the kind of alchemy that can change your more useless microbes into powerful tools."
"You made Mara sick, but here you were only stalling, distracting us."
"You learn wisdom."
"I suppose,"
she said, also stalling, in the hope that her children would be far away before the aliens realized she hadn't come alone. Alone? What about Olmec? For her to be here, they must have killed him. Chewie, Alagos, Abella, and now Olmec. Again they made this war personal.
"I suppose," she went on, "you actually have everything you'll need to clean up Duro yourselves."
"That is nothing to you. If the War Master chooses to do so, he will."
War Master?
"Who is that?"
The alien's lips drew back, exposing even more of his teeth.
"Get up,"
he said,
"and I'll show you."
Her legs moved stiffly. Nomanor and his muscular cronies walked her up the stairs, into her own office quarters. The alien who waited between her equipment lockers and her desk was half a head taller than even his tallest guard. Large, rust-colored armor scales covered his body from neck to knees. His lips had multiple slits. His elongated head was tattooed, and a channel-like groove crossed the top of his head, almost from one ear to the other. She didn't want to guess how he'd gotten it. A smaller alien, with painful-looking black burn scars crossing her cheeks, offered the War Master something on a tray. As he picked it up, pinching it delicately between claws that extended from each fingertip and knuckle, she saw that it looked like a worm. She glanced aside. She'd left her bunk rumpled, rising in a hurry. The remains of her breakfast still sat on a plate beside the focus cooker. On her desk's other side, near the tall alien, her equipment lockers hung open. Most of their contents lay on the Duracrete floor, smashed into a tangle of ruined components. The big alien tilted his head slightly and let the worm slide into his left ear. Leia shuddered and planted her feet a shoulder's width apart. She needed to stall him long enough for Luke and Mara to get back with reinforcements, long enough for the refugees to escape.
"War Master," she said, "your seizure of this dome, this planet, is utterly illegal. You may not—"
"Silence!"
he ordered. Over his left shoulder, one of the dark iron sconces still hung on her wall. Something about the intruder's presence seemed to turn its abstract form into a misshapen, multi-horned head. Leia had faced down Borsk Valia. She'd defied Grand Moff Tarkin and a dozen other petty tyrants. But this creature lived by utterly different standards of respect and behavior. She must get through to him, to stop the killing, once and for all.
"Sir," she said, "we are both leaders. Our people respect us, and we have many things to say to each other. My name is Leia Organa Solo."
"I know who and what you are. I have vowed to my gods to sacrifice you and your kind. You will merely be the first, and surely one of the most famous Jedi I give them."
Leia's stomach churned. "I am not Jedi," she said. "Not really."
"Our reports say otherwise."
"Your reports are wrong. I have a little training, but that's all. In this galaxy, we have learned to live alongside each other. Surely you—"
"We do not live side by side with impurity," he said. "Your civilization is built on abominations. Your galaxy is polluted. We have come to cleanse it, so that others besides our warrior caste may occupy it and live cleanly here. It is our destiny, according to Supreme Overlord Shimra and the priests."
"Destiny?" She shuddered. "Like this world," she insisted, sweeping a hand aside, "pollution can be cleansed without killing everyone who lives in it."
"It will be cleansed," he answered. "All that mocks life is an abomination. Do you not understand that, Jedi Organa Solo? Your machines mock life. They are abominable, an affront to life, an insult to the gods, who created all that exists by sacrificing parts of themselves."
Understanding flashed through her. These people believed that their own creators had mutilated themselves. Naturally, they tried to follow that example. "We admire your creature servants," she said cautiously. "We are deeply impressed by your biotechnology. May I suggest that you, too, have much to learn from us?"
"We are learning," he said somberly. "We have seen that you deny the all-transcendent reality. Instead of learning the most worthy way to meet it, you forestall it, or pretend it does not ultimately own you. Forever."
"We have also developed servant creatures capable of healing," she said, rising to the argument. "We call them Bacta. Other servant creatures help us make food, and—"
"And still you mock death and try to evade its servant. Pain. Death, Leia Organa Solo, is the highest truth of the universe."
"No," she said. "Life is the highest truth."
"Death ends life."
"There can be no death where there has been no life. Life binds the galaxy together. Life—"
"Silence, blasphemer!"
The force of his shout drove her back half a step. But Leia was in her element now. "Sir," she said, determined to try angle after angle, until she forced his vision open a hair, just a hair. "You and I can speak because we are alive. Your gods—" yes, he definitely mentioned gods, plural. "Your gods can only be served by the living, not the dead."
"You know nothing."
He turned slightly aside and said something in a strange, guttural language. Behind her, one of her guards laughed horribly, and she realized she must have said something that seemed unutterably stupid from their point of view. "What is it you want here at Duro?" she asked.
"You," he said, "who mock death, will meet it very soon. Then, for Yuuzhan, the true master of war, we will purify this world of the abominable machines in their orbits."
The Duro's cities, she realized with a sinking sensation. Millions of lives.
"We will preserve the people you call refugees, though. Their labor is needed for the task of cleansing this world."
He nodded at Nomanor.
Finally. Duro will become our platform to take other worlds. The ones you call the core.
Leia's head felt light, as if it were floating over her shoulders. They meant to take everything, and she no longer doubted that they could. "Sir," she said, "even the gods can't want you to remove all other life from the—"
You do not speak for the gods! But soon you will speak to them. Tell my master, Yunyamka, that more of your kind, more Jedi, our most powerful enemies in this galaxy, will crawl into his presence. Give him that message when you meet him, Ambassador.
Chapter 25. One of Leia's captors stalked closer, brandishing a creature with a tiny body and long, outward-curving claws. Did they mean to sacrifice her here and now? Leia backstepped. "Wait!" she exclaimed. "I want to know more about these gods of yours." The War Master's laugh was a horrible bass rumble.
That is wisdom speaking. There will be time.
The other alien seized her left arm. The creature he held took her wrist between one pair of claws, then grabbed her other arm, holding her as effectively as a pair of stun cuffs. The War Master said something in that other language, and one of her guards grasped her left elbow. The last she saw of the War Master, he was delicately pulling the long worm back out of his ear. Her guards took her to a storeroom, shoved her in, then spun her around. One took hold of the creature that held her hands together and plucked it off. Then he gave her another shove and shut her into darkness. She let herself stand motionless, unthinking, for one moment. She couldn't escape the sensation that she'd evaded death by micrometers. Then something moved in the shadows to her left, something huge. She shrank away.
"It's only myself," a blubbering voice rumbled. "Your fellow prisoner."
"Rhonda?" she demanded. "I suppose you went to them, offering to ship prisoners, and they threw you back."
No, no! I swear by my Kajitic. I tried to reach your mining laser. I meant to sacrifice myself and kill as many of these despicable creatures as I could."
"Oh, certainly," Leia said. She'd known too many Hutts to believe this. "You meant to sacrifice yourself."
"But it is true," he moaned. "I deserve nothing better. My repentance is sincere, my mortification utter and complete.
Mortification? Leia tried giving the door a shove. Nothing happened. "Where's Baspican?"
"They took him,"
Rhonda moaned. "He's dead, then?"
No.
They took a Nogri alive? She'd thought that couldn't be done. She wiped a sheen of sweat off her forehead. "What were you doing with that Villip? Answer me, answer honestly, and maybe I'll believe you, maybe." He gave a low moan. Then he mumbled,
"I tried to bargain. I tried to get them to promise my people a safe world. Would you not try to do the same?"
Was there anything, she wondered, that might buy a world's safety? "In exchange for what?" she asked curtly. Her eyes were adjusting. Now she could see a long, bulbous, tan-colored shape, pressing up against the storage closet's other corner. She couldn't tell if he'd been hurt, and she didn't much care. He licked his lips with his fat, pointed tongue.
"They want Jedi," he said. "They know nothing about the Force. They want to find out what makes you powerful.
So you tried to sell me to them? Is that what you're telling me? How utterly appropriate, then, that they'd locked him up with her. He flattened himself on the floor. She'd never even imagined what a hut might look like in abject misery.
"No," he said, "not you. Jason."
Her son? This hut had offered her son to the enemy? Her hands flexed, her spine straightened. She would have crossed the closet and tried to take him with her bare hands, but it had taken a chain to kill Jabba, and a lightsaber to finish Beldorian. Rhonda probably didn't know about Beldorian, but it was common knowledge she'd killed Jabba. "How dare you?" she said through clenched teeth. He pulled himself even farther away.
"Now you understand," he said, "why I tried to sacrifice myself. Not that you believe me."
His voice fell dismally into the bass range.
"Not that you ever trusted me, or you will ever believe me again. I wish I could convince you how sincere my repentance—"
"No," she said, "I don't, and I won't, and you can't." On the other hand, she had seen tracks that looked as if Rhonda had been dragged out of the laser storeroom. "But go ahead. Tell me another lie to pass the time. How did they catch you?"
"I was bending over the laser, trying to activate the repulsor sled—"
"Which you couldn't do," she interrupted. "I coded it to my voice print."
"Oh!"
He made it a long, sobbing sigh.
"I am glad," he said, "to have been able to tell you this. If no one else ever knows, and we go to our death together, at least I—"
"Oh, shut up," she muttered. She leaned back against the stone wall. Her left shoulder hit a power cable conduit, and she shifted to get comfortable. She couldn't. The War Master had told her he would destroy all the Duros cities, then drive on to Coruscant. Only one conclusion was possible. He had more forces on the way. Buru and Corduro shipping had consistently cheated the refugees they'd been contracted to aid. Evidently, though, it wasn't the refugee population in imminent danger of being slaughtered after all, but the Duros themselves. She shut her eyes and reached out for her children. She sensed Jaina's subtle resonance at some distance. Jason's might be farther away or closer. Damped down. In the mines, she wondered, or still in her secret tunnel. She scratched her shoulder absently against the power conduit, then spun around, grasping it in one hand. It ran from the closet's floor to its ceiling. She thought back, imagining the admin building in her mind. Which rooms lay above her? Which ones below? This conduit ran through the storeroom that opened into her tunnel. She bent down and swept the floor with both hands.
"Is there some way I might help?"
Rhonda asked. "I want a pebble," she snapped. "There are always pebbles falling out of our Duracrete. The factory never quite got the formula right."
"Here, Administrator."
Something fell almost into her lap. She groped toward the noise it made, found the pebble, and seized it in one hand. "Thanks," she murmured. She tapped out a distress signal in the old Mon-Cal blink code. Naturally, no one answered. She stood up, flattened her palms against the closet door, and gave it another push. It still didn't budge.
"I tried that too,"
Rhonda offered.
"But if you think my weight, added to yours, might—"
"No," she said. Maybe he was sincerely repentant. For the moment. Or just suitably scared of her. She sat down again. She had only one thing left to try. But she hesitated. If she called Jaina or Jason back through the Force, They might endanger themselves. Oh, right, her inner voice mocked, as if Luke doesn't already know I'm in trouble. She'd sent Jason and Jaina away, though, insisting they save themselves, and she'd meant it. But if Luke already knew... She sat down and relaxed deeply. "Luke," she cried silently to her own twin. "Luke, hear me." She sensed no answer. Maybe he was in hiding, too. Curled up on Jade Shadow's pilot's chair, Luke felt a tendril of energy brush against him. Alert for scanners from off-ship, he ducked down into the Force and let the probe pass over. As it faded, he touched it cautiously to confirm its electronic, impersonal nature. Instead, he caught the faint sense of Leia, and danger, and warning. Chagrined, he reached toward her. He instantly recognized the sensation of being trapped, and this time she was in urgent peril. She wanted to make him understand even more, but the rest of it came through garbled. Battles, a war master, a threat to Coruscant. He jumped off the chair and strode aft, toward his X-Wing. Halfway to the hold, he halted. Save his sister? Or stay on station for the sake of his wife and child? Mara had told him to take off if he had to. He tried to get some guidance from the Force. Surprisingly, his clearest impression was that this wasn't Leia's moment at all. Her destiny was established. But within the next hour, Jason must stand firm, or fall utterly. Drawing down deep into the Force, Luke stretched out toward Jason, and then to Leia. Was she doomed? He couldn't tell. Jason remained closed off to him, walled inside his own barricades. Luke's shoulders slumped. Jaina responded instantly, though. He even felt the assurance that Jaina was already returning to try to help her mother. Linked with her now, circumventing the irritation Jaina usually showed toward Leia, Luke sensed her love for the woman who was so much like herself. Her first friend, her role model. Maybe Jaina could get through to Jason, too. He reached for Leia again. If she were deliberately opening herself to him, he might be able to catch some memory, some image that he might relay to Jaina. He had to save her. And Jason. The only clear image in her mind showed her tapping against a conduit with a pebble. And a location. He sent that to Jaina. Then he caught a whistle from Shadow's comboard. He hustled back to the pilot's chair. "Skywalker," he answered. "Luke, it's Hamner. I'm sorry, but it isn't good news." "No reinforcements?" "None. Sounds like you'd better evacuate if you can." "Good try, Kennth." Luke sensed a shipyard crew approaching in the corridor outside. He pulled back into hiding, closing his hand on his comlink. He had to get Hamner's word to Mara. Wasn't there some way to help Jason and Leia? Jason pulled himself into the smallest possible shape and waited for heavy footsteps to pass by in the stairwell. 5 minutes ago, sick of slinking and wondering, he'd re-entered the admin building. He'd found the smashed bits of a U-2C-1 housekeeping droid, plastic legs and shredded tubing scattered in the stairwell. Then this empty cubicle, exactly large enough to hold such a droid. Something nibbled at the back of his mind. Once again, something enormous was trying to break through, something out of the infinite. A warring urge tempted him to simply spring out of the cubicle and have done with all his struggles. Wait. The sensation came through plainly. Anguished, almost angry now, he dug his fingernails into his ankles. "Wait for what?" he screamed back. Han leaned against a stone wall. Returning toward the underground gathering place from Gateway's last hidden hauler, he'd found Leia's Goku antenna. He promptly patched in his comlink. He got no answer from Leia or Jaina, but C-3PO picked up. "No sign of him, 3PO?" In his mind he saw the protocol droid, perched in the Falcon's offset cockpit, standing watch out on that bluff.
No more of the alien ships have appeared, Captain Solo.
Check the sensors. What's on approach? Brief pause. Behind him, Han heard the soft shuffling of hundreds of feet. Refugees making their way past him up the tunnel toward Droma.
Nothing, Captain. For the moment it still appears as if the enemy has deployed only this small task force.
Good enough, Goldenrod. Be ready to fire it up the second I get there. He tried Leia once more, then flicked off the comlink and stuck it deep in a pocket. He didn't like her silence. One of the shaved-down Rin paused alongside him.
Get through?
Han recognized Romany's voice. Yeah. Doing all right? Han murmured. Romany's blue jumpsuit sagged on his arms. He brandished his own comlink.
Ravana says the last ones have gotten down into the tunnel.
Good enough.
Where are your children?
Probably with their mother. I hope. Han peered ahead. Just beyond this point, they were entering the most dangerous section, where the ancient mining tunnel joined Leia's scientists' recent dig, connecting their lab with the marshes. Here, if anywhere, there could be a trap. As if on cue, he heard a soft crack overhead. Then a crackle that seemed to go on for a full minute. Gravel sprinkled his leather helmet. Don't panic, he muttered to Romany. Not yet, anyway. Unbelievably, no one cried out. Far behind, a section of ceiling dumped itself on refugee heads. He heard gasping noises, saw and felt a press of bodies surge toward him. But even the children stayed quiet. What did you do to them, Romany? He demanded. The Rin shrugged.
They know if they're heard. We're all dead. They've been running so long they're starting to get good at it.
Mentally, Han cursed the Yuuzhan Vong. He turned and moved on. At tunnel's end, daylight shone faintly. Droma had scavenged an old cargo stacking frame off the hauler and painstakingly pushed it along the cliff's base toward the tunnel. As he moved it, he and a growing number of refugees kept stacking hay over it, creating a tunnel. Han was able to move this largest group yet onto the hauler without being seen from outdoors. As they streamed past, human, Vor, Vuvrian, here and there a Gotal and a Snivian, he ducked against the hay frame with Droma. Now that it was time to say goodbye, he didn't want to do it. Neither did Droma, evidently.
If we can break orbit, I'm going to head out the trade spine. Senex Juvex might still be taking refugees.
You've changed, Han said bluntly. What happened to the loudmouth I met back at Ord Mantell?
Guess he died,
the Rin said somberly. He pulled off his red and blue cap, knocked straw out of it, and replaced it at the usual angle.
With about half of his clan.
If I find any stragglers, I'll put 'em on the Falcon.
Right,
Droma said.
You know,
he said wistfully,
I really wanted to meet Luke Skywalker.
Han laughed shortly. You did. On board the Queen of Empire.
Not to talk with him.
Han shrugged. I'll send him along someday. He backhanded the Rin's bristly upper arm. Keep your scanners up.
You know, Solo, for such a mouthy human, you've got a good heart.
The line's end passed them by. Droma fell in with the stragglers, hustling them along. They'd agreed he would wait for Han to signal when the Falcon was ready to run for open space. Han would escort him to the jump point, then head in his own direction, with Leia and the kids. He thumbed the comlink, but once again none of them answered. He was turning toward the tunnel when Droma came dashing back.
"Comm unit's dead," he puffed.
Transmitter seems to be functioning. It's just the voice pickup.
Let me patch in your comlink." Han hesitated, then decided he could talk to the kids from the Falcon, and it was high time he got there. He handed Droma the link. "We're about even on that running rescue total," he said. "I think you owe me now."
"Put it on my account," Droma said.
Leia's prison door opened wide enough for a clawed hand to reach down, leaving a pitcher of water and a bowl full of something that squirmed. Rhonda snored softly in his corner. She sniffed the water. It seemed all right. She took a cautious taste, rolling the sip over her tongue, listening hard for the infant danger sense that protected Luke and Mara so effectively. She sensed no warning, so she drank thirstily. Then she considered the bowl. No matter how hungry she got, she couldn't face that. She nudged Rhonda's midsection with her foot. "Hey," she said. "Dinner." He came awake quickly, blinking his huge black eyes. "It's something you'd like." She shoved the bowl into his small hands.
"Oh,"
he exclaimed.
"It's been so long."
She turned away, repulsed by his appetites. A faint pinging that had gone on for several seconds finally caught her attention. It seemed to be coming from the conduit. She pressed closer. In blink code, she heard letters formed by long and short groups of pings. RME, pause. CANYOUHEARME, pause. By this time she'd found her pebble again. She pinged back, WHOISTHIS. "Jaina," the answer came. "What floor are you on?" Exultant, Leia stretched out through the Force. There indeed was her daughter. From Jaina's mind came images of Luke hiding shipboard, docked at Buru, and of Mara speaking with the Duros military command. But nothing from Han. For secrecy's sake, Jaina had switched off her comlink. Laboriously, Leia spelled out the War Master's threefold threat as she formed explanatory images in her mind. The others must know about the incredible danger to the Duros cities, word for word, exactly as the War Master threatened. Also the impending enslavement of refugees and the promised strike on the core. "Warn Mara," she concluded, sliding back into signaling mode. "Use Goku transmitter. Hurry, then come back. Rhonda prisoner also." Jaina pinged back, "Get you first." No. Warn Mara first. Get Han, come back," Leia answered. Silence. The warm echo at the back of her mind faded, cooled, vanished. She counted off almost a minute. Then, "Okay," Jaina pinged back. Leia sank back down, dropped the pebble, and rested her elbows on her knees. 4 armed Duros waited for Mara at the top of the lift. "Charming," she said. "A welcoming committee. I need to speak with the Admiral."
"You're under arrest!"
The Duro wearing the most stripes on his collar snapped.
"On what charge?"
Mara demanded.
"Trespassing on military property to start."
Mara flexed her hands, holding them close to her blaster and lightsaber.
"Tell you what, you can try to lock me up, in which case either you'll end up on the floor, or else as Yuuzhan Vong's sacrifice bait, or you can take me to see Admiral Watt first. If he still wants me locked up, I'll go peacefully. Think you could handle that?"
The lead Duro's eyes blinked once.
"This way,"
he ordered. She followed him, ready to make a break the moment he took a wrong turn. But less than a minute later, the escorts marched her into a private dining room, where a Duros sat next to 2 burly humans. The Duros' charcoal-gray uniform had filigreed epaulets, white shoulder cords, and a row of stars around his collar.
"Admiral,"
Mara said.
My name is Mara Jade Skywalker. I urgently need to speak with you.
Admiral Watt cocked his long head to one side. He glanced at his human guests.
Interesting, he said. These gentle beings just predicted that you, or one of your kind, would force your way in to see me within the hour. And here you are.
Mara got a good look at the humans. The nearer one wore close-cropped hair and sat with his shoulders slumped. The other had a bizarre, distant look in one eye, probably a malfunctioning prosthetic. They openly wore the clasped-hand Peace Brigade insignia, one hand recognizably human, the other hand completely tattooed. They always left off the claws.
Good,
she said. She leaned both hands on the back of the nearest repulsor chair.
Admiral, I don't know what you've been told about the chances of a second Yuuzhan Vong attack on this system. A final one. But we have reason to believe it's imminent.
They are coming to take possession of the planet's surface, the slump-shouldered human said. They have no interest in the Duro's cities, and there is no reason we cannot coexist peacefully with them.
Mara glared.
So you sold them what? 500,000 refugees to be sacrificed?
He spread his hands. His bad-eyed friend slipped both hands under the tabletop. Mara got a grip on her lightsaber beneath her long tunic.
I know you've been told to believe they have no use for your orbital cities, and that they'll leave them alone, she told the Admiral. I assume you struggled with the decision to let them take hundreds of thousands of lives down there, once this slime got to you. But your own people are your priority, and this is war. Am I close?
The slumped one crossed his arms.
I think it's time you left, Green Eyes.
Mara shook her head.
We transmitted back to Coruscant, she said. We requested reinforcements. They turned us down.
Again, the Admiral's glance flitted sideways. His large eyes narrowed. Then he looked at her again.
Please make your point, Jedi Jade Skywalker.
I'm surprised you haven't already seen it, she said. Have you heard how they destroy technology? Did you see that creature out there chewing on Orom? Don't you realize they consider technology, all technology, to be an abomination? An offense against their gods? Can you really believe they would leave you your cities?
We have been given those assurances, he answered. It is, as you say. My responsibility is to my people. Sadly, I cannot help evacuate your downside settlements. We did try to warn Selkor against colonizing that surface. Duro swallows everything that touches it.
So get out of here, Bad Eye said.
I'll leave when it's time to go.
Mara watched his shoulders. If they twitched, she was ready.
First,
the comlink on her belt toned, and from a distance she felt Jaina's urgent concern. The girl's timing was execrable.
My apprentice is trying to rescue Ambassador Organa Solo, who has been taken prisoner down there,
she explained, raising the comlink left-handed.
Mara here, she said. I'm with Admiral Watt.
The instant she confirmed Jaina's voice, she flicked the comlink, turning up the gain.
Admiral, this is Jaina Solo. Gateway Dome still has a Goku link in the tunnels, and Mom's people hooked it to an external Rectenna array. Mom's being held in the admin building by a Yuuzhan Vong they're calling War Master. He has told her they're going to destroy the Duro cities. All of them. She said it was urgent to warn you.
Mara glared at Bad Eye, whose good eye had widened considerably.
He said that verbatim, Jaina? Mara asked.
Or was that just an inference? This is extremely important. Mara held the comlink at arm's length, making sure everyone in the room could hear Jaina's reply. She took the time to quote him. He told her, "We will purify this world of the abominable machines in their orbits," Jaina confirmed. "And from here they mean to take the core. If Admiral Watt can't hear me, tell him one more thing. We found evidence that Corduro Shipping has been working with the Peace Brigade for a long time, probably in exchange for a warning to get one city prepped to leave orbit. Sir, if you want to protect the Duros people, evacuate them to that habitat. Start building its momentum now, because you won't get much time. There aren't many of us who can help you in system, but we'll help the DDF fly cover for its getaway." Static interrupted the transmission for several seconds. "Go again, Jaina. We missed that last part." "Mom says to hit Gateway Dome as soon as her people are out. This guy is high in their ranks. You've got to take him. Kill him." "Can you get back to Leia?" Mara asked. "Excuse me, Admiral. I've got to get personal." Jaina's voice sounded strained. "She ran me off, Mara. I went back for her, but—" "She had to get us that message." Mara stared at Bad Eye. His left shoulder was drawing back, just slightly. "Jason's—" Bad Eye's blaster cleared the table. Mara used her lightsaber to deflect the bolt. She tried to aim it back at him, but missed by several centimeters. He toppled anyway. She backstepped, nearly bumping her escorts, and spotted a holdout blaster in Admiral Watt's right palm. Now he held it trained on Slump's shoulder.
"You, sir,"
Watt said,
"are under arrest. Guards, deal with him. I need to speak with Jedi Jade Skywalker."
To Mara's deep satisfaction, 2 Duros from her escort squad carried Bad Eye out of the dining room. The other 2 escorted Slump's shoulder. Mara fingered her comlink. "Jaina?" No response. Jaina must have left the Goku station. Admiral Watt clasped his knobby hands.
"You were right,"
he told Mara.
"We have been betrayed. Somehow we must cancel the stand-down without alerting the traitors."
"And hurry your people to that other city."
He nodded.
"Erdorf, my forces are short-handed. How many Jedi have fighter ships in system?"
Luke on the Shadow, shortly to be in an X-Wing. Anakin out on patrol. And herself.
"Only 3, she admitted. "But Captain Solo has the Millennium Falcon planetside, and that's quite a ship."
Admiral Watt's eyes didn't brighten much.
"Then at least we might delay them,"
he murmured,
"and evacuate a few more of your people. And mine."
Anakin watched his sensors with half his attention, listening to the Force with the other half. He knew where his mother was, and Jaina, and his aunt and uncle. The Yuuzhan Vong battle group seemed to have lost interest in stray ships patrolling inside the roiling fringe of Duro's atmosphere. His job was to watch for a second wave of attackers. He'd set his astromech, Fiver, to scan space. He'd picked up the early model R7 droid, most advanced of all the astromechs, on a hunch. R7 droids were notorious for working poorly with any fighter but an E-Wing, and it had taken Anakin 5 attempts and 2 weeks of tinkering. But now his backseater was as sleek and dependable as his uncle's R2, but fully armored and capable of multitasking at blinding speed. Anakin Solo would settle for nothing less. His present course kept Orom in view. The monstrous creature that coiled around it looked like a space slug, thick-hided for survival in vacuum, with a mouth easily 80 meters wide. A squadron of coral skippers escorted Orom as it drifted lower in orbit. Anakin doubted he could do anything to help anyone still inside that habitat. But if he could blast that creature off, he might keep it from feeding again on Buru or Rudabar or any of the other orbital cities. On the tactical frequency, he could faintly hear transmissions between some officer on board the Mon Cal Poesy, on Duro's far side, and an E-Wing patrol. They sounded just as frustrated by Admiral Watt's stand-down as he was. They weren't Jedi. They had to follow orders. So did he, supposedly. But he was out here and they weren't. He had the Force and 7 proton torpedoes. If he could neutralize the skip's Dovin Basils, he might be able to hit the monster. On his scanners he spotted the wrecked hulk of that refugee hauler, dipping down into atmosphere. That gave him an idea. Gingerly he pushed his throttle forward. "Fiver, give me a readout on that freighter's structural integrity." Studying the visual display that appeared, he saw that the line of blast scars had elongated, leaving a slash along one side, barely big enough to fly inside. "Any life forms on board?" Fiver hesitated less than a second. "Negative." Anakin's hands tightened. That was terrible news, but it gave him an enormous bulk to work with, without fear of harming any living bystander. "How about its main reactor? Did it melt down yet?" "Negative. Reactor live." Even better. Flying by scanner, and solo luck and instinct, he closed down his S-foils and maneuvered through the breach into a cavernous central hold. Something had detonated inside, melting through decks and bulkheads. "Fiver, set up a slingshot pass. I'm going to put our nose up against an inner bulkhead and try to steer this thing." His droid pasted a string of question marks on the visual screen. "I want to pull G's around Duro and launch toward Orome." More question marks. "Just do it," Anakin ordered. Even an R7 could be incredibly dense sometimes. It took longer than he anticipated. First, to calculate his course, then to pull down toward the roiling gas clouds and add every bit of acceleration Fiver could coax out of the X-Wing's engines. He dialed his inertial compensator down to 95%, getting the best possible feel for his awkward hauler shell. His heads-up chrono finally started ticking off seconds. By this time, the freighter had picked up substantial momentum. "All right," he said. "On my mark, decelerate." The seconds melted down to 0. "Now!" he shouted. He slipped down into the Force, letting it guide his hands on the control yoke, his feet on the etheric rudder. The X-Wing's blunt aft end bumped only once as it slipped out the horrible tear in the freighter's side. Obviously, the freighter didn't have enough momentum to hit Orome in high geosync. Anakin had allowed for that. He armed one of his precious torpedoes, got a lock on the freighter's still live reactor, and squeezed his right hand. The torpedo arced away. Anakin waited for exactly the right moment, then maxed his shields. Facing directly into the inferno, his canopy went black for an instant. The Force guided his hand on the yoke, jinking back and forth, avoiding debris even while he accelerated, chasing a wave of destruction toward the doomed habitat's Coral Skipper escorts. He charged them, still accelerating. Cued by the Force, he dumped a torpedo as his targeting reticle bracketed one skip, then a second. White-hot debris had overloaded their Dovin Basil shields. Each of them exploded into thousands of coral shards. He caught a third skip with blasts from his lasers, a fourth with torpedoes. Time blurred, vision no longer registered. A toothy black maw opened in front of him, and a gullet big enough to drive a whole squadron of X-Wings inside. Anakin dumped one more proton torpedo, then snap-rolled away. He pushed his throttle forward and dived toward Duro. 2 of the surviving Coral Skippers gave chase. On his aft screen he saw one more explosion, and the monster's head vanished. The rest of it went limp, drifting off of Orome. Anakin smiled grimly. Now he only had to deal with 2 coral skippers. He'd done that before. Chapter 26. Jason heard weird, hypnotic music pass his hidden compartment, playing a melody full of death and despair. Several pairs of armored legs tramped up past him, his cheekbone twinged. He imagined himself as Kipteron, blasting out of the compartment with his lightsaber blazing, destroying everyone who got in his way. Utterly rejecting the idea, he tried to imagine himself as his uncle, taking up the lightsaber when necessary, sparing life whenever he could. Then as Anakin, strong in the Force, unafraid to use it, but not yet mature enough to see all facets of each situation. As Jaina, a champion of her squadron, only beginning her own rise to glory. Who was Jason? Again he had the overwhelming sense that the Force was about to shift. Something was ending, something beginning. He could crouch here until they found him, or he could commit himself back to the Force, utterly. "But what do you want?" he begged. Again he saw the galaxy sliding toward darkness, and this time he realized that standing motionless at its center wouldn't change the balance, wouldn't save anyone, including himself. What if he'd caught that lightsaber Luke flung in his vision? He would be expected to strike, wouldn't he? He could do that, on his own, without the Force. Or else he could give himself utterly to something he was too small to understand. As Uncle Luke said, there was no middle ground. He unhooked his lightsaber. He thought back to the times he'd beaten Anakin, to the old familiar feeling of letting the Force flow through him, so that even a Force-dark Yuuzhan Vong's actions could be anticipated. It had been like warm, living water flowing all around him. It was utterly tempting to go back. No, he would not go back. He must go on. Heavy footsteps approached. Leia backed away from the door. Rhonda moaned,
"This is the end. As night follows morning, as decay follows death."
"Shut up," she said firmly. A warrior in black armor appeared in the doorway. He held a snake-headed amphistaff across his body. He pointed out into the room and said something unintelligible. Maybe they didn't have enough earworms to go around. Not that it surprised her. She didn't expect them to want real communication. Another guard emerged from behind the door, holding the clawed, wrist-grabbing creature. "That's not necessary," she said. "You don't need to do this. I'm not going anywhere else." She winced as the claws closed on her hands anyway. The guard turned next to Rhonda, brandishing a glob of yellow-green slime. He applied it to the hut's small hands, then pushed them against his globular sides and gave a guttural command. Rondo wriggled his fingers. His hands stayed where the guard put them. "Guvik," the guard ordered, shoving Leia's shoulder. She obeyed, but she didn't hurry. He directed her across the circular landing, back to her office, shoving and poking with his amphistaff. More guards followed them. The War Master stood in front of her window, looking out toward the research buildings. To one side stood Nomanor, again wearing his tunic over black armor. On the War Master's other side, a smaller, wrinkle-faced Yuuzhan Vong wore floor-length black robes and a hood that clung to her back-swept skull. Flanking her, two lanky attendants held long-limbed crustaceans against their bare chests. Tattoos radiated upward and outward from their chests' centers, resembling explosions in shades of red and orange. A third attendant cradled an enormous double-skinned drum against her tunic. As Leia stared at the drum, 2 protrusions near its top opened momentarily, revealing a pair of green eyes. Leia's guards stopped at the door. Ignoring Rhonda, she resolutely walked forward. "Good morning," she said. The War Master turned slightly, showing half his disfigured face. Leia thought she saw a smile on the fringed lips.
"Come here,"
he said. She walked to the window. Between the research building and the construction barns, the new pit had been dug deeper. Down inside lay a jumble of machinery and construction droids.
"The gods give good portents today,"
the War Master said, nodding toward the black-robed female.
"It is a good day to burn sacrifices."
Leia gripped the window ledge with 4 fingers. "Wait! This is an enclosed dome. Open fires will deplete your own oxygen. You must—"
"Your expectations are false. The creatures who cleanse our shipboard air will purify it inside your built monstrosity as well. When waste gases increase, they simply multiply faster. Again, you see that technology is no match for life itself."
"I agree," she said firmly. "Life is vital. Living creatures are complex, matchless, and blessed with intelligence. So you must not—"
"All living creatures serve the Yuuzhan Vong," he said, "and we serve the gods."
He nodded to the elderly priestess. The priestess inclined her head, keeping her hands laced in front of her, both arms covered by long, full sleeves. The War Master turned back to the window.
"Watch," he said. "You must begin to understand the destiny that approaches you all, star by star, breath by breath."
Several more warriors approached the pit, dragging another travois. Leia's priceless mining laser, already smashed beyond usefulness, lay on top of it. The warriors maneuvered the travois into place, raised its end, and pitched the laser into the pit. Then another black-robed priest led a procession toward the pit, including a second travois. Something that looked like a large tank was balanced on this. As the second travois tipped, a bulbous creature with 6 stubby legs scrambled out to the pit's side. Leia had seen these fire-breathers before. Big ones, at Gindine. This youngster trained its proboscis down into the pit and gushed out a scream of gelid flame. Leia glanced up and saw that the dome's synthplas underside glistened with spots and splotches of red and white. As smoke rose toward the splotches, the white ones slowly reddened. "Your biotechnology is marvelous," she said dully.
"Do not call our servants technology," he growled. "We serve the gods, and other living things serve us. This morning we will return great honor to Yunyamka." He stretched out one arm, pointing his clawed forefinger toward the pit. "Witness this." A line of Yuuzhan Vong guards circled around behind the refugees. At a signal given by one standing in a corner, each one let down an arm. Out of their sleeves slithered long black ropes. In a single coordinated motion, they bent down for the ropes and brought up stiff, snake-headed amphistaffs. Then they drove refugees toward the fire pit. "No." As helpless as she'd been on the Death Star orbiting Alderaan, Leia turned to the War Master. "No, you can't do this. This is wrong." "This," he answered, will happen on all worlds. The worthy ones were removed from the group while you slept, Leia Organa Solo. Many agreed to serve us. In other settlements on this world, they will all serve us.
Leia stared as the first line of refugees tumbled over the brink, clawing at the dirt and each other. Grieving, she looked away. She didn't have to watch them die. She felt it through the Force, like blows hammering her gut. She backed away from the window. The War Master raised both clawed hands, made fists, and exclaimed something she couldn't understand. Then he dropped his arms and turned toward her.
"Now, Leia Organa Solo," he said, "you, too, will speak to the gods."
The black-robed priestess raised both arms. Her attendants swept out their red-limbed crustaceans. The creature's long legs locked in an extended position, joined to the bodies by tendons that now stretched taut, like translucent harp strings. The third attendant flicked her huge drum in a slow, inexorable beat. The other two raised clawless hands and plucked their creature's taut tendons. An eerie, atonal music filled the room. The priestess lowered her arms. Out of one sleeve slithered a black amphistaff. From the other sleeve, one of the furry red coil creatures rolled down her other arm. It tightened around her wrist. Leia had seen something exactly like it, looped like a garrote around a Bella Oldsong's throat. She pulled a deep breath, using the Force to stay calm.
"I would be glad to serve you as an interpreter," she insisted. "You need a translator for more than just language and words. Someone who understands idiom. Your earworms obviously can't—"
"Silence!" he ordered. "You mistake my intention."
The priestess glanced at him sharply. The War Master stepped toward Leia.
"My watchers tell us that someone is trying to enter this built thing. One of your kind. A Jedi."
Jaina? Leia thought frantically. Jason? Get out of here. Get to the Falcon. Or could it possibly be Luke? He nodded curtly toward the priestess.
"We have seen how your people flock to the injured like carrion flies, hoping to feed your dreams of immortality by rescuing each other. You will be honored to serve the gods by suffering. Your screams should lure the other one to me."
Stop, she said, backing away, refusing to understand.
"Think about this. If you kill me, I can't help you any longer."
He stood between her and the window, but there was just a chance she could get past him, and jump, and use the Force to land softly, and lead them away from whoever else had gotten into the building. It's a trap, Jaina. She flung that thought out into the Force. Get away! The War Master stepped away from the window. A massive tan object lashed at him. Rhonda's powerful tail, unrestrained by the guards or their creatures, whipped the amphistaffs out of two guards' hands, then lashed again toward the War Master.
"Run, Ambassador!" he thundered. "I have my wish after all!"
The gaunt priestess plucked the ropey red creature off her wrist and swung it over her head. Leia rushed Nomanor, scrabbling with her fingertips for her lightsaber, still tucked in his belt. She wouldn't get far without that. The priestess launched her rope. In flight, it stretched out to twice its former length. It struck the Hutt's neck and wrapped around like a whip. Rhonda lashed at the War Master's guards with his mighty tail. They ducked out of range. Leia drove Nomanor against a wall, wrestling to unhook her lightsaber with her claw-contained hands. His nails raked her arms. She hit the activation stud, extending the ruby-red blade. It barely missed the Yuuzhan Vong's foot, burning a hole in the Duracrete flooring. Powerful hands wrenched her away, piercing her arms with knife-like claws. The War Master's guards dragged her off her treacherous researcher. In the middle of her office floor, Rhonda lashed and quivered, fighting the tightening cord with his neck muscles.
"Leia,"
he gasped.
"Betrayed you. It's my nature. I'm sorry."
The priestess's drummer beat a crescendo. The garrote creature tightened again. Rhonda's huge eyes bulged. Leia struggled uselessly against her guards. Those close to Rhonda now had dented and gouged battle armor. The War Master stepped around her massive desk, kicked the hut's motionless tail, then ordered his guards,
"Take it to the kitchens."
4 of them dragged the huge body away. If Rhonda had been older and heftier, they probably couldn't have budged him, but their physical prowess was staggering. Nomanor fiddled with the hand grip of her deactivated lightsaber.
"We will study this abomination,"
he told her, brandishing it.
"We will take it down to small pieces and improve our defenses against it."
He thrust it back into his belt. The remaining guard, the priestess and her musicians, formed a circle around Leia. Get away, get away, get away. She thought it at the Yuuzhan Vong, at Jason, at Jaina, at Han, hopefully in the Falcon by now. Warn the Duros. Warn the fleets. Get away. The priestess raised her left arm again. Another red garrote creature rolled down to her wrist. Something else grabbed Leia from behind and flung her to the ground. Something heavy and sharp fell across her legs at the knees, blinding her with a double explosion of pain. She bit her tongue. They struck again. And again. A scream echoed down the stairwell. Jason flung himself out his compartment's door. 2 alien warriors stood in the passage. One outside the office door where that scream had come from, one closer. Jason leapt up 3 stairs at the closer warrior. The armor itself could be killed, he reminded himself. The vulnerable point was under the warrior's arms. But at the end of that arm, a black amphistaff coiled like a hook, narrowing its inner edge to blade-like hardness. The Yuuzhan Vong attacked, taking advantage of his elevation. Jason couldn't anticipate the warrior's strategy. He could only watch shoulder twitches, subtle shifts of feet. The other's first swing drove Jason back down into a crouch. He sprang up quickly, stepping past his enemy with his lightsaber at shoulder height. Using his body as a fulcrum, he slashed for the armor's weak spot. The warrior dodged as the door guard pounded downstairs. Off the bandolier on his chest whizzed 3 silvery creatures. Jason backswung, pushing his pommel toward the warrior's chin. The Yuuzhan Vong swung his amphistaff down, aiming for Jason's neck. Jason ducked aside and skewered the first thud bug with his glimmering ice-green blade. The leering warrior spun on one foot, driving his amphistaff toward Jason's midsection. Jason leapt aside, planting a kick as the amphistaff swept past. The warrior lost his balance and flew over the banister. Jason stood gasping for 1 second, then swung at the thud bugs, dimly aware that the other guard had vanished into Leia's quarters. The second bug came at his chest. Now he missed the flow of the force. He backstepped and swung, feeling half blind. Somehow he connected anyway. The bug skittered to the ground. Its partner buzzed toward his head. He ducked, but not quite in time. He felt fire on his scalp as the creature slashed past, slitting his cap. He brought up his lightsaber, trying to stab it. Without the force, he just wasn't fast enough. He caught it on the backswing. Ignoring his scalp wound, he dashed the rest of the way to the office. Panting, he burst in. His mother lay sprawled on the floor. From her knees almost to her feet, Her Cellcore blue uniform was darkening rapidly with blood. She pushed up on her forearms, opened her eyes, then furrowed her forehead.
"Go,"
she groaned.
"Get away."
To his horror, 3 slug-like creatures rolled back and forth alongside her legs, cleaning up the visible red flow. Beyond her stood the biggest Yuuzhan Vong he'd ever seen, and a small one, all in black. 3 musicians covered with tattoos, and a mid-size one, with his mother's lightsaber tucked into his belt, stood aside.
"You!"
the middle-sized Yuuzhan Vong exclaimed.
"The craven one. I thought you remained on Buru."
Jason gaped. The Yuuzhan Vong knew the Duros had detained him? Corduro hadn't just sold out, it was collaborating. Holding his lightsaber at the ready, Jason stepped around Leia and said, "Let her go." A fully trained Jedi could have controlled blood flow to her own wounded extremities, letting enough through to oxygenate her nerves and muscles, but not enough to bleed to death. Obviously, Leia couldn't. But Jason could barely stand, he was so dizzy. The room spun and tilted around him.
"Craven still," the War Master exulted. "You stand there looking, instead of trying to strike us down. Look, then. Look well."
The War Master reached toward the small, black-robed individual and said something Jason didn't understand. Her eyebrows lowered fiercely. She uncoiled something red from her left wrist and gave it to the War Master. He dangled it between 2 claws.
"Ambassador Organa Solo, straighten your spine and compose your face. Meet destiny with courage, and inspire this young coward."
The black-robed one stretched out her arms. Her musicians started their ugly, throbbing tune again. The room spun faster. "Stand firm, Jason," he heard. He could not fight this darkness. Not without the light of the Force, and the darkness must be fought. Jason reached inward and outward for the devastating, ravishing energy that was too large to comprehend, too mighty to use without being changed forever. He balanced himself around his glimmering blade and charged. Chapter 27. Mara sprinted back up the crowded Port Duggan shipyard arm. What had committed to scramble the DDF, but plainly something had gone terribly wrong planetside. Leia's agony made the Force ring, like gaffy sticks crushing Mara's knees and calves. At the end of her own dock, a Corduro group barred the way. Mara considered her blaster, unhooked her lightsaber instead, and tipped it up against her right wrist. A flick of her hand would drop it into her grip. "Excuse me," she said, shouldering into the group of guards. "Whoa there," the nearest, a squint-eyed human, said. "This docking arm has been closed. Off limits." "My ship is docked there," she said, "and I'm leaving." This time, she threaded her words with a hint of subliminal command. "Let me through." "All ships on this arm have been co-opted by Duro Defense." A Duros stalked forward. "Sorry, you'll have to find another ride." "You'll have to find another ship," Mara said blandly. "You're not having any luck getting mine open, are you?" "Oh," the Duro said. "Slip 16F? We just monitored an X-Wing snub fighter launching out of your main bay." "Right," Mara said, "and the hatch's lock is rather unconventional. For good reason. If I'm going to claim diplomatic status, you probably want to see my papers." It was an old dodge, and she really didn't expect it to work. The Duros extended a knobby hand. "They're on board," Mara said. "Come with me." He walked her up to the slip. Unfortunately, he brought his goons. Mara frowned. She didn't have time to make this a pleasant farewell. She touched her import lock's corners in rapid order, then pressed her thumb to the center. But that was just for show. Luke had embedded a second locking mechanism under the plating, inaccessible to any non-Jedi. She levitated the hidden mechanical catch, and the hatch swung open. A voice behind her said, "Now freeze!" Utterly unsurprised, Mara spun left. With one motion, she bent her knees slightly and dropped the lightsaber into her palm. Before the next heartbeat, she'd ignited it.
"Don't make me—"
A uniformed Duros stood just behind the near-human, pointing a blaster at her. Mara's left leg straightened, sweeping the human off balance. Her blue blade followed around as the Duros fired. Mara deflected the shot, leapt backward into the shadow, and then shut the hatch. Clanging noises reverberated from the outside. She dropped into her seat, secured herself, and signaled the docking cables to release. They didn't, of course.
"If that's the way you want it,"
she muttered. She brought up the repulsors and hit the transmitter. "Docking authority," she said crisply. "This is Jade Shadow in 16F. If you don't want your slip torn apart, I'd release the cables." Someone babbled at her. By then, her engine lights had turned green. Keeping one hand on the braking lever, she twitched her throttle rods once, twice in warning. Then she cut the brake and roared out of dock, trailing the cables and a good-sized chunk of the dock's exterior bulkhead. Metal banged against her portside hull, and she winced at every crash and crunch. Her external sensors confirmed electromagnetic locks on each of the 3 trailing cables. She couldn't do much to those. Besides, an X-wing streaked skyward like a shining dart. "Anakin!" she exclaimed. "I'm coming at you. Got some unwanted debris along my port side." "I see it," her nephew's voice came. "Put your shields up, and I'll—" "Shields are already up." She steered away from Buru, into open space. "At minimum extension. Crease my ship and you're bantha fodder." A blast of laser light barely missed her port side. She checked her scanners as Anakin flashed past under the Shadow's belly. "Good try," she said, "but it's still there." She couldn't fight coral skippers or go to light speed trailing that piece of garbage. Then she heard another welcome voice, sensed another strong presence in the Force. "Hold course, Mara. I'll get it." She clenched both hands on the stick and throttle. From behind, a brilliant light shaft passed so close that the canopy's radiation shield momentarily darkened. Another XJ fighter followed the energy blast, S-foils deployed in combat configuration. "About time you showed up, Skywalker," she murmured. "Thanks." Jason slipped deeper into the Force, committing himself utterly. Though the building seemed to be both spinning and tipping, his senses flooded with a reverent, joyous sense of thanksgiving and homecoming. Yes, he was small. Small people had to offer their hands, or else for all the Force's magnificence, it could do little. He longed to fall into that vortex, to serve the light and transmit its grandeur. Wait, he sensed again. Ignoring his throbbing scalp wound, he slashed at the War Master's arm as it dangled the red garrote creature over Leia. The big Yuuzhan Vong drew back and dropped it. Writhing, it curled up on the rough floor. The War Master whipped out a short, snake-headed baton and held it against his forearm. "Doroic Vong Prat!" he shouted. He circled left, taking Jason's measure. This one's armor was different. Those scales grew out of his body, giving no clue where its weak spots might lie. Jason still couldn't sense him in the Force, but now he felt a rippling of anticipation. He would know, microseconds ahead of the moment, where and when the muscular alien would attack. He also knew that amphistaffs could spit venom. He backed out of range.
"Coward!"
the War Master growled.
"Unworthy!"
Jason sensed his mother's weakening presence. He buried his worry and used a light, slightly mocking tone to answer, "I'm just not stupid." Sensing an odd flicker in the Force, he brought his lightsaber up to parry. In the next instant, the short black baton stretched its mouth wide, revealing 4 white fangs against a cottony membrane. A stream of venom sprayed at him. It boiled and hissed against his shining green blade. That might be all the poison it could eject for several seconds. Jason swept in, centering his lightsaber, then slashing wide and down. The War Master deflected his cut with the baton, whipping it away from his body, spinning and jerking. Jason leapt back. At the corners of his vision, the priestess and her musicians edged toward the wall. The middle-sized Yuuzhan Vong had vanished, taking Leia's lightsaber. A door guard paced closer, holding something between hands that suddenly bristled with elongated claws. Binding jelly? Jason had time to wonder. Extendable fighting claws? "How many of you does it take to kill someone you call coward?" he taunted.
"You are beneath me," the War Master said. "You are not worthy to die at my hand."
"Now," a voice whispered at the back of Jason's mind, "fall in and stand firm." Staring the War Master fully in the face, Jason dived into the magnificent depth. The galaxy spun and tipped around him. Seemingly at the galaxy's very edge, the black-robed priestess raised her hands. Jason stepped over Leia and raised his own. Power flowed through him, around him, inside him. A decorative iron sconce flew off the wall, piercing one crab harp with a spang. A chair slid past the War Master. The alien gave it only a glance, but it struck his door guard broadside, toppling him. From another corner, several massive equipment lockers rose into the air. Leia's focus cooker floated, hovered a moment, and then joined the spinning vortex with Jason and Leia at center. Finally, Leia's massive desk started to slide. It struck the befuddled War Master, knocking him toward the north window. Jason half saw one musician fall, struck by the same sailing wall sconce that had pierced his compatriot's crab harp. Near the door, someone shouted, "Jason!" The War Master sprang toward him. He felt the Force bring the desk back around. He heard a satisfying crunch of armored scales. The War Master tumbled out the window. The priestess and her remaining harper lay twitching on the stone floor, plainly stunned. Jason scooped up the furry red garrote creature. Jaina sprang through the doorway, lightsaber drawn and ready. She blinked as objects fell helter-skelter. Jason arranged the red creature around Leia's legs, just above her knees. It hung limp. Struck by inspiration, he whacked the priestess's abandoned drum. The red creature tightened like a tourniquet. "Wow," Jaina muttered. "I take it you're back to using the Force." Jason slid one arm around his mother's shoulders and slipped his other arm under her bloodied legs, already wondering if using the tourniquet was wise. If he cut off her circulation completely for long enough, she could lose both lacerated legs. It might come to a choice between saving her legs and saving her life. "You've got to run interference," he told Jaina. "If I use the Force to control her arterial blood flow, I can't concentrate much on where I'm going." "And you're bleeding too." "Not serious," he insisted. "Not like this." Jaina raised her lightsaber again. "Follow me." She led to the stairway, paused only a moment, and then vaulted over the railing. Jason jumped next, slowing his landing as well as he could so not to jostle Leia. Hurry, he told himself. Hurry! In his mind he saw Anakin's haunted eyes, his dad's horrible grief for Chewbacca. Again he plunged deep into the Force. Savang La struggled to his feet, then tumbled sideways. Besides the crushed armor scales along his side, his left foot would not hold his weight. He made it up onto his knees. 3 warriors, on guard outside this built thing, rushed up to him. 2 averted their eyes, afraid to observe his humiliation. The 3rd glanced up at the window, tightening his lips.
"You were attacked, War Master. We will avenge you. Take my life as offering, and make it certain."
Nodding at the perfectly appropriate offer, Savang swept out his baton. The warrior knelt, bowing his head. Savang swung, putting all of his fury into the gesture. The underling collapsed lifeless.
"All glory to you, warrior."
Savang wiped spittle from his fringed lips, then motioned for the 2 others to remove the fallen one's body to the burning pit. 4 more warriors arrived on the run. Deep, grinding pain jabbed up from Savang's wounded foot as they steadied him in a standing position.
"Bring Tuskart and Scouru," he ordered, "and take down this built thing."
He ordered another.
"Divert the outflow from the deep well underneath it. Flood the tunnels."
Nomanor hurried up to his side.
"They will not escape,"
he assured the War Master. Savang La glared at the executor, who had fled while the others fought.
"Hope that Yoon Harla favors you today," he said through clenched teeth.
"I was forced to retreat,"
Nomanor interrupted before Savang La could lay the charge of cowardice.
"The Watchers still indicated another Jedi's approach."
2 massive shapes slithered up the street, driven by handlers with heavy amphistaffs, and Savang brushed Nomanor aside. Serpent-like Tuskart looped the built thing with his coils. Chitinous Scouru attached herself to him, raised up, then let her powerful head fall against the windowless lower story. Duracrete blocks crumpled like Pavis twigs. Scouru's maw closed on a cascade of them, feeding with delirious joy. Then she took a second swing. Han sank down on the Falcon's captain's chair.
"Get up here, Goldenrod!" he shouted. "Move! Move!"
The droid sashayed into the cockpit.
"But, sir—"
"Sit," Han ordered, "or I'll replace you with a pair of clamps."
Han flipped a row of power switches. For once, the old bucket didn't whine and die. "Buckle in," he muttered. "This won't be one of our smoother runs." Why had he sent Droma off on the refugee ship? C-3PO was the worst possible co-pilot. He fired the repulsors. The freighter rose bare centimeters into the air.
"Sir, what do you want me to do?"
C-3PO pleaded. "Cover the comm link." Jaina had sent coordinates for the tunnel's nearest exit point. As soon as she signaled again, he'd have to move. Jason tried not to jolt Leia as he leapt one more fallen warrior. The physical world seemed foggy, less real to him than his invisible struggle to save his mother. "This way!" Jaina gripped her lightsaber in one hand. She led off the bottom flight of stairs into the storeroom and flung open the tunnel door. A rush of foul-smelling water cascaded out. Jason turned sideways and let the first flood wash past him, then waded forward. Leia's head slumped against his shoulder. She seemed unbelievably light. Water would wash away any chance for blood clotting. He couldn't worry about saving her legs anymore, only her life. With the Force still flowing through him, he virtually stopped the blood flow into her major arteries. The garrote creature, its master's unintelligent servant, clung tightly, blocking surface bleeding. He struggled past the gushing water source. At least the flood would push them and their scent downstream, so the Yuuzhan Vong couldn't send tracking creatures after them. Ahead, Jaina's lightsaber gave off a soft violet glimmer. Jaina eyed her datapad map. Where this tunnel joined the old mines, the map showed a major drain hole, a vertical shaft. They were traveling toward it with this flow. It would suck them down unless she established an anchor point. "I'm going ahead," she told Jason. "Watch for me." Then she extinguished her lightsaber, hooked it to her belt, and plunged into foul, icy water. It tugged at her mask and made a sickening taste on her lips. She took strong strokes, barely sensing the walls that rushed by. Reaching ahead with the force, she sensed the deadly tug from ahead as waters poured down the shaft. She turned about and thrust her feet forward. Then she thrust them down, bouncing herself sideways, out of the strongest current. Each bounce took her just a little farther left. She couldn't see at all, but she'd learned to navigate half-blind. Her force sense told her when she'd nearly reached the tunnel wall. Giving one more powerful bounce, she flung herself up and almost out of the water. She scrabbled for a fingerhold on the rock, fell back into the water, and went under. Fear coiled around her, colder and deadlier than the flood. She fought it aside, got her head up, gasped for air, then bounced herself clear again. This time she caught hold of a scratchy outcropping. She unhooked and lit her lightsaber, and saw that she'd missed the deadly shaft by only 2 meters. She jammed her lightsaber's pommel into a crack in the wall, like a lantern in a sconce, then yanked off the utility belt she'd scammed from the Jade Shadow. Mara had taken Shadow on a long sweep out, watching for new hostiles, so she saw them first. She slapped her transmitter. "Jade Shadow to Duro Defense Force," she called. "Big Coral at 45 Mark 06. Look out, Poesy." A Yuuzhan Vong fighter carrier had appeared at roughly 45 degrees south, plainly targeting the Moncal cruiser. Waves of coral skippers flew off the big carrier's arms. Larger objects followed, maybe attack craft, maybe creatures. Not that it mattered anymore. Mara swooped back toward Buru, searching her tactical display for Luke's and Anakin's X-Wings. E-Wings and Dagger Ds poured back off Buru and the other cities around Duro's inhabited ring. This time, shields went up on all the orbital cities except Orome. Several explosions had shaken it while Mara patrolled. Its lights had gone dark. It had drifted down almost to blue line. Or brown line, in Duro's case. She'd lost all sense of Leia. Another Yuuzhan Vong battle group appeared out of hyperspace near Duro's North Pole. This group split into 4 squadrons. Mara's sensors showed each squad with 20 or so coral skippers out front, followed by something bigger, unidentifiable, and then more skips.
"Attention!"
The now familiar alien voice thundered on her comm unit. "Defense forces, stand down. Go to ground at one of the on-planet settlements and your lives will be spared. Resist and you will be destroyed. Settlement dwellers, remain where you are. Choose peace, not destruction." A second voice, a Duros voice, spoke.
"Evac ships. Vector south. Repeat, vector south. The enemy is coming in from roughly north. Duro Defense Force ships will cover any escape shuttle we can."
Mara adjusted her headset and spoke on the private link.
"Luke, where's Han? What's keeping him?"
"I'm not getting anything from him." Luke's voice sounded strained. Another battle group appeared, diving toward a second sector of the orbiting arc. The first group's coral skippers skimmed the first habitat in their vector, blasting away at its defenses. Then the larger ship creature swooped in. It launched something at the city. Mara's sensors went berserk.
"Dovin Basil," she exclaimed. "A monster!"
Seconds later, that city's shields flickered out. A Dovin Basil with that kind of appetite could pull down the city, just like Cernpadal's moon. Small craft popped off the other cities like flak ants. The first wave of attack craft ignored them. A few evac ships winked out, vanishing into hyperspace. The Yuuzhan Vong's second attack wave caught the lag-behinds. Again, the voice ordered evacuees to go to ground. Hardly any did. With the second attack wave came corvette analogs that peppered the cities with asteroid-sized debris. Atmosphere jetted off into space. Here and there something exploded, lighting the city surfaces. Orome fell faster now, sinking visibly, starting to glow at its edges. Mara blinked. An entire city. Coral skippers and defenders swarmed Poesy. Now and then its big lasers picked off a coral ship. Moncal cruisers' shields were legendary, almost invincible. But as one of the Dovin Basil launchers vectored in, and a flight of E-wings tried to divert, Mara guessed even Poesy wouldn't last long. Then a third wave of attack ships appeared. If the War Master meant to show the New Republic exactly how much force he could command, he was doing a fine job. The number of coral ships appalled her, assembling here for their strike at the core. And there'd be no help for Duro from Centerpoint or Coruscant. Disc-shaped Erdorf gathered momentum, driving obliquely out of orbit. Admiral Watt had pulled most of his fighters in toward this quadrant, since Erdorf was the only Duro city with any real chance of survival. Among its defenders, Mara spotted 2 X-wings. "Party time," she muttered, vectoring in to join them. Jason heard Jaina calling as he fought the current, trying not to get sucked toward that thundering drain hole. Her presence drew him to the left. Then he saw her by pale violet light, crouching beside a stack of stones, dangling a utility belt's cable. She flung it. He grabbed it, hooked it to his waist, and braced himself against the current, helping her reel him in. Then he sank onto the stones, chilled and exhausted, getting his strength back. Jaina leaned toward Leia, touched her face. "She's alive," she murmured, "but barely. Can you go on?" Jason's legs ached as he pressed upright. "Go," he answered. "I'll be right behind you." She paused to snatch her lightsaber off the wall and thumb her comlink. "Dad, can you read?" No answer. "This way, Jace. I'll get out where I can transmit." Han held his position, waiting. He couldn't grab for orbit until he heard from "Dad!" Jaina's voice called out of the console. "I'm out, and Jason's coming with Mom." Han hit the main engines. The freighter soared out of concealment and swooped away from Gateway Dome. Glancing down, he counted 9 bristly landing ships, an infestation of gigantic seashells near the dome's north side. "Go, Droma," he ordered over the comm. "All shuttles, vector south. We'll be right behind you." Seconds later, the overloaded cargo ship blasted out of its haystack. Beyond the dome, one blocky hauler and a pair of YT-1300s clawed for space.
"There, Captain Solo."
C-3PO pointed at the sensors. Far below, a lone figure waved something like a glimmering violet candle. "I see her." He feathered the main engines and swooped down.
"Oh no,"
C-3PO moaned.
"Those must be coral skippers. Coming in at 4.
I see him. Han set the Falcon to hover and dropped the boarding ramp. To his satisfaction, a second figure followed Jaina, staggering out of the hillside tunnel entry. Then he saw Leia in Jason's arms, and the blood staining their legs. Chapter 28. The planet was lost. Far below, its dirty brown clouds swallowed Aurum. A cruiser-sized, multicolored hunk of coral was closing fast with one of the unshielded cities. Oddly, it wasn't launching its fighters. Mara realized it just as Luke cried out over the comm unit, "It's going to ram!" Mara vectored aside, keeping one eye on her sensors. The massive alien ship slammed into the top of the helpless city, which already was caught by the downward pull of the Dovin Basil launched into its heart. The coral ship bounced away. Its smooth, lower surface showed no sign of stress, but the city lit it with a dazzling display of sparks and cascading gases. Mara's sensors also showed an ominous downward vector shift. Erdorf was pulling away, but not fast enough. Another flight of coral skippers vectored in. There seemed to be thousands of them. Luke veered off, and she followed. Yet another battle group had appeared out of hyperspace, and this time it came from the south, springing the trap on refugee ships that had fled the initial phase of this attack. 3 cruiser-sized vessels, their broad red and green arms already deploying showers of coral skippers, were escorted by a dozen or more mid-size craft that looked like gunships. Luke pushed his X-Wing back toward the smaller flurry that was Erdorf's remaining defense force. Mara couldn't help watching behind, though. Erdorf still had its shields. Coral skippers soared in, splashing it with plasma. A Yuuzhan Vong force circled Buru. The city hadn't taken a Dovin Basil amidships yet, thanks to Admiral Watt's defenders. Mara's practiced eye spotted another X-Wing among them. A gunship-sized object separated itself from the Vong attack force, coming in low, spraying the city with gouts of brilliant plasma. "Breaking port," she called. "My sensors show a civilian shuttle launch off Buru. I'll escort." Luke soared off toward Anakin. Mara skimmed the city's surface, back toward the dock she'd left so unceremoniously. Someone had a lot of courage, launching this late in the show. 3 small shuttles took off simultaneously, holding together in a row. "Shuttles," Mara transmitted. "This is Jade Shadow. I'll escort you to jump."
"Negative, jump,"
a voice crackled from her console.
"We're headed planet side."
"That's suicide,"
Mara exclaimed.
"They only want you for slaves or sacrifices. Come around to—"
The shuttle's pilots held to their course. Then Mara saw the triangular Corduro shipping insignia on the shuttle's aft surfaces. It looked as if Corduro, having done all it could to weaken Duro's defenses, was defecting to the Yuuzhan Vong en masse. In that case, they deserved what they had coming. Mara vectored aside, found herself facing a flight of coral skippers, and went to work. Jason bent over the Falcon's narrow first aid bunk. Though the deck bucked and tilted, Jaina applied a pair of Sluisi grav press bandage cuffs to Leia's legs, just above the knees, then connected them with the Falcon's medical databank.
"That should hold her until we can find a back to tank. I don't know about her legs, though."
Leia's eyes fluttered open.
"Jaina,"
she murmured.
"Heard your voice. Thanks."
Jaina tucked a thermal blanket around Leia's shivering shoulders, then uncoiled a fluid drip and applied it to her bared arm.
"Jason did the hard part," she said gruffly.
Jason adjusted the bandage cuffs. Finely tuned micro-repulsor fields were already compressing the damaged arteries, even while they enhanced peripheral circulation to his mother's lower legs. Something just as invisible as the field, but warmer, flowed between his sister and mother. A deep understanding, a living connection.
"No. What you did,"
Leia managed.
"Harder. Furious with me, but came back."
Jaina made a wry face, then bent to kiss her mother's cheek.
"Lie still. We'll get you out of here." But, Duro, Baspikan...
"We're evacuating," Jason said. What had happened to her other Nogri? "Baspikan?" he asked. Leia's eyelids fell shut. Jason looked up at Jaina, worried.
"There's a sedative in that drip," Jaina explained. "Otherwise she'd roll down, crawl to the quad guns, and bleed to death."
In her voice, Jason heard heartfelt respect. "Right," he said. If Baspikan was alive on Duro, he pitied the Yuuzhan Vong. "Then it's you and me for the guns."
"Take a quad," Jaina exclaimed, flinging herself away from the bunk. "I'll join Dad. Coral Skipper Derby 3-way.
"Mara, Luke, Duro Defense Force? This is the Millennium Falcon, escorting a big hauler. Last ship out of Gateway coming up at you." Mara eyed her sensors. Vectoring south, accelerating ponderously, came a big block of a hauler, a smaller freight ship, and 3 YT-1300s. The lead freighter, the one that reflected no light, wove back and forth in a very unfreighterly fashion. Luke's voice. "Han, is she all right?" Han sounded tense. "She's hurt bad." No surprise there, either. If Mara had felt it through the Force, Luke must have too. "The kids are taking care of her, but—" "What?" Han's voice faded momentarily, then came back. "Can't talk. These haulers could use a few more escorts, though."
"On our way."
Mara snapped off the comm and studied her sensors. Whether by skill or by solo luck, Han had herded his charges onto the vector that was seeing the least action. An enemy gunship appeared ahead of them, though. Almost instantly, the expected Dovin-Basel anomaly appeared on Mara's sensors. She fired a storm of short bursts into it, loading it as heavily as possible. Not far to starboard, Luke's X-Wing took a run at the gunship. His guns linked to fire dual bursts, 2 from above, then 2 below, then a solid quad burst. The gunship swerved off course, ignoring the blocky transport to deal with its attackers. Mara pelted the Singularity, keeping its shields busy, decelerating to keep from being drawn in. As Luke set up for a second run, she spotted another X-Wing coming in behind him, but also a tetrahedral flight of coral skippers. Stars spun as Mara jinked her ship, evading plasma bursts, still concentrating her fire on that gunship. Sensors showed another anomaly coming up toward her, projected by the coral skippers to devour her shields.
"Luke,"
she called softly.
"Anakin, this could be trouble."
"I've got the skips, Uncle Luke," she heard.
One X-Wing altered course. Even from this distance, she sensed something flowing strong through the Force, as Anakin, without hesitating, reached down deep, with the utter calm of a warrior twice his age. His X-Wing bucked and spun, firing constantly. He took 2 skips before the other 2 realigned their molten projectile guns. From another vector, Luke's X-Wing dropped toward the gunship. She spotted the flare of a dual torp launch. The instant she knew the gunship couldn't swing its energy gullet into place and devour them, she broke off her attack, vectored high, and directed full power to her aft shields.
"Got him!"
Luke crowed. Then, more soberly, he called, "Cargo hauler? Is that your maximum acceleration?" She didn't recognize the voice that answered, but she knew awe when she heard it.
"Skywalker? That's you in the X-Wing?"
"Right on you. Pour it on, hauler."
"Yes, sir."
Mara's sensors showed an infinitesimal acceleration, probably all the battered hauler could manage. Not far off this vector, a similar hauler plunged back toward Duro's cloud cover, tumbling slowly. Buru, too, was grappled in 6 places by objects that might be living ships, its shipyard arm already a web of twisted metal. Another city, The one that had been rammed now tilted, plainly falling toward a lower orbit. No more ships left its docks. A flotilla of Yuuzhan Vong followed alongside, and Mara's sensors told her they were using their own Dovin basils to pull it farther down. All the Duros cities, except sluggish Urdorf, were in ruins. Mara clenched a fist. They were playing, showing off, not just overwhelming their victims, but taunting them. She bit her lip, wanting to slam a fist against her control panel. She opened her hand with an effort and thrust anger away. Anger was poison. She'd had poison enough in her system thanks to Nomanor, and there was one small life she still could save. If she guarded that, then her own life counted more than she could have believed possible. "Hang on," she said silently. "You picked a wild time to come into the galaxy." She crisscrossed Luke's path, presenting a confusing target. Now she understood why women willingly died for their children. One utterly helpless person depended on her for sustenance and safety. Silently, she promised that little one the fiercest defender he ever could need. "She," a soft voice said in her ear. Startled, Mara touched the earphone. No one else answered or asked Luke to clarify, so he was using the private channel. She touched a control, then muttered back, "Get out of my brain, Skywalker." But at the Luke place at the edge of her mind, she let him feel how glad she was to know he'd survived this catastrophe too. Then, startled, she caught a new sensation. And she knew. "Nope," she exclaimed. "It's he." The boxy hauler winked out of sight. Jason squeezed the upper quad gun's firing control once more, and another coral skipper exploded into multicolored shards. The Falcon rocked back and forth, giving him a clear view of another coral shower, Jaina's work from the cockpit. He could hear his dad's and sister's voices, pilot and co-pilot. The Falcon had never flown so wildly and well. Urdorf couldn't make hyperspace the way Droma's hauler had done, but it accelerated steadily away from Duro's orbital plane, and the Yuuzhan Vong were no longer pursuing. Maybe it could lose itself in the darkness between systems. "That's it," Han said. "We're breaking off. Good luck, Urdorf."
"Thank you, Falcon,"
a distant voice said in Jason's headset. Then Han again. "Jason, Jaina, secure the guns. Get ready to jump. We're taking her home." Jason complied, then belted down in the engineering section near C-3PO. From the cockpit he heard Jaina announce, "Anakin got another one." "What's he up to? 11? 12? Han called. "Don't know," Jaina said. "I'd better talk to Colonel Darklighter about that kid." "Hey." Han's voice rose. "Luke, Mara, Anakin, you're the last force in system. Get out while you can." "Right." That was Uncle Luke. "Break it off, Anakin. Good job." Count on Anakin to be the last human to get out of Duro space alive, Jason reflected, but without jealousy. He'd found the balance between the Force's inner power and outward might. By giving himself, obedient, with no reservation, he became a walking, breathing, living sacrifice. "Maybe I caught that lightsaber after all, Uncle Luke." He sensed Jaina, sitting beside the familiar glimmer that had always been their dad. Stretching out, he faintly touched his brother's incandescent brilliance. Then Uncle Luke in his X-Wing, alongside Aunt Mara in the Jade Shadow. He paused there. Something was odd, different, about Aunt Mara. Not stale or fetid, the way she'd felt when her disease seemed terminal, At this new depth, he felt her shine like a binary star. Then the Falcon hit hyperspace, extinguishing all those presences. Jason unbuckled and hurried down to check on his mother's wounds. Epilogue. Savang La's left ankle throbbed, but Victor would no more have deadened that pain than cut off his unwounded foot without appropriate rituals. Savang had sacrificed body parts before, imitating his god's work in creating the universe. Until higher priests arrived, he would stand on a simple artificial foot. But he would petition the priest for a crafted enhancement. He'd lost that foot as a result of an honor duel. He didn't think the priests would refuse. Step by painful step, he approached the delegation of Duros and humans who'd just landed, then had hurried here, to this temporary administrative center, pending the arrival of more appropriate construction craft materials. A cadre of infidels strode closer, wearing red-trimmed brown uniforms. Through the reality of pain, he saw them clearly. Not only infidels, but traitors. He would not waste time winnowing out worthy ones. As soon as the delegation stood close enough, he held up a hand, signaling them to halt. One scrawny Duros stepped forward.
"Good sir," he said, "we must protest your extended offensive. I am Durgard Braren, Vice Director of—"
"I want information,"
Savang La said. The Duros spread his knobby hands and spoke rapidly.
"Sir, we kept the bargain that your peace brigade brokered. Duro Defense Force stood down. Duro did not defend the planetary settlements or our shipyards. In return, you promised to spare all but one of our cities. We fully understood that you would need to make at least one example, but—"
"Tell your grievances to the gods."
Savang set his weight on that throbbing ankle and false foot, then drew on the pain to focus his thoughts.
"I require the name of the young Jedi who escaped your custody."
That craven young coward had proved worthy indeed. At the time of highest, best portents, he must be sacrificed to Yunyamka.
"I can explain," the Duros began. "He had outside help."
"The name!"
Savang drowned out the sniveling infidel. The Duros spread his hands again.
"Jason Solo, son of Ambassador Leia Organa Solo, and—"
Savang signaled the Dovin basil that lay buried nearby. A glimmering containment field quenched the unworthy one's voice. Then he addressed the executor, who stood nearby.
"Your penance here has ended, Nomanor," he said. "Are the new slaves ready to transmit? Is the Vilip choir in place?"
Nomanor dropped to one knee, visibly gloating, but his hands trembled. Plainly, he expected to receive his next promotion.
"I will call the Vilip mistress."
Savang waited until Sif approached, leading a beast of burden that carried the largest Vilip they'd bred to date, still moist-skinned and larval white. At the suggestion of his human contact on Coruscant, the master shapers who had bred and nurtured it to this size had also delivered its stock partner to a deep space beacon, protecting it from vacuum with additional Dovin basils. For this message he would even use the abhorrent visual technology he found here, though only his new slaves would soil themselves by touching it. They were already defiled beyond cleansing. The Corduro officials, who would soon be digesting in Biter's belly, had proved again how easily his enemies could be turned on each other. They would destroy their own finest warriors, a tactic that should make Yoon Harla smile on him too. He assembled his victorious forces in a circle near the burning pit, where a savory aroma honored Yoon Yamka. Without activating the Villip, he made a short speech to his on-site forces and slaves, declaring Nomanor's penance complete, and that now he would be sent elsewhere. The executor folded his arms across his chest. One cheek twitched, betraying his confusion.
"Give me the woman's foul weapon,"
Savang ordered. Nomanor did not dare disobey. He took the light cleaver from his belt and handed it over. Savang La handled it firmly, knowing how thoroughly he would have to cleanse himself afterwards. After several attempts, he managed to make light shoot from one end. False light, a red mockery of natural luminescence. Now Sif uncovered the giant Villip and began stroking, using both arms. She also handed Savang La a Tizo worm. He slipped it into place. He would not have this speech mocked by infidels. Sif signaled the slaves with their sending apparatus. He distributed his weight evenly on both feet, sending shooting pain up his left calf.
"Citizens of the New Republic," he said slowly, "we speak from the surface of Duro, a living planet that your forebears murdered, but which we and our new slaves will revive. In weeks to come, we will show you how the might of the Yuuzhan Vong addresses reconstruction, the rekindling of a world."
He drew another deep breath, imagining the infidels beckoning each other to abhorrent mechanical receivers, all the way from Duro to another technology-poisoned world, Coruscant.
"Until now," he said, "we have not declared our purpose. Now we do. We will end here, on Duro. We will suspend hostilities and live alongside you, on one condition."
He drew a long, slow breath. After the judgment he had executed upon Duro, the cowards would want peace, with or without honor.
"Among you," he said, "live some who mock all gods by becoming small gods unto themselves, who abase the rest of you and force you to submit to them. We will content ourselves with Duro, if you will help us make one final sacrifice."
He paused again. He let them tremble, to wonder if their lives, their worlds, would be demanded. Then he let them know they would live. All but...
"Give us your Jedi!"
he demanded, brandishing the light cleaver in front of him, pointing its blade at the dirt.
"All of them, without exception. Any species, any age, any stage of training. Hold them back, hide them, and you see how your worlds will be treated. But I will reward, with special gifts, the person who brings me the Jedi with whom I especially wish to speak."
He poured hate and pain into his voice. He closed both hands on the light cleaver and plunged it into the dirt. It sank to its pommel.
"Give me Jacen Solo!" he roared. "Alive! So that I may give him to the gods."
He nodded to Sif, who covered the Villip. He wrenched the foul weapon out of the dirt. The blade still glimmered, unsullied. Trembling with pain and anger, he flung it into the burning pit.